Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Let me know if you can hear me, guys. If you can hear me, please let me know. Let me know. Welcome. Happy Saturday. Happy weekend to you all. Thank you for joining me once again. Thank you to all my returning subscribers. If you're new to my channel, I want to say thank you for your support. I do not take it for granted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I'm gonna try not to be on here too long. Because almost. Hey, welcome, Iyabode, sis. Welcome. Thank you for joining me. Please let me know if you can hear me clearly. Let me know if you can hear me clearly. Thank you. So we're gonna try and make it an hour. I don't want to be here too long because your girl has stuff to do. I'm outside at the moment. So if you guys might hear some interference, please let me know if it's disturbing you. So how na day now? How the Saturday they go? Any barbecue? It's better. The weather is much better here today, actually, which is beautiful. It's windy, the sun is out, but at least there's breeze. It wasn't like previous weeks past where it's been like it felt like the sun came down finally and decided to reside on earth. With us, it's been very, very hot, but today actually is much better. So, guys, it's another Saturday of our village meeting here to discuss affairs that concern us. So the last live that I did, somebody was saying actually a few people were recommending that I go and watch a video on Sister B's channel, which I did. I have to say I did. It was quite it was very interesting to say the least. I watched the first part, the second part. I actually watched when is it Bishop Desmond they call him actually went on Ola and Ola's show. I think a different show though, but it was all hosted by Ola, or is it Lola? One of them, the man. And he came and he was talking non-stop. I couldn't believe my ears. I'm like, what? Are you seriously kidding me? Man. Well, what me I deduced from all of it though, and this is strictly my opinion, is that the man definitely has some he definitely has something. There's something wrong there. It's not normal. I personally have always felt like when someone talks too much, there's a problem. When someone talks a lot, there's no stopping. You just go on and on and on and on and on. Man, there's a problem. I've always felt that way. So watching that video kind of drove home what I thought. It kind of solidified my thoughts about it. And again, man, the comment section, I was rolling on the floor. Comment section of the video that he came on the first time and the second time, my goodness, I was just cracking up on my own. Man, people were brutal in the comment section. I was just laughing. He does, Sister Yabode. He really, really does. Honestly, that's what I could take away from that. He needs help. He needs somebody that would direct him properly. I don't think he has the right direction, unfortunately. And this is the case that we keep seeing over and over again. Most of these people, they just burden them with titles, that helps them hide under that title that they give them, and gives them a sense of, it conflates their sense of importance. That's what I saw there. So me, I don't know. That's my own 2 cents on the matter. Like, hey, uh, everybody has their opinion, but my own takeaway from it is that he needs help. That's what I can say to that. He really does need help. I hope he finds he helps the help he needs. I hope he's open-minded, though. I hope he recognizes that he needs help. I don't know if that kind of man will recognize that, based on what I've heard from him directly. He doesn't look like someone that would spend the time to get the help that he needs. But hey, hopefully I'm sending him good wishes regardless. He's a human being. So hey, um I hope he gets the help. He really does need desperate help for that matter, like right now type of help. Another woman that will fall into that man's hands, man, I don't know. It's going to be, there was no need for the lies. The guy was just, the stories were not adding up. He was just, lying a lot. There was really no need for him. He could have just, I think he could have just come out clean and it would have put an end to all of this. But he kept lying and trying to make himself look good, and trying to make people feel like it was the woman that had the problem. Oh, by the way, I also listened to the woman's side of the story. The girl seems very balanced and all of that. Her father too seemed quite wonderful father, good for that girl. She has a great father, great family support, So, I mean, there was no need. The man he could have just said, you know what, yeah, it happened. It didn't work out for no reason. I wish her well. And that's it. Why would you come and try? And then he was trying to solicit. He was trying to get people, win people and start to announce himself that he's single. I mean, what has that got to do with the price of Gary in the market? You know? I feel he could have gone about it a different way, but hey, that's just me. And then what's it called? This case on ground in Nigeria with this doctor that has a women's center. It's very sad, though. I'm not gonna lie. That case is super sad. Just tells us what kind of society we're living in. It's really, really sad that that kind of thing is happening, and they're actually looking for the man. Apparently, they're trying to, because I think I saw a post somewhere where they were saying that the police should do their work and stuff like that. That's the problem. When people have a certain type of name in Nigeria or something, people protect them. This thing, you can't protect people like that forever. If they don't deal with the consequences of their actions now, they never know where they're going to find themselves and they will go in for it. And this time it will be deeper. This is the problem. This is the problem. When people keep getting away with stuff like that in our country, when they by mistake step outside and they feel like, oh, the law will always be on our side, they tend to forget themselves and forget where they are. And then they end up in a bigger one that they cannot get out of. I'm personally happy that the little girl has people standing up for her and calling for the accountability for that man, calling for his accountability. I hope he does. I mean, it's a shame, but it's something that has been happening in our society for too long. And it's not something that we should be, it's something that we should call out as much as possible. That's not normal. That's not normal at all. If it's been happening before, does not mean that it needs to continue to happen. Exactly, Sister Yabode. Exactly. Someday he will. I have no doubt. because he keeps sweeping it under the carpet, sweeping it. Even his mother is coming out, and you see where the problem lies. This is where the problem lies. As a mother, when you know that your son has those types of tendencies, what did you do about it? You know, now we don't live in those days anymore where people will just accept things and just, accept it as part of life. It doesn't happen like that anymore. You cannot hide that type of crime anymore. It's not possible. People are talking now more than ever. You know, I don't understand though. This is why it's difficult for things to change in our society. Now we begin to question, why it can't be seen like this? This is why it is difficult. This is the reason why it's difficult for change to happen. Because as you're trying to bring about the change, there are a lot of people that are trying to push back on you. Eh? Kudos to the woman that was not afraid to call out her husband. Imagine if she did not call him out. Imagine that. Kudos to her. That woman is going to need all the support that she can get, because, man, it's not easy. You'll be married to a man, and I believe they had kids, right? That are a bit grown. Imagine it must have been hard for her to do. It must have been hard, but posterity is going to bless that woman. She has saved herself and her children from everlasting pain, meaning that thing could have stayed in the generation, and it will just keep happening until somebody does serious deals with one of the generation people seriously. And in this case, it looks like it's the man they're using to do example now. That kind of thing is terrible. We can't celebrate that kind of thing. It's not something we should allow and ignore, continue to ignore. We come from society where people tend to ignore certain things. We should not continue to ignore it, because that's why we are where we are today. We're not able to call ourselves out when we're doing something wrong. We're always wanting to turn the other eye, like, anyway, that's how it is. No, that's not how it is. You're creating problems for your children. You're creating problems for those that are coming after you. You don't know who's going to get the heat at the end of the day. It's not enough. It doesn't matter how big or how popular or how influential the person is. If he did the crime, he should serve the time. I don't know if any of you remember the story of this girl that was, I think she was a model, beautiful girl, and then she unalived herself, because apparently her father is a minister. Her father had been doing things to her, and she told her mother, but they kept trying to silence her, right? Until she unalived herself. How many of us remember that story? My goodness, I can never forget that story, because that's a life with a solution for the world that they did not allow to see the light of day. That girl could have done so much for the world, but her family did. It's a family that deleted her. Let's just put it that way, because they pushed her to the brink. We need to start calling these things out in our societies. If we're going to ever move forward, if we're ever going to see anything positive coming out, we need to start calling out this poison. We need to. We can't sit on it. We can't just put our hands and say, that's how life is. No, so many children have been damaged. A lot of the issues that we hear about these days now, that you hear adults dealing with, is because most of these people have suffered some type of trauma growing up. Their childhood had been snatched from them, So guess what? They will do whatever it takes, to either they get the work, get the help and fix themselves, or they start to do it to other people. That's what happens. And then it continues. And then where do we draw the line? And it just continues on and on and on and on. It's not normal. It's not normal at all. I think we really need to start looking at ourselves as a people and start to think about and start to really, really think what direction we want our lives to go in. I know we have various cultures in Nigeria where there's certain things that are acceptable, there's certain things that are not acceptable, but culture can be changed, because now human being now first even start the culture in the first place. Now human beings come together, put them together, and they are mostly men. Okay, so as a people, we need to come back to the table and say, okay, which culture is good and which one should we do away with? We can't continue like this. We cannot. We're only going to bring a lot of problems to ourselves if we do that. Unfortunately, we have a lot of work to do as a people. The work plenty, no be small. There's a lot of garbage that needs to be taken out. There's a lot of sweeping that needs to take place. There's a lot of cleaning that needs to take place. There's so much work, but we can do something. We can start so that the people coming after don't have to do so much. Eh? Unfortunately, those that came before us, if they did what they were supposed to do, we will not have so much work. But because they did not do, I was listening to someone on, I stumbled on a video on IG where a guy was saying, he was expressing his feelings, and he said, he comes from a lineage where, you know, his own forefathers did not do anything, did not make his life easier. His forebears did not make his life easier. So now he has a lot of work to do. So what is he doing now? He says he's doing everything he can to ensure that the child he has does not have so much work, unbearable work that will break his back to do. Imagine if every one of us thought like that as Africans. Imagine how this world, how our societies in Africa would have been today if everyone that came before us, and not to say that there were those that didn't do anything, absolutely. I'm not, so when I say our forebearers, please understand that I am not calling out any specific group, culture, or tribe. I'm just speaking generally. Okay? Like if those that came before us did the work of cleaning up certain things, some of the things that we're dealing with today, we would not be dealing with them. We will not. Hi, Obiajulu, welcome. Good to see you. We will not be dealing with it. We would have been dealing with something else right now. Right? We will be dealing with a different battle right now. We'll be talking about why we should be allowed to plant. Okay, no worries. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. We should be allowed to plant white flowers in front of our house, not red. We'll be arguing about those types of things. But now we're arguing about generational, foundational things that have been there, that have been brought on by people that came before us. We're dealing with the issues of, trying to even teach men how to respect and love their wives better, how to respect and love their daughters or love their sisters or treat them better. That's where we are. We shouldn't be there, but here we are. Because why? A lot of families didn't take the time, and they raised broken families. So you have women who don't know how to love, you have men who don't know how to love. And then you have women that are closed off. They don't even know how to express themselves. It's almost like they're stuck within themselves. They can't really express themselves because of the generational issue that we have had. I mean, there's a lot of work to do, but now it make us be here now. We are talking about it so that we can continue to educate ourselves, because we not fit continue like this forever. How long we want to do it for? How long do we want to do it for? So many women. I saw a video recently about I think it was a party, I think PDP or so. Most of the members of the PDP, all of them in fact, that came to that meeting, I think it was a NEC meeting they had, they were all men. I was just shaking my head. All men, old men, all trooping into a room for a meeting. Where are the women? Where are the women that should speak up for the women? No wonder we have such laws that are grounded in patriarchy, because men are the ones making all the laws about your body, about how you should live your life and how you should be treated. Why would they not abuse you? Why would they not consider you as property? Why would they not feel like they can marry 16? Nothing is wrong. They're going to feel that way. I was just watching the video and I was just like, wow, not one woman All na men, old men, some in wheelchair sef. I no go talk lie o, my heart cut. I say na like this e be. Where are the voices of the women? We have such brilliant women. Are you kidding me? Nigeria has brilliant women. Where are they? Should they be playing a role in decision making? In every party, they should have at least 50% should be women. At least. I'm telling you. Because if you leave, men can never ever think like women. Never. They can never think like women. And the same way, imagine having a party where it's all women making laws for men. Do you know how would that look like? Because none of us are men. How do we make laws that will protect men? It's the same scenario that we're in. How are we going to change that narrative? How are we going to change the narrative of not, allowing women to be part of the polity? Because in a party where there are all men, who is looking out for the women? Hey, Annie, welcome. Who is looking out for the women? That's what that tells me. When I saw that video, I was like, okay, who's looking out for the women? All of them old men making laws for you and I. Where are the brilliant women? I know there are women in politics. I know there are women who study politics in schools. Where are they? Where are they? You know, where are they? The women's voices are silenced, and this is why we have a problem in Nigeria. This is why. This is why children are suffering, because there's nobody speaking for women and children. Men is all about power and money. I'm glad you caught it. Yeah, I know. I was going to schedule it earlier, but I was so tired there. Oh my God. I was so tired. I slept until late and I had to go to the gym. And then I went hiking, came back, went to the gym, and then I was like, okay, let me just do life now. I feel stronger and everything. I'm glad that you guys were able to make it. For those that are not able to make it, hey, please, oh, you people should not vex. So you people can catch the replay. I love you. So, you know, I dey watch the video. I dey wonder, say, where the women are beg? Not only kitchen, not only to cook. Cooking is good, but where are the policies that protect the women? Where are the policies that protect the women and the child? No wonder we get laws when be say old man go marry small girl of 12-year-old, go marry girl of 16-year-old, and there's nothing wrong with it. That is why we have a huge cases of IVF in the north, and it's not just in the north. So when I not say that the north only, it's not just in the north. This thing they happen for south, where people they marry young girls. Not only north they happen, not only north, you know. So where are the women making laws to protect the women? When I watch that video, I just now that one that they think throughout. I don't consider anything that they talk. I just they look all of them, they march into this meeting. Not one woman. It bothered me. Hey, Celine, welcome. I'm glad you could make it. Now, Celine, no more than thank Celine. No. Now, Celine make me do this live. Celine send me message. He says, sis, how far? I'm waiting. No. I was tired. I was sleeping then. I was half asleep, half awake. And I said, so then it was Celine that gingered me. And I got myself, okay, let me go hiking, do some strength stuff in the gym, and then just do a live. So here I am. So thanks to Celine today. Hey Debs, welcome. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, 21 minutes. I'm glad you got it at 21 minutes. Yeah, so that's what was playing in my mind. Like, all these men are going into this meeting. There's not one woman. No wonder we have such lopsided laws. No wonder we have such lopsided laws. Hey, welcome, Ojo. Welcome. Greetings to you. You know, No wonder the children are not protected. No wonder the women are not protected. Nobody cares for them because you don't have women in lawmaking processes. You don't have women in positions of authority to state how it is, how it feels to be a woman. And then when they see women in politics that are actually trying to do the job, they try to minimize them. They look down on them. They try to pull them down. It should not, we should not be letting this happen in these times that we're in. You know, yeah, I watched Sister Beastin because of BB. I said, okay, so that I started that night actually after I got off the live and I watched it. Hey, hello, 5Js. Whoa, your first time on here. Yay! Let's send 5Js love. It's her first time on his first time here. Sorry if you're a man or a woman and I'm not calling you correctly. Thank you so much for being our first timer. Wow, love to you. Some champagne on the house. Yay, welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes. Yes, Obia Julu, my village sister, welcome. Oh. Welcome. Yes, we are all doing okay. Okay, you're a woman. Okay, 5Gs. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to have you. You know, so it's something to think about as women. We need to, as especially if you're from Nigeria, we need to really start thinking about being a part of the lawmaking process. We can't just leave it all to the men. Abeguna. We cannot just leave it up to the men. They cannot make laws for you and I. Gone are the days where we used to feel like, oh, it's only the man that can do. No, the woman can do, has always been able to do. Don't buy into that narrative. Do your own part. We can't allow it. We're literally watching children and women on our live every single day, delete every single day. If it's not one thing, it's the other. Imagine if there was a woman, there were women in the lawmaking processes. Do you think that abuse on women will be so rampant? Not saying that the men don't suffer abuse, they do. Not saying they don't, but they do, but they're more protected than the women. I remember a case in Nigeria where a woman had deleted her husband. That woman no last too. They give her straight up. They kill the woman. They delete the woman straight up. They no waste time. They no think calm. Okay, but when man go do the same thing, then it take longer time. It go through the process. It go court. Then after a while, everybody will just forget the case. The man will just miss. We no go talk about him again. If you get any position, if you get any contribution to make, don't shy away from it. And also help other women come into that place too. Because I think the biggest problem a lot of women have is that when they get to a position of authority, I don't know whether not because of starvation, say they never get opportunity to be in position of authority, they go throw away the ladder when they take climb up. They'll come, they do like queen bees. They no go allow other women come up because they want to be the only woman. We need to start retraining that mindset. It's a very backward, it sets women back when you do that. You need to encourage your women to be a part of the law making process. Exactly. Thank you very much, Debs. Men are generally predictors. It takes a kind-hearted man or woman to prevent. Exactly. It might stem from it, but I believe that it's been with the culture for a longer time than colonialism. I believe so, because remember when they used to marry back then, the old days, way back. I mean, most of the time they used to marry them young. There was no such thing as age, you know what I mean? So I don't know, it may have played some type of role in the sense that the abuse of women, because you have to remember where I could agree on the colonialism aspect of it is that women were the seers. There were a lot of women who were seers. Remember that women have very strong intuition, right? Where Africans embrace such women and use them to predict many things and to know a lot of things, right? The palm colored people came and demonized it. So that's where you had the burning of the so-called witches then, right? Where they used to, just slaughter women unnecessarily because they had strong intuition, and some of them had the capacity to see. That's is just something that has been divinely given to women. There's nothing anybody can do about that. But Africans embraced it and used them. We had priestesses, and women at that time were powerful. Women had a say. They even used to have parables surrounding women at that time. So that tells me that at some point, remember, women were soldiers. They used to fight for kingdoms too. Pre palm colored people, they used to fight in the army. There used to be an all women fighting for kings, you know. But it all changed and got worse because of the introduction of, palm colored people into the mix. I see a lot of videos going making the rounds, and people are saying, oh, we're not gonna. Some people are mourning the palm colored queen and all of that. Personally, I don't know why anybody want to do that. If you remember your history and you remember your suffering and your current suffering right now, or the suffering of your people right now, I don't understand why anybody would even want to celebrate that. Hey, that's my opinion, by the way. If someone passes, it's always a sad thing, but the woman has lived long, 96. Are you kidding? That's a full life now. She has been through it all. So I beg. Me, I know the dead will bury the dead. That's as much I would say there. Hey, Jaden's TV, welcome. So I mean, I don't know. I would encourage us women, we need to get involved in the decision making process. Don't be caught off guard. Don't be intimidated. Do not. There are women who've done it, even though they're few, but we need more women because women are a powerhouse. Really, women get it done. We don't realize our power as women, but I'm telling you today, in case you don't know, you have power. You have power within you. You know, you have power within you. Where you see right, where you see wrong, you can right it. And if you see laws that are just lopsided going, there's only so much one person can do. The woman that is in charge of women's affairs in Nigeria, there's only so much she can do. Everybody, when there are issues, everybody tend to want to call her. How many she want to attend to? Only one person. How many? Only how? How many? How many states are there in Nigeria? And how many women ministers are there in each state that are in charge of these types of things? They're not many now. They're not even themselves. They're almost non-existent. Yeah, exactly. Obiajulu, women are movers. Women are movers. Exactly. They're still the backbone. Yeah, and I'm sure that everyone comes from a home at some time. Maybe your dad was making all the money or whatever, and sometimes things happen and your mom starts to make all. You see how your mom can multitask and literally take on the household like saying a piece of cake. That's the power of a woman right there. You might not be as physically strong as the man, but you have the capacity to move things around, to make things happen. Look at what this lady that passed away. What's her name? I forget her name now. Oh my God. Okonjo-Iweala is the one in World Bank, the one that dealt with NAFDAC, that came up with NAFDAC. that has saved millions of lives now because of fake medication that had made sure that all those things do not affect us as a people in Nigeria anymore. That woman was a force to be reckoned with. She literally made her impact in that country, whether you like her or not. That woman was a powerhouse. That not one woman. No. Imagine if you have many women in those types of positions, it's scattered all over the place. Imagine what can happen. It happens in North, and also in America. Sis Debs, I don't know what happens in the North and also America. What happened? Can you clarify? I think I may have missed a loop there. Exactly. Hence is the men that, yeah, they don't, right? So we need to encourage women to be a part of the decision-making process so we can protect the children. Children are suffering. Women are suffering, man. There's so many ugly stories coming out that it just breaks my heart every time. And we can do something about it. It's not as if we're without help. We can do something about it. Dora Akinyuli, thank you, Akinyuli or Akinlui or something. Dora, exactly. Thank you very much, Obiajulu. Thank you, 5Gs. That woman played you know how difficult it was for her during that time? You guys don't know the kind of backlash that woman got. You know how many women won't tear that woman down for what she did do? You know how people were fighting her because some of them were fighting, some of them were the ones responsible for selling fake drugs in Nigeria. You don't even know what that woman came against. You don't want to know. That woman fought. The nerve that when they see today now because of that woman. We can't take that away from her. She dodged bull. Thank you very much, Obiajulu. Thank you. She dodged jam. But I don't want to know what that woman go through. She went through a whole lot. A whole lot. Eh? That na one woman. Imagine with the kind change. Is it the woman that during COVID-19 she gave up her life literally? What will be the name of that doctor? That female doctor when he prevents COVID-19 from entering Nigeria, when he died, when he delete in the process. If you remember her name, I bet me drop her for there. Because I want to highlight these women just to prove a point to all of us here. So you get role to play, not be to sit down calmly, fold hand. Enjoyment good, but there's work to be done. Because if you don't do anything, you not go change. You not go change. That woman prevent. You know it's for happen if to say COVID get chance enter Nigeria spread. Hey, oh my God! On top of the suffering, we now know waiting for happen. Now mass upon mass barriers. Now they for the get. For government, when no care about people, one human being by herself stop, make sure say the thing no enter her country. It makes sure say the thing no enter the country. That's not one woman, no. That's the power of a woman. We dey underrate ourselves as women many times. We go dey look say, oh, I beg you, we can't. No, we need to start thinking seriously. You know, whatever you are doing, make sure say you go look am where I'm so okay. How I want to take effect changing with this thing when I will do so. Because believe me or not, what your impact in the world is very important and it matters. No, Debs, I beg. Who they look typo? Yeah. No need though, my sister. Excuse, you are excused fully. You're right. The palm colored men came and changed the rules. Our men give us the protection. Yes, our men did, because our men recognized our divine power back in the day before the colonialists came. Because I do know in a lot of our traditions, they honor women. Because they knew that they would say, there's a saying, I can't remember how the parable goes now in Africa, that when a woman says something, believe her. You might not take it, or you might not take it 100%, because sometimes women are emotional, but believe her, because women they can see ahead of you. Now, just waiting God bless women with me, that is a divine power. When you know, you know. But when palm colored people come, say, these people, they respect women. Oh. These people know they cheat on their husbands. They know they cheat with other men. They know, so we had good laws, the laws of the divine that we already were ruling ourselves by. That's why our lives were simpler back then. Nobody was striving for wealth. Nobody was striving to take all the resources of the whole country and make it theirs. Now the palm colored people can introduce them. Because when I remember, one person fit go get all the money, when he come, he go share them amongst the people. When I remember, I remember that, where somebody is very wealthy, they go come single-handedly, he go spread the money across, he go build a house for him people, he go he go bring water, he go do certain things for him people. We never, we na socialism type of thing that we dey practice as Africans. For lack of better word, now make me they use socialism. Oh. I don't know. I'm sure they had a way of community based. It was communal. It was community based. Nobody looked high. Nobody looked down on anybody. But when you get, you give. That's what we be they do one before. Exactly. Thank you. Even here, shebi they see they do one where the men go marry children. They go they impregnate children, and they do them now. They need to, yes, Celine, need to push themselves hard to the positions they want. Exactly. You need to push yourself in there. If you have the opportunity, go in there, make things happen. And while you're there, bring other women on board. Bring other women on board. See this queen bee mentality when women they get it, they tire me. When they're in position, they will come there, they will come sit down like this thing. They will push, they will throw away the ladder when they take climb up. That thing is very, very common amongst African people. Nigerians, let me speak for Nigeria. May I not go talk for Africa. Maybe people not come rush me for here. Nah, Nigeria, I know. It's a terrible thing. We must learn how to work together as women. We might not like each other. I don't have to like you for us to achieve the goal. You don't have to like me for us to achieve the goal. Can we achieve the goal? That's the question. We will not be friends forever again, but can we achieve a goal together? This is so, it beats me sometimes. I go to wonder that, Eddie just talked something now. Communal spirit. It was among us. Waiting happen. Wetin happen? The greed. Get the bag. At what? At the detriment of what? Is it by stepping on other people's heads? You want to get the bag? You get the bag finish, you step on other people's head. Guess what? That money no go last. Now bad name you go take and collect. Get the bag, everything, get the bag. Hey, BB, welcome, oh, my darling sister. I touched on your matter earlier. I watched your video, the video when you tell me, oh, you must watch. I had to. So I watched it all. I watched the first part. I watched the second one where they invited him back. And then I can't go watch the one. Apparently, he reached out to Lola and Ola, and he did a video, and he talked the entire video. I was like, man, they talk like this. I watched that. I watched the one when his wife can't talk later too. I watched when the wife came on live while he was on live. I watched the one that the wife came and the wife's dad came. My goodness. Woo! I was like, wow, no wonder. Yes, women should support women. I completely agree. We don't have to, let's just get this straight. We don't have to like each other as women. You see this idea of I have to like you. No, we don't have to. You might not like me. Not everybody's going to like me. And I'm not going to like everybody. But can we achieve the goal? That's the cocoa. That's the question. If we have a goal, if our goal is we want to ensure that children are provided for from nursery, from when they're born to when they're this, make sure that women are cared for. We have that goal. Can we both sit down and achieve the goal? We don't have to greet each other. You don't have to tell me good morning, good. You don't have to acknowledge me. But can we achieve the goal? That's the question. Exactly, Sister Debs. Exactly. She suffered, though. She suffered. Exactly. I'm telling you, they eventually did. They did. I believe that they did something to her. I don't think it was ordinary. That woman was a fighter. But there were too many people against her. That's the problem. If only there were more women around her, I'm telling you, that woman would have thrived. This is what I'm talking about as women. Are we ready to have this conversation? When we say you go don't reach top finish, you go through away ladder, you know, make another person enter. Now problem, oh, people who be women who behave like that is from trauma, it's from somewhere. Figure it out, make peace with it, and recognize that nobody is your enemy but yourself. Now you be your own enemy. Now you be your own enemy. You know. Hey, for life, Esther, welcome. Oh, you're coming from Obodo Ibo. Oh, welcome, welcome. I'm well, oh, today. I'm well. Thank you very much. I hope you are too. Thanks for asking. You know, hey, Mrs. Sifai, welcome. Oh, hey, yeah, no wahala. Replay day now. Replay day. Oh. The topic, man, I don't talk. So make I just give a summary. Now, if you go do the replay for details. So I touched on BBMJ and I think Obiajulu K. Obiajulu K, they came on and they're like, I need to go and watch a video on Sister B's channel where some brother called in and he happened to be a bishop, and then they gave me the lowdown. So I had to go and watch it. And then I watched it, and I watched the second time he came on and they exposed him. And then I watched the interview he did with the audio between him and Lola and Ola and Lola and himself. And then the one where the wife came on and the dad. So I kind of watched it. So I was giving my take on it at the beginning. Like, what I think about that is I see a man that has a huge problem. The man has there's a major crisis going on with him. And unfortunately, he doesn't have the right guidance. And the title, they have given him a title to even make it worse. So he feels more important than he thinks he is. He's going along like that. So that title is wrapped in so many errors. But the underlying thing is that the man, there's something mentally wrong with that man. He talks way too much. And I'm not saying that men don't talk, men talk, but at that level, there's a problem. Because when I listened to his audio with Lola and Ola, he was talking non-stop. I mean, the guy did not break for anything. There was no comma, there was no full stop. He just kept going. And as he was going, he was just pulling down this woman, pulling her down, saying all the most ugly things about her. That tells me that there's something majorly wrong with him mentally. I don't know how that girl even she escaped something. No, that girl should be kneeling down and thanking her God. But the man needs help only if he knows that he needs help. But he does need major help. No wahala, oh, Bibi, no wahala at all. Yeah, and then I started talking about after that I talked about women in power in Nigeria, that there are no women. I saw a video where they were having a neck meeting. I think PDP people were having neck meeting, and I did not see one woman. One woman I did not see. They were all men, old men, trooping in, not one woman, and it bothered me. I was like, wow, no wonder our laws are so lopsided. No wonder. No wonder. So I was like encouraging women, that we need to start doing more. If you find yourself in that, you should fight by all means to get into the room and bring other women with you. Don't get there and throw away the ladder. Bring other women, you know. Hey, BB. And then the other thing I touched on was the man who, the doctor in Nigeria that was accused of, doing something to the little girl, and how it seemed like people are protecting him, his mother's protecting him. So that's kind of what we're talking about. So, and then I continued with women, encouraging women to take up the responsibility of being in these rooms where decisions are made about them, about their children, because the women and children are the ones suffering the most at the hands of these people. That's why a man, a 60, 80-year-old man will say he wants to marry a 12-year-old. It's sickening to me. It's sickening. Where are the women? Where is the outcry? And some of these women, because they've gone through it too, there's this attitude of, well, me, I went through it, so I beg, let somebody else suffer. It's a very destructive mindset. The fact that you've been through it should make you stop other people from going through it. So now there we do when we dey talk about, so now the low down with that. But if you won't get the details, you go do replay. Baby, welcome.
My sister, how about this? So good to hear from you. I hope you're doing well and I hope you had a
I'm
wonderful week.
I try. I had a very tiring week. Now Celine make me come on live for more. Now thanks Celine. Now Celine send me message. It's have
Really,
fun now.
thank you. Thank you,
Eh?
thank you, thank you.
Now, so now Celine, oh yes, so yeah, we did here. I watch your video finally.
You watch our our movie one,
Yeah,
two, and three.
yes, yes,
Oh
exactly.
my goodness.
Exactly. I watch
It's
am.
so sad.
The comment section had me rolling on the floor. I laugh. I I can't dey cry at one point. I said, these people are killing me. The comment section, they were going in hard.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
I just like how lively it was. But for me, I think the what I loved most was the fact that at times you talk about so many things and you really you can't put a face on it or you can't place it until you actually get an example, and you're like, this is what it looks like. You actually get a proper representation of it, and I think that's what I got out of it. Because a lot of times some people just think that, oh, these things that we talk about, the problems that happen in relationships and in homes, they are not necessarily true, or that we're painting it too badly, or that it's in the person's head, the victim's head. But that he came out and he was able to bring himself out like that without even
Right.
realizing what he was doing. It just clearly showed that, okay, yes, we are not just making noise and blowing bubbles in the air. It actually happens, and this is what an example of it looks like. That's my take for it. So it
Right.
was.
No, clearly, the man he's a typical example. He's the textbook. He's actually textbook come to life. When people have been talking about it, you saw the man in raw form, like that. Some of these women come and share their experiences and tell you what they're going through, and you're seeing like a life example of what it could look like. That's exactly what it can look like. The man was extremely condescending, had very high value of himself, overrated value of himself, exaggerated, and he thinks in terms of that title means everything to him. That title means, I mean, when he started talking about how he was young and he started preaching and all of that, that man has serious major mental health issues. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, that man needs help. It be like person when don't lose direction for life, you don't lose God for life. He needs somebody when would channel him. And I was glad to be honest with you. I was actually glad that he spoke to Lola and Ola, because Lola and Ola, I think, did a great job of allowing him just air out whatever he had to air. I mean, kudos to that. Kudos to him for doing that, because what he did was he gave you a clear picture of the kind of man that women should actually be very careful about. Personally, I've always known when a man talks too much is a red flag for me. I run. A man that talks, and I'm not against men who talk. There are people who talk and make sense. There are people who talk and you would want to hear them talk, and you talk and don't want them to stop. But in this scenario, this man has some really serious issues within himself. He has not even sorted out his own personal issues. So he's projecting it in a roundabout way on the girl. And that girl, on the other hand, is whole. She's okay. She's all right. I heard her, very balanced human being. I'm like, what was she? What did she? How did she get into the hands of this man, for crying out loud? Such odd combination.
I agree with you. It's a very odd pair, and that's why I keep on saying I'm so glad that she did not, either by mistake or knowingly, she did not get pregnant. Because can you imagine being
Oh
tied
my
down
God.
with a child with such a human being? First and foremost, he never, ever, ever accepted responsibility for anything that happened. It was
Mm-hmm.
always somebody else's fault. And when you said thank you to, thank God for Ola for his interview, for me, that is the closest he will ever come to getting therapy. Because
Yeah.
you need to accept that you're not feeling well for you to go to the
Mm-hmm.
doctor. As
Mm-hmm.
far as he's concerned, he is whole and complete with proper mental faculties. There can be nothing wrong with him. Instead, he is the one that wants to give therapy to people. So you can imagine this kind of a person advising you when he is also sick. I mean, where will the conversation go to? So I am so happy that that lady did not have any kind of entanglements with him. And when she was saying that he should sign the divorce papers, he's been away from you for how many years, honey? You are free to do whatever you want to do because it shows that he doesn't even care. So that was a beautiful show, very wonderful learning point for anybody, to listen to and to appreciate, what people are dealing with.
Right. No, you're right. I mean, clearly, I could see that. I was just shaking my head. The comment section had me in on the floor rolling. First of all, I couldn't get over the comment section. I was like, man, people were going in. And the funny thing, there were a few people that caught it early. When the guy started talking, people immediately detected him. Ola and Ola, there was a lady. Is it Patience? I can't pronounce her last name now. It doesn't come to mind. There was a particular lady. From a few minutes that man started talking, the girl was posting comments. People were attacking her in the comment section. The girl was saying this guy is a fraud. She was making comments. I was wondering why. I was like, did nobody see this? The woman was calling him out already. The woman already called him out. The first video I'm talking about, the man was saying this man is not married. This man does not know what he's talking about. This man is a fake bishop. There's something this woman was calling. It was that woman, Lola and Ola, and then realities around you. Realities around you kept saying it, saying it, saying it, saying the comment section. I was like, wow, people already figured the guy out before the second part. People were already calling him out. Then Temi T too. Those four people I saw, seeing their comment. I was like, wait, too. Hey, then it was that after those comments and then watching the video. And now when I saw the second one, I was like, oh my God. Then when they now exposed him, I started remembering all those comments that were flying in the first video. I was like, these people already figured this man out. It just so happened that he just couldn't, he himself believed in his own believed in his own dream of himself. So he felt too important. So he came on the show again. He didn't know what was planned for him. And even when they showed him the picture, the way he responded, you could tell that this man is not normal. He was laughing. The man stayed on while they were calling him out. I don't see any normal person that would sit like that and allow people to just berate him. Nah, there's something wrong with that man. It's not normal. He was laughing. And he was even saying he wants to take questions. Hey, the man was comfortably saying, no, that's not true. No, I don't know her. He was saying it calmly. There's something wrong with that man. He's not normal. That man can never see anything wrong with himself.
Yeah, see, apart from not even being normal, for me, he's a very dangerous person.
He is, yeah,
That's
of
how I
course.
see him. He's a very calculated and manipulative person, but he's a very dangerous person.
Yeah.
Person will go look himself for mirror, then deny his own self. That kind of person, if you see him for alley for midnight, you don't go run. You see yourself for picture. Now you they look yourself. You say that's not true. It did not happen. I don't know what you're talking about. I do not know who this person is. I don't understand. There was no all manner of denial. All manner of denial. I mean, such a person is scary. I
He's
wouldn't even,
scary.
and to imagine he has a church. He has a church. I think in one of those videos, Atibi brought out a picture of him pastoring a church, and I'm thinking, what are you telling these people? And how? I mean, how? I don't want to insult anybody, but how dumb can the members be that they're sitting down to listen to that?
How you want to talk about people? Not be people they listen to apostle.
Hey, now wow.
People with
Oh my
all
yeah,
the
look
rumors.
I weak because I they asked me, you did you hear you heard him? Okay, so you listened to it. You heard when he was talking about this deception and marriage. You heard what he said,
Yeah.
and I had to quickly jump in and say, oh
When
no,
I think he was making reference to the Bible about how it's a marriage,
that
the people
Adam
are
and
not.
Eve that Adam and Eve knew that there was deception in the marriage. How dare
Yeah,
you?
yeah, he lost me on that one. I was like, oh my God. People
Ah
listen to this person. Yeah.
no.
I saw, and that's why I said my own take personally is that the man is not all right. And yes, to your point, he's a dangerous man because I personally believe a man who talks too much is a problematic person. A man who talks, I'm not saying that there are men who talk and they make sense. You know where they're coming from. There are men that are orators that will talk and you will know their word means something. Not this guy. This guy talks, he's blowing hot air all the time. And to your point, yes, there are people that are that naive. They would listen to anything because they've not done the work on themselves. So anybody they feel that can bamboozle them with a word or two, they will follow. People are that gullible. Not the people they follow apostle. Apostle's thing is all over the place. People are still following her. In fact, he's still holding midnight services. And people are following him. Hmm? And even his child self is now even preaching and praying. People are saying, I mean, it's a crazy world we live in. This is why, knowledge of self is very important. This is why knowledge of self and knowing who you are and knowing God for yourself, there two things that there are things that you cannot do without. You have to. Otherwise, you'll be bamboozled. Otherwise, you'll be in a cult very, very easily. People will just initiate you. You just find yourself in a cult. You'll be doing it. You even know that you're in a cult. There are people, there are churches that are cults, but they call them churches, but they are cults. When you go in and before you know what's happening, that's your life. You just start everything about them becomes your life. These things are happening. So that the man is not just mentally imbalanced, he's also a very dangerous man. Because I pity the innocent person that's going to fall prey again. Celine, welcome. Good to see you, Celine.
Hello,
Lovely
Good
to
to
have you.
good to
beautiful
see
person.
you.
How now? How is our
Brazil is fine, very fine. Hi, Omoye. Hi, Bibi.
brother now? So good to hear from you.
Thank you. Always nice hearing from you guys. Village meeting.
Okay.
Omoye, you had to do this meeting because within the week you put meetings when I'm coming back from work and I'm unable to follow. Now that I'm free, you are tired. I'm like, what is happening? Thank God you came online. So my contribution about the bishop, that man, I was there the first day when he was called out. I was really ashamed. Like I could not stand the disgrace. I did not finish the thing because like how can a man be publicly disgraced like this? I couldn't stand it. Like I had to leave the show quietly. Even to even type was more than me. I was praying that Biko, let this man go out of this thing now so that the disgrace will even get to a particular level. He stayed there, struggling to talk, and I finally left the show. Even the second show, truth be told, I haven't watched it. I cannot bring myself to watch his show of, I don't know, ignorance or, no matter how a man is in our community, they are supposed to be respected. That's how our culture placed it. We respect our men. And whether you're educated or you're not educated, landed or no, there is a particular standard that all of them they have. We expect to see that in them. A man of few words is a man, you don't need to talk too much. That man spoke like he was selling something in the market. Like he spoke like he is coming straight from the village market. He kept talking and talking. I'm like, God, doesn't he have friends? You know that you're a public figure. You have things in your cupboard. You really have debts in your cupboard. Why are you come on shows like that, knowing that out of 1,000 people, somebody can spot you out. They can fish you out. You're there making noise. And the worst part was when they asked him that he was married. He was like, no, auntie. People were like, Bishop, how old are you? He said he was 38. I'm like, this is the worst of it. How can a man with this strong voice be 38 years? So you think you're say baby? It got to a
Sorry,
point I said,
guys, my
Mama.
battery just went out. Oh, my goodness.
So I've been alone here.
I'm so sorry. Thanks for holding the ground for me. I appreciate it, Celine. Oh my God. I don't know. My thing just went out. I was like, what happened?
Yeah.
BB dropped off,
So
huh? Oh my God. I'm so sorry, guys.
let her come back. Let Bibi come back. So my problem with this man was the fact that he talked too much. When a man talks too much, generally for me, it's a bit turn off. I don't care what you're saying. Even if what you're saying makes too much sense, at least have a limit. Summarize it and leave it. Because we respect
Yeah.
men with few words. And the few words should make sense. He did not only talk out of boundaries, he making senseless points, and they're disgracing him and disgracing me that people are not even seeing. I'm just there typing. At one point I was frozen. Then a man that laughs too much, like you laugh molar to molar, you just laugh, open all your mouth in public. It's another turn off. No matter what you have, no matter how you. To me, that's bye. I'm not there. I will not stand. And you see men who just go giving compliments, some unnecessary compliment. Hey, hi, to everybody. No, to me, I don't need to. You don't need to open your mouth or say something. I'm gone. So this man spoke and he talked. I was like, if this man, what took you from the market where you're selling your small pepper or your, do you know the way people bend down, throw away, they speak and select
Yeah.
these clothes? Now, yes, because he has those characteristics of such a person. Then, as a man of God, too, we could not reconcile the two. So I left. Even the second when I saw and it was the same man, I said, I'm not going to put myself through this stress. When he was talking, Temiti, I watched Temiti got out this man. Temiti said, no,
Yes. It
this
was three
man,
people that yes. There were three people I noticed. There was a lady called Patience. They were even dragging that lady in the comment section. She was the first person to point it out. And then Temiti, and then realities around me, and then Lola and Lola.
my God, like I was shaking. I'm like, Oga, leave the show, go, let Alice go and survive the disgrace in public. He stayed there and was laughing and talking. True, this man is not okay because a normal man, when you realize that I've seen you, you go in hiding. He stayed there with his face bold, everything okay, and nothing was wrong with him. I'm like, okay, since I've decided to inherit your disgrace, let me stay with it. And that was it. So this second one, I haven't watched it. And you don't know, that's how they keep figuring people out, catching, and who talks like Man, and as we are talking like that, there's a woman that man is her spec.
Exactly. Thank you. That's my point.
That
There's a
man is
woman that's
mad.
waiting on him, right?
Yes,
Probably loving on him. Yeah.
That one
yes.
is small now, but the man was actually advertising himself.
Yes,
And
yes.
On the
people, and
show.
people were even
I'm
He was
and
available, I'm
people
single.
started asking.
Yes. I mean,
Women were shooting in their shots.
he was already advertising himself. Look, I just think apart from the fact that he needed a bigger platform. And I don't think that's the first time of him coming to Auntie B's show. I think he's been there before.
Possible. Yeah.
I think he's seen the kind of people that are there. I think
Yes.
he has paraded and, watched the going ons, and he needed that platform. He needed that
Yes.
platform, people to
Yes.
see him. And, he thrives on importance and recognition and being seen. So now, whether it is good publicity or bad publicity, he has gotten the
No,
publicity
that's
that
what
he wanted.
it's a bad publicity.
And that is what he was aiming. He wanted the publicity. Because if you notice, the very first time he came on the show, what were his words? I don't want to be interrupted. Please let me make this point. Who does that? It's like me coming to your show and I'm talking and I'm saying, okay, for the time that I'm going to be talking, everybody firm, keep quiet. Don't talk.
What audacity?
You know what he
Look at
said?
the
There was another thing he said that made me like shudder. He said, after he was done, Sister B was like, okay, so we can give other people the opportunity to talk and everything. And then he quickly interjected and said, can I stay in the background? I want to stay in the background, So I found it odd for some weird reason. I don't know why. It kind of hit me off wrong. I was like, why would you stay in the back? This woman is saying leave the studio so that you've gotten all this time to talk and talk and talk. There are other people waiting to give their own thoughts on this. You want to stay in the background. Who are you?
He didn't mind though. He didn't mind. He just wanted to be there so that, and then at every second he kept on jumping in. Any small thing, he had an opinion on everything. He knew every answer. He just kept on, and in my mind I just thought, bye-bye. See, my husband is a very quiet person. Very quiet person. Now maybe the noisemaker, however, the pangolo for the house. And sometimes when you go talk, because I'm used to the person being quiet. When you talk too much, I go just look and say, bro, Safa, which pepper you chop? Where don't make you stop talking? Because I'm not used to it. So for the last show, when the man talk, myself, I just swallow spit on his behalf. He go talk, so I go swallow. So I begin to drink water on his behalf. Say, make I drink water small. He won't call. No. The guy was just a strange character. Strange character.
He was really strange. And he was, another thing was when he came, his stance was nobody should marry from there. He was generalizing. So he was like, nobody is he was against marrying from Nigeria, which I thought was also, I agreed with everybody. Everybody was like, why would you generalize? There are people who find love in Nigeria, and it's true. There are people who travel, find decent people. There are tons of decent people in Nigeria. I know them personally. So when he was saying that, I was like, this guy is not. I mean, why would you say that nobody should go to Nigeria? What are you talking about? There are bad people everywhere. You fall in love, It's just that simple. You can meet someone in Italy and fall in love, and the person treats you like trash. You can meet somebody in Nigeria and they do. You know what I mean?
No, location is not a problem. You can fall in love anywhere.
Anywhere.
That's why anywhere, location is not a problem. The problem is the attitude you get in the relationship. That's the problem. It's the attitude, how you carry yourself, how you behave, what you get out of it. It's not people see fall out of love there in the US, they fall out of love, and there are love relationships that are working in how do they call it, one interior village there, and people are counting and love is going. So the problem is not the location. Like that was weird. That man with that his head, I've never seen something like that. Like up to now, I can't even bring myself to even reason it out. He had so much time. Because to me, I would have just like, go, Oga, let me help you and go.
Sister Girl says some village market people get sense. Now they even get sense fast.
No, they get common sense. When I talk of sense, there is street sense and there is book sense, like knowledge. And then you have your street sense, like common sense.
Yes.
That man doesn't seem to have early. He doesn't have the street sense and he doesn't have the common sense because and then he's a man again. You know, when a woman is doing something, just say, it's a woman.
Yes.
The society expects more from a man, a lot. We expect a lot from a man. Your
That's
character,
true.
the talking part is
It's
the
a
worst.
no for me. That
talking.
He was talking non-stop, and I was like, this man not a get headache. He just kept going on and on and on and on. Hey,
talking.
Man. I'm telling you, it was just too much. Oh, you know what? I wanted to talk. Sister Debs, you posted something that I wanted to talk about. So about this Dora Akinyuli, right? You were saying that one of your uncles was a pharmacist and had the same. Yeah, a lot of people had problems with her when she was trying to fix the fake drug issue in Nigeria at the time. A lot of people were pushing against her, especially all those people that used to hawk Panadol, fake Panadol. They'll go hawk chalk as Panadol. They'll go put akpu inside penicillin. They sell them to people. Then people say they were unaliving a lot of people during that period. So there were people that were behind that were making money from this crap. So when the woman came and was able to successfully install NAFDAC, man, people were against her. So that woman, man, women really need to consider roles in positions where they're making laws. It is very important right now. We can't even sweep it under the carpet anymore. Because when I watched that NEC meeting where PDP people were meeting, all of them men, old men, some of them wheelchair, they're inside wheelchair. There's a problem with that. That is why we're having people in leadership positions saying that they have 20 wives, 13. Which money you say they take care of them? How the money won't reach your hand? When woman get only 20 wives, get how many children? How the money won't reach your hand? Yes. One senator, he was bragging about it. It was like, oh, he has so many wives, he has this number of children. He was boasting. There's a video on it. He was boasting about it. So if the money is coming and they're collecting milli, they will collect more than they are due. And they keep marrying on top of these wives that they have. No, women need to make themselves available for positions in those places. Because now then they suffer past. Now the children and the women and they suffer past. Now they not get right. When I read some of the constitution, I still they read the Nigerian constitution. I read some of it.
Why you talk like this? No, make me follow you quarrel. How you go talk like say the women we need more. The ones where they the place now, waiting them fit do. Now for the
how many of them they?
Now for the eye, then sit down, then they pass bill. Say if they okay.
How many of the women, Sister Bibi? How many women they?
Omoye, even if now one, if he gets sense, you don't have to be there to make any difference. You talk to your husband for house. If your husband has a conscience and he listens to you, you don't have to be outside to be making noise.
I'm glad that you said that. How many of the men get sense? How many of them they listen to their wives? Are they wait to?
Okay,
now, Nigeria will be talk about too.
I agree. So if they don't listen to their wives in the house, and they don't treat them as anything, Shena for public then go can't regard them as anything. They are just there to fill up the
There's a difference. If you marry a woman when the woman don't get enough sense to correct her husband, but you get colleague for office when you know say monthly periods, sometimes they fit function well. There are certain things that affect women. There are certain things when it comes to childbirth, the woman not marry you, so you not get any authority to you. So you go fit talk in mind and express himself without any type of sentiments towards you. How
I
many
agree.
women do we have in all these political parties that have wives? How many of their women they control, they tell them, they influence them correctly? Most of them are more worried in securing their positions as wives and preventing their husbands from marrying multiple women or having outside girlfriends than they are about your interests. That's
But
what
you
they're
see,
busy doing.
okay, I agree with you totally. But my point is, at the end of the day, if that man that is your colleague cannot regard somebody of your gender that is in his house, either as a mother or as a daughter or as a wife or as a sister, is it you that he does not know, even if you speak your mind, that he will be able to regard as anything?
That's not you. That's not your problem. Because guess what? If he does not regard his wife, he doesn't regard his children, that's him. But if I'm working in the same office with you, whether you have disrespect for your wife or your children, that is not my problem. I will implement the things that I need to implement for my gender. Whether you have sentiments about it's irrelevant. That's a different scenario. If he doesn't, that's his personal business now. It be like now they work for the same place. I don't work for Nigeria before, where most men did. That don't mean I not go talk with it in my mind. You fit get my type for house ahead, so we are colleagues. Yeah. Do you understand? Wetin make you feel say when man go market sometimes, women go give them woto anyhow. Even though the man they say, oh, I have your mate at home. The man go say, not be me you get for house. You fit get my mate, but not be me. We are not the same. That's what I'm talking about. Because you have to understand, you come from Nigeria now. You know what I talk about. Most of these women, how many of them they listen to their wives? Why is the country in the mess that it is in? Are they not married to women? Is it not women they are married to? How many of them listen to their women? How many of them? Most of them are busy having mistresses in different parts of the world and the country. That's what they spend their time doing. They have of them even barely spend time with their wives at home or even take them out. This is why I'm calling on all Nigerian women. You have to make yourself available for those roles. And it's not just up to one person. How much work one person want to do? There's a minister for women's affairs in Nigeria. She's a woman. How many cases she wants solve? How many? It's overwhelming. Only her. She not go fit do everything. If women dey positions when they fit make laws, they pull other women too when get the capacity to do the same. The problem go even dey reduce small. They go and they will now be forced to respect women as colleagues. But we don't have that. That's why we are where we are. We not fit also because these men know they respect their wives or their children from home, right? We just fold our hand. No. We have to push ourselves in there one way or the other. For those people that have the interest and the mind, why not? The countries where they live in, most of the women, they politics. They influence politics positively and some negatively. You know?
I agree with you. I agree with you what you say. It makes a lot of sense. But I just feel that if the men don't regard women that they see as their colleagues and give them their due, it's going to be hard for the women to say anything that will make sense to the men, and then the men will take it seriously. I mean,
they will not have a
example.
choice.
Women have more power.
Sorry.
Women have more. I'm saying that women have more power than they even think that they have.
I agree
They just
with you,
need to
Celine.
take
They do,
the
but that is when they stand
decision.
together. That's when they
Yes,
stand
we need to
together.
support. That's what I'm struggling to say. We need to be each other's keeper. Like we need to support ourselves. Like genuinely, we rally behind each other. Because if you take a decision as a woman, you don't need a man to validate that decision for it to be a decision. You just need to stand on it, and women rally behind you, and that decision will become law. But the problem is when you have limited support, especially from your own gender, how are you going to implement it? Because if we are waiting on the man, we need the right. Who is going to give you those rights when the men themselves, they need those positions or that position where you're occupying, a man is eyeing it?
Exactly. This is what I'm saying, that we as women, instead of hitting on each other and pulling each other down and being queen bees when we get to a position of of authority, or we have the opportunity to lead in some capacity, pull other women along with you. When you do that, you are more, and then you can now decide this is how we're going to do it. When you have women coming together and supporting it, you will see how these things will start changing. But the problem we have is that you only have maybe like in a room full of men, you only have like one or two women. How you want to shout? How? Even if you want to push it, how many people want to support you? The problem is most Nigerian women, some of them, they act like queen bees. When they reach position, they go throw away the ladder when they take climb up, because they want me to they look them up. Whether now in the sense that poverty mentality, not in the sense that because they've been starved of that, holding that position, when they get there, they want to hold on to it forever. Whether that be the problem, I don't know. But it needs to change. We can't continue to do this, because now they even they suffer and most. Now the children won't be they born and they suffer and the most. So is it not about time to say, you know what, we need to start changing the status quo? Yes, these men, they go marry women. A man that marries a woman at home that he disrespects, does not have regards for, or children that don't, he cannot talk to me anyhow in public. Forget that thing. Now your wife, you go talk that
their
one.
bosses,
Not
they respect
me.
their bosses. Men who work under
Exactly.
women respect their bosses, their
Simple.
female bosses. You really
You
see
know?
full respect. So it depends how you
Yeah,
put it out there. Yeah.
exactly.
And this idea of queen bee is not going away anytime soon. It's
Oh
something
no,
that,
it's not. It's not.
yes,
It's not.
it's
And in
something that
fact,
is in our DNA. If we want to, don't pull. You realize sometimes you're with your friends and life is going. Maybe when you're struggling, you have a lot of them. When you start maybe ascending a particular position in life, all of them, you just, where are those people that were behind you, supporting you, seeing, watching you to go, or you need the support and no one is there? Then you start having backlashes, you start having tongue lashes, and you're asking, but this not the same women that wanted me to grow. This thing is in the DNA. The queen bee mentality is not going anytime soon. It's as old as man, and it's there. I don't know how we are going to do it. I don't know how they're going to
Well,
put
it's
women to
okay.
rally behind women.
We can have the queen bee mentality, but can we have a goal and work towards the goal? Like I said, if you and I, you, me, and Bibi, now we have a sole purpose of say, okay, we want to bring about daycare center for children, right? That will work and provide breakfast and everything for them. Maybe one of us have queen bee mentality. Maybe all of us do. But if we decide that, okay, this is what we want to achieve, can we excuse the queen? We know we are queen bees, but can we focus on ensuring that that program that we want to establish for those children happen? This is what I'm talking about. Even though it's as old as man.
To answer that,
Those things, they work even in organizations. You work with people you
but you
don't like
see,
them, but you work towards you work towards achieving the goals of that company. But you're working with people you really don't like. But you people work together, especially women. You work. It can work,
Exactly.
but yes, it can.
My take on that is that kind of a thing, and I'm glad you use like a daycare center, because you would think that something that involves kids, every woman should be empathetic and drawn to. But you see, the situation with that is we could have that mentality and start it, and it will actually start functioning it. Where the problem will be is maintaining it. And that is what a lot of women find hard to band together to do. You will come, somebody will bring a good cause, or somebody will bring a good suggestion, and everybody dances to it, and the thing actually starts. But the mentality, attitude, the maintaining attitude becomes a problem, because everybody now starts becoming opinionated. Everybody starts feeling, people start feeling, I should be given more roles, or I should be looked at more importantly. So there's nothing wrong in starting. We all start well. The problem is maintaining it and getting it to succeed well, and being humble enough to say, you know what, I don't know it all. You can go ahead. I'll just sit down and watch. It's hard for women. And not be say he hard because we know fit do amo, but he hard because, like Celine said, that queen bee attitude will always be there. A very good example is a guy that decides, can I have my mom to come and stay with us for some time? The woman
Yeah.
never sit down for house reach 2 days. Wahala don't start.
Problems.
You go start, you go say, is this how? So she tells you to wash the dishes, even if the man does not mind. I mean, the wife go say, now wow, now every day I go to cook new soup, give your mama. That problem will be there because we are just wired that way. We are wired that way. There's nothing we can do about it. But we can work against it, as in we can improve it, we can do better. But it takes a lot of humility and it takes a lot of self-evaluation to say, okay, I don't mind this thing working, and I'm ready to take a back seat. How many of our women they agree, say they want to down for back?
I be number one, though. When they talk about women, I like to sit down for back. If I see person when get strength past me, if I see person when do one, when I they recognize, I work for corporation. When they bring a matter comfortable, say okay, this is the issue we have to address. I know my strengths. I know they put head. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand, say Queen Bee mentality. They don't get me wrong. I know that. Now maybe they always hammer on this Queen Bee mentality. It's like saying a man will be a man. That's exactly what we're talking about. Does it mean that we cannot put it in check? Are we now saying that as human beings, we cannot put our excesses or control our excesses to the extent that we're able to achieve the common good? I'm one of those people. I don't mind being in the back seat as long as that thing gets done, because that's the goal. I get it. And Miriam made a very, very good point, right? Out of all the women ministers of the ones with power, only 2 have behaved honorably. The others have stolen just like the men. Example, at the moment you go sit down there. There's the animal carry our money for inside the
Ghana. Go buy eyeglasses. Eyeglasses. Yes. I don't know whether they carry see. They do X-ray for the body.
Pack money, give me house, use money, take a house, get name, a house, get family, take sign for money. That one they London. Exactly. That one we know that one, right? Now to pray for men and women with ethics to get it done. Do you understand? If we get women when they get goal for mind, of course there'll be men in the mix, because there's no way it's only going to be all women. That one we know. In a society like that, there will always be men involved. We just have to get to a point where we are focused on the goal. Just like you work in a company, you do not agree with the people you work with. Heck, you don't even like them. You cannot stand in the same room with them. But if they say, we have something to do, everybody go do the work.
Yeah, it's teamwork then. Everybody has to put hands together and let the work be done. Not because you want to, just because the goals of the company or the objectives of the company needs to be met.
Exactly.
But out of that, but how are we going to get that? Because life now is not a company. The government is not a company.
Yeah, well, because guess what, though? If you're in any type of leadership position, you're serving the people, you're getting paid. The people are paying you. It's for the people to hold those leaders accountable and for the leaders to ensure that the goals are met. It's just that simple. Nobody does works for the government for free. There's nobody that works for the government right now for free. The senators, the representatives, the House of Assembly members, all of them, they're all working for pay. So it's the same scenario. This is what we want to achieve. Okay, your representative from your state. We know the needs. The needs are identical, cut across everywhere. What do we need to do to put these things in place? It's just that for me, I just feel like the government is like a big corporation and you are working for it. You're working for the people. The government is the people's employee. We are the ones that employ them to be there. So we don't care as citizens whether or not they get along or not. What we care about is, do we have money to put food on our table? Do we have the protection that we need? That is what is going to be part of the process. So if a group of women, we know that it's not all going to be women. And just to Marion's point, yes, we need men that have good ethics, women that have good ethics. If we vet them and we put them there and we say, this is what we want to achieve, Even here for America, the way they think they do election, yes, there's Queen Bee going around, but then they accomplish the goals. They don't get two heads now. Some of them go agree. Even this law when they pass now, they say no more abortion for women anymore, right? Now women come together. Women they part of people when they sign that bill, but now still the same women and they fight against them. So we need to know. I mean, we not go fit fold hand and say, okay, well, because it's always been like this, and because we are innately like this, we should just leave it. No, we should find ways to meet at the middle. Everything always has to start from somewhere. We can work for a change. We can work on ourselves and have a different mindset. The way I was 10 years ago is not the way I am today. Heck, the way I
Sure.
was a year ago is not the same as it is today. I'm looking at the bigger picture. I'm not looking at you, Selene, and say, oh, she's a threat to me because she's traveling all over the world. I don't care. I'm not gonna, they share the money with me. You know what I mean? Like, we have a goal. Can we achieve that goal? Chicken, how we want to achieve them? How we want to achieve them with the men, of course, because the men are part of the household. How do we achieve it? That's all I care about. Now that one I won't make we work on that mindset of, okay, as women, we know, yes, we get our problems, yes, we're queen bees, yes, we have all those issues, but what can we do to bring about certain change? Dora Akim, now woman now.
Now woman. I agree with you, Omoye. Look, everything.
Supposing you're let's say the Prime Minister of Nigeria today, right? Let's just assume that you're the Prime Minister of Nigeria today. And what do you think you will need from us to make things different?
First of all, when I become Prime Minister, I must have a team. Supposing, let's say, I be Prime Minister, I must have a team made of women and men equally on both sides, because I know that the problems we're going to face is going to require both people, both genders coming together to address these issues. And I'm going to set a rule standard, right? How people are, how we need to accomplish our purpose or our goals. I don't care whether you get along or not. At the end of the day, because as a Prime Minister, I need to deliver to whoever the Baba or guy is, right? I need results. So you must deliver to me. So whether you get you have problems with each other, that is not my business. I don't care what problems you have. Deliver to me, because I have to deliver to somebody else. It's that simple. If you have that mindset, there's no way. Of course, you're going to get pushback. Of course, you're going to have difficult situations. But how you handle it is very important. So yes, as Prime Minister, I will not say I don't ready. I will not say I ready come and wear clothes to fight and to celebrate at the same time. And when it's time for me to cool down and chill, I ready as I be chill. I can do all three. Because when you're in that position, you have to be tempered in every way. You have to know when to bring out the fire when you need to. You need to be able to take it down a notch when you need to. You need to be able to celebrate at the same time when you need to. Because we're getting older, you should be unlearning certain things, learning new things, improving on yourself, because you don't know where the world is taking you. You don't know where life is going to take you. You have to be tempered, because you're going to deal with a lot of sandpaper people along the way. You will. The people that will rub you off the wrong way, like saying you carry them, hit them against rock. But how do you handle them? How do you say, okay, this person is a pain is like a fish bone in my neck. How do I handle this in such a way that, it's not an all-out war? Those things will come into play as a human being. So that for me, if I were Prime Minister, yeah, that's what I would do. You must get along, bro. I beg. I don't fish out. We must deliver for the people. It's not about you. It's about the people.
Very good. From your response, I get delegation of powers, accountability, decision making, and all those things.
Yeah.
Now, fine. Now, knowing that you're supposed to be accountable, You're supposed to give accountability. There's some government accountability, because we keep hearing, this person took out money from here, this person took out money from here, this person took out, meaning there has not, or accountability is not, we don't really have direct accountability.
Yes.
Second, you have all those good points. Maybe your boss, your immediate, somebody you're reporting to, is a thorn in your flesh. Maybe they don't even want you to delegate powers. Maybe they will not let you do what you want to do. You have a good project, you have a good vision, but to implement the vision is a problem. Sometimes people do have these things, but their immediate bosses, those they report immediately to, is a problem.
If I had that problem, I would step down. You cannot squash my vision. And before I take a position like that, we have to sit down and talk about it. Remember, when a prime minister is going to be employed, he has to be interviewed by the people and by the person you're going to be reporting to directly, right? So when we sit down, that's what I'm going to tell you. This is the vision I have. Do you understand? This is how I think we can solve this problem. I would like the opportunity to be able to do this without any pushback. If it happens, I should not be holding on to power to the point that, oh, it doesn't matter, I go wherever the breeze blows. No, because I have too much principles for that. I will take a step back. I will give you back your position. And position, no, they do me like that. I'm telling you the fact. I like to be at the back. I'm that kind of person. I don't like to come to the front. So if you give me the opportunity to do that, go ahead.
So what happens now to the vision, all those dreams, all those what we have?
I will find other ways to accomplish it. There's not one
but
way
you need
to get.
You need a platform to do that, an easier platform to serve the people.
Right. But if your one platform is shut down, the thing about a vision or a purpose is this. When you have a vision and a purpose, there's not just one way of accomplishing it. If one does not work, there will always be one that works. That's just the fact of life. It might be harder, it might be more challenging, but you get it done. However, to be honest with you, is a fact. At the end of the day, you might not be the one to actually bring about that, realize that vision, as it were. You might just be the one that will set the foundation for it, right? And do everything you can, as much as you can, as much as your strength allows, till somebody else comes, makes it easier for them to step on that foundation you've built, and then they leap forward and actually actualize your vision. For instance, when President Obama was in office, there were a lot of things that were shut down. They did not want him to do anything. They didn't want anything good to come from him, right? He did a lot of stuff through executive order, right? Now, when he wanted to bring about Obamacare, they were shouting Obama. People were saying horrible things about Obamacare. They tried to trash it and all of that, right? He finally got it through. When he got it through, they're now looking, when the next president came, he was trying to pull it down, do a lot of things to it and all of that. But guess what? Because somebody else came in that understood the vision behind that, he made sure that thing stood. So sometimes your vision may not, it might be that you might have this big vision, right? But maybe your own job in it will be clearer as the time goes on, that you're just here to lay the foundation for it. And somebody else, that foundation will give somebody else coming in a platform to stand on and leap. So it will not be as difficult for that person, right? So your vision will be actualized in the end. That is what sometimes as human beings we struggle with. We have a vision and we feel like because we did not accomplish it, that means we have not done it. No, maybe your role was just to put plenty sand first of all, or cement, mix the cement and make the thing strong well. Maybe that's all you had to do for that particular thing, and somebody else will come stand on it because there's a platform you have created now, and that person can now stand on that platform and leap forward. That's how I look at it. That's how I see things. I don't see things as, because I didn't accomplish it, that means no. Because if you not fit, if there's always assignments for people, and this is why I say we all carry solutions to the problem. I may be able to water, my job is just to water the plant, water the seed. There'll be nothing growing yet. I'm just watering, watering, watering. No seed, no plant coming out. Somebody else will come and see the plants grow. Somebody else will come and eat the fruit of it. That's how vision works, at least to my own understanding. So I'm not killing myself over anything. I'm not stressing myself over things I have no control over. No, I will do the best I can, given the power that I have. And if it doesn't work here, it will work somewhere else. I don't need a huge platform. Sometimes people are waiting for huge platform. Maybe that's not where you need to be. Maybe you need to go to the grassroots. Look at, for instance, Wike. When Wike, and I'm using Wike is one of the governors in Nigeria, right? In Rivers State. When Wike, before Wike started, he started from grassroots. This man had effective grassroots politics for the people. He was campaigning door to door with people in Rivers State. The Wike you see today is because people know him directly, and he was able to garner that support. Wike did not just become Wike overnight. Now he's a force to be reckoned with. He's not in any presidential position. He did try, but he lost it, whatever, to the person that's currently running, right? But he did what he could, right? At the end of the day, even though he doesn't end up becoming president or whatever case or whatever vision or purpose he has, he's done so much already that anybody coming behind him would have taken and said, man, this man did this and I buy into what he's trying to do. I understand what he's trying to do. I'm going to take this platform to the next level. My opinion, no. This is how I see life.
I just have a problem when it comes to politics. I don't know. We have been disappointed and disappointed and disappointed that we find it very difficult to trust those things in position, that's in power or in political, because most of them go in there together with a lot of bottlenecks. They go in there, they say what people want to hear, but when they get there, you see nothing. You are moved with their stories, you're moved with their statements, their speeches, and everything. But at the end of the day, you just see that it's the same circle. You see very few people who go in and work, and the few that goes in and work, they don't last. They don't last. Those are the people we really need. It's like the whole system. Like say they always say that one orange or one spoil what spoils the rest of them. How many good ones, how many of those with visions really go through? Now we are talking about looking at the government and looking at my own situation. If I start talking about Cameroon here, or just go off balance. So this particular topic is something I really don't always want touching, because you go too sentimental about it and you just want to start pointing and pointing. When you look at somebody, now this person is going to do the right thing. The moment the person gets there, I don't know if they're limited by powers, they're limited, something just limits them from working, and they start gathering. So I just wish, or I'm just seeing you maybe in one of those positions someday, and I'm like, I used to talk with someone here and things like that. Maybe you do make a difference. Like, it's almost the same circle. We really want a change everywhere. We just want to see change. We just want to see people happy. We just want to see life. As of now, what I validate is kindness. If you're kind, fine, because it's difficult to see kindness. Again, the thing has just gone off. And women in power, there are a lot of them. When it comes to them speaking, you hear the population crying. Speak out as a woman in this position. Say something, say something. Thank God for media that has come, and people are free to express, people are free to say things. But you touch this side, you see a loophole. Touch this side, there's a leakage somewhere. Touch this side, there's a leakage somewhere. When I look at the way you are passionate about this whole thing, I just want to see the end of it. I'll just see you maybe somewhere right off there, like you are going somewhere. The other day I was entering a channel and I saw you. I'm like, oh my, yeah, you carry me and enter places I didn't even know I was going to enter. I saw you there busy, like fighting. That thing is in you. And I've seen a lot of people doing this. They've seen you and they have joined the struggle because of what you are doing. It's good. And it gives us, we reflect at when we are quiet, we start reflecting. But your belief, or what you believe, or what you see might not be just what I see. We have different visions. I just feel like for a woman to grow, you already have that decision, that strong power. You know who you are, you know where you stand, your feet are standing. You are not easily swayed. People like that, fine. But what of somebody who can easily be swayed with some few millions or some threats, and the person just gives up and start gathering? Because they go there and start gathering, making wealth for their families, and they forget that they have the people to face. And the rest of us down there, we are struggling. The struggle continues. So
Right. I hear what you're saying, Celine. And I'm just gonna use the opportunity to say, like you rightly said, the fight is already in me. I can't do anything about it, right? I can't just change who I am, right? Because for me, I see life as what you do, what role you play in it. What is your role? That's how I see life. I don't see life in terms of, yes, we have a horrible situation in our hands, especially in my country, Nigeria, right? And I'm sure in all African countries. But I'm going to stick with Nigeria exactly because that's what I know for now, right? We have a situation, but what is the solution? You are the solution. I am the solution. Now, will there be people that will compromise? Absolutely, there will be. But you have to understand that those people who compromise don't know who they are. They are lost in their own identity. Most of these people they don't have knowledge of self. All they care about is amassing wealth for themselves that is not that somebody else will spend. Okay, so there's no normal person. Anybody who is normal, who understands who they are, who understands where they're coming from, who has in-depth knowledge of certain things, money doesn't mean anything to you, to be honest. But unfortunately, we have a lot of people with poverty mentality in Africa, where they've been carpet beggars and they see a little bit of money and they run and they grab it and they want to. It's a sickness to say you want to take the money that belongs to an entire population and put it inside your pocket. It's not normal. It is a sickness. If somebody does not come out and start to challenge the status quo, it will remain. The reason why we are where we are is because the people are complacent. When you are complacent, you will suffer beyond what you expect. That is the problem with Africa. Most of everybody in Africa will always say you go better, and the worst thing that's happened to Africa is religion. I'm sorry. It is religion, because the religion will tell you, oh, pray, fast, so that the country will be better. You yourself, you are not better. The person that is preaching to you does not even know himself. He does not understand himself. So he is only preaching mouthpiece message to you, just to collect the small money in your hand. But you cannot see that. We are quick to call out the leaders, but it's also us. Because you go to the market now, the market woman that is selling food produce, you say you want to buy a cup of rice, right? You say you want to buy a cup of rice. The person that is selling you a cup of rice will remove half. You won't know the thing, they've cut it into half. So they are not selling you a cup of rice anymore. They are selling you half cup, but you're paying for the price of a cup of rice. Do you understand? It starts from there. There needs to be a transformation of the mind. What we see happening in Nigeria now is a filtering from the EndSARS movement. There are people that are angry and have decided to remember that incident and say we need to change the status quo. That is why you see the movement that is going on. Because a lot of people were involved in that EndSARS movement that was really hoping that things would change. We cannot continue to fold our hands. We can't. Is it overwhelming? Is it a lot of work? Yes. And we have to fight. If you have the strength to fight, you fight. If you talk, you know how to talk, you talk. I'm just doing my own 2 cents. So, they affect my sleep. When I go to sleep, I sleep like baby. I don't send anybody, Papa. Okay, but when I'm on live, or when I want, because I really want to see the change happen, I want to be able to put my own 2 cents, 1 cent, just small thing, just to maybe this will effect some change somewhere. I don't know, but I'm just doing it because this is my role. This is what I've chosen to do. God forbid, if anything happens tomorrow, let's say, okay, Peter Obi doesn't mean. And by the way, I'm not voting for Peter Obi. I'm voting for a movement. He just embodies the movement. If Peter Obi was from the north, I would do the same thing. If he was a Yoruba man, I would do the same thing. If he was from Edo, I would do the same thing. But because I see there's a movement that is occurring, I will put my own 2 cents there. If it happens that okay, or maybe okay, it's not Peter Obi, I'm not going to lose sleep. Why? I have done my part. I have put my voice. I have joined in the movement. It didn't pan out. Hey, now the divine creator can't know why. Because everybody do waiting they're supposed to do. This is where I come from. This is my take. Because if we want to talk about disappointment, I've not enjoyed one thing in Nigeria. As a citizen of Nigeria, there's nothing Nigeria has done for me. Nothing. Not one good thing.
Oh my, I disagree. It has given us Guguru and Ekpa. What are you saying? We are enjoying Guguru and Ekpa.
So does it mean that?
And then you soak with Gary to drink. How can you say that Nigeria? Take your time. We have plenty Guguru and Ekpa.
Not verse. You give us Guna true and not bonus.
So does it mean that we are going to start? So since the EndSARS movement was really a revolution, I think, does it mean that people are going to organize a master class for people to know self? Because if people don't know who they really are, it's going to continue like this. Like we just talk, and we go back. We just keep pouring new wine on old glasses. So are they going to start by changing the mindset of everyone, or they organize a master class for the entire population, African population, Nigerian population, Cameroonian population, everybody, so that we should change mindset before we go into politics? Or like I really want, like now we are looking at the way forward, because you, Omoye, 1 out of 1,000 or 1 out of 100, you have found yourself and you know your ground. You know what of the 99? How are we going to find ourselves? How are we going to join you in this struggle and see with you? Like
that's why we're having this conversation.
Let me answer her.
Sure.
The easy way is when you make enough Guguru and Ekpa and you put it in the outside and you call everybody.
As a matter of fact, I'm having bitter leaf soup. I'm having bitter leaf soup and pounded yam next week.
You see, when you cook Guguru and Ekpa, you put it in the marketplace and call everybody to come and enter. Hey, that is how you solve the problem.
And they change it because they have the hunger mindset. There is a hunger mentality. People go in for their stomachs. People go in for you know, when you grow from struggle and you finally meet wealth, you approach it differently. When you grow in wealth, you approach it differently. When you have never, and you just end up, you are still in that situation. I don't know how to call that situation now. You approach it differently. When you are being controlled by hunger, you approach it differently. First and foremost, what makes politics is the presence of women. That's why when you see this politician go out, come to a particular point, they're looking for market women to vote, they're looking for market women to rally them, they're looking for this, because they know that they have a hand. Without them, it will not be loud. Without them, they'll not really have a say. They need them. They have a say. My problem is our mentalities are very different.
Exactly. So now that's it right there. You just hit the nail on the head, the mentality. So that is why we need to have, this is why we're having all these conversations, to change the mindset of people. The way we think is very important. If we do not identify with who we are on the inside, unfortunately, nobody can do that for you except yourself. Unfortunately, by doing your own research, if there's anything that I can share it, and if anybody wants to go and look it up, they can look it up. It's by listening to stuff like this, because the truth is we are the only ones that can solve our problems. Nobody else can, unfortunately. If it was possible, do you think that people would not have solved it? People would have solved it, at least.
There are a lot of people who go in there with a lot of visions, but they still come out with it.
Sorry, say that again.
I said there are a lot of them. Most of these people who come out without accountability, the problem is people need to be accountable. Let me give you a short story. Because I equally teach too, and there is a rule, like the students, you don't shout at them, they can get away with anything. Like It's easier to get away with murder than for those students to get away with anything. Sorry for using those words. So I have a principle. If I I punish you, like if you do something wrong, you know that there are consequences for your action. That's what I want to say. All of them, they know. Maybe you might miss a game activity, you miss something. If you don't behave yourself, you're going to miss that. Parents don't like you. Don't do this. Don't do this. If a child wants to scream, let him scream, let her scream. You don't correct them. You don't. In short, you are just supposed to be at their beck or when they call. But I came in with my own system that I think is good, because you need the attention to give what you came into class to give them. Now, when immediately these kids knew that they have consequences for their actions, trust me, it was a big game changer. They all behaved themselves, and they're asking, how are you doing it? How are you doing it? How? I come from a place where they flock, but here you don't flock. In short, when a child annoys you, you're supposed to smile. You don't even have the right to frown. You can imagine if I was back home, the whip that will take you, they will whip you and even whip your mother. But here you don't, you just have to be smiling and your pain inside. But when I came in with consequences for actions, maybe you miss game, you miss one fun activity, those children, they took shape and everything is in order. Now, when we lack accountability in everything, because back this politics, I'm not seeing where they're accountable for. Everybody just does anything and they go, we just hear the government. First, the whole thing is not organized. The system is in its own form. Decentralization is already, they cannot decentralize. Well, even if they put the thing in decentralization, they still report against the big man there, and the whole thing comes back again in shambles. It's so mixed up. I don't believe in politics, or not lie to you. If it works and favors me, fine. If it doesn't work and favors me, it's okay. Because I'm not going to kill myself for this thing from here. I swear I've seen it. Even where I've supported. Now the only thing I can do is pray for good governance. Let people know the suffering should end. The hunger is too much. We work a lot of food, but the amount of people suffering in Africa and the farm work, we know. I don't know what is happening. Like, I'm ending here, Omoye. I just want to see you up there. That's what I want to do now.
My sister Celine, you know,
so that one day you invite me.
Celine, before you leave, I understand. I hear what you're saying, and I totally feel you. Let me tell you something, right? Like I said before, we all came with solutions to the world. It's not for you to delete yourself in the process of trying to help. You only help as much as you can. Now, for me, I'm not doing this trying to get on top of it at all. Far from it. I don't even want to be.
But you need to go there, because with these ideas, you don't need to be down. You need to carry it up.
Wait, make I land now. Now just the rush.
Land.
More not be like this. Okay. For me, I believe in divine orchestration. If that's so, if they align, say, okay, this position now I won't make you do. Why not? Because I will not say they equipped with what I need to do to run the work. I will never hold a position where I cannot accomplish a purpose. That one a fact. Because I'm a very honest, and I like truth. Okay, so I'm not enter something when full of false. If they give me work to do, I be the kind of person who say I go do until the T. So if they come with mago, it not feel work for me, not feel work for my conscience. So I go rather bow out than be mixed up with any type of corruption. It's not just my nature. And then I wanted to address one thing that you said again about, some of these people don't have money. They grew up poverty mentality and all that. There's poverty is a mindset, right? It depends on how you see. For instance, a lot of people who grew up in homes there was no money, right? They didn't have money, they didn't have good clothes, but they are some of the greatest people today alive. So it depends on the mindset of the person. Even if you're living in a place where you don't have so much, but your mindset is a mindset of abundance, You will not see wherever you are as limited. You will go out of it and become the best version of yourself. That's what affects some of these people. I know that African politics can be very draining. I agree. I believe me. But the truth is, the solution again is up to us. It's not up to anybody. Because the work when we do today now, the cry when we cry today, do we want our children or people coming after to come and be crying the same cry? I'm not saying you should get active in politics or whatever. I'm not a politician myself. I'm not into politics. I've never supported anyone in my entire life before. This is the first time ever since I discovered Peter Obi that gingered my interest. Nobody else prior ever did that for me. Why do I believe in his movement? The man has bared himself out. This is what I want to do. Give me the opportunity. Nobody is not giving anybody money to do anything for him. All he does is play all the cards that he has on the table for everyone to see. That is what we need in politics. In order for us to change anything at all, we need to have the right person up there. This is where my interest comes in. So, Celine, thank you very much for. Go ahead.
Let me say this before I go. I feel like politics or good governance, politics and government. Sorry, is it politics and government? Corruption and this politics, they go together. These are people of the same household. Like
that's because it's what we have seen. That's because of what we are used to as a people. We've been used to, let's tell each other the truth. We've been used to people that have sapped the life out of us as a people, sapped the life out of the soil that we were born into. You and I have not seen any good. We've not enjoyed any benefit from where we came from. That's just a fact. But are we going to now fold our hands now because that has never happened and just say, okay, now I'm not saying get involved in politics. I'm not getting involved in politics at all. I'm just doing this because I feel like this is a little I can do. This is a small solution I can bring. Whatever, if it is my voice I can add to encourage people, to get people involved, to make them understand that, look, what do you want? Do you want the good? Do you want the good or do you want the bad to continue? Because if good is going to continue, it's up to you and I. If the bad is going to continue, it's still up to you and I. So you have to choose which one. You understand what I'm saying? So for me, everybody gets within the brain come. Maybe your own are just to pray. People get roles. Maybe your own is to pray. Another person's role is to get involved. Another person's role is to talk. Another one is to sweep the floor. Everybody gets role. So maybe not the one person know now go do. Do you understand? So that's where I'm coming from. Celine, my sister, my lovely sister, you brought me on this life. I must thank you specially, give you your flowers for being such a darling sister.
Please, don't give any flowers. Where should they go? Which flowers should they give her? Where is she going to? Excuse me. What is that? You're giving her flowers. I'm going to where? I beg. Don't let me do my own new movement on your head now.
Bibi, if you do movement, trust me, I'm holding flag. In short, carry flag for him.
Oh my God. I love you, Celine. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Thank you, my
sister.
What time is it in Brazil now?
7:14 p.m.
My goodness, on a Saturday evening, where are you going to on this? Oh yeah, tell us.
I just came back. Soft life everywhere.
Thank you, Celine. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Have a good
I'm here under the comment section. I'm here with you guys.
Weekend, my sis. Have a good
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Mr.
guys.
Andrew, I see you. Welcome. Hello, Mr. Andrew, can you hear us?
Did somebody
No,
join?
It's not a female-only broadcast, so it's not at all. You can definitely put your 2 cents in.
Oh, someone just left. I thought he joined.
Yeah. It's not a female-only broadcast. We're just talking. So usually have village meetings every most Saturdays.
Yeah, my apologies, please.
No worries. No worries.
It's only female women empowerment. That is it.
I can excuse myself if that's the case.
No, not at all, Mr. Andrew. So usually we do village meetings on Saturdays and we just address all types of issues. So today
Okay.
we're just talking about, I was encouraging that, women should become involved in the lawmaking processes because I saw the NEC meeting that PDP was having and a video of it, and it was just only men, old men, some of them in wheelchair, and it kind of bothered me a little bit. I was like, where are the women? We need to have some women in these places so that they can also speak on the issues concerning women and children. And that was it. That's what we're talking about, and that's what took us into this conversation about politics and all of that.
And
So
tell me now,
welcome.
wow, you didn't even ask him for cola nuts. You just accepted him like that. What is wrong with you now? You should be
Cola-
bringing cola
ask her
nuts
for
with palm wine.
ask her for cola. Okay, yeah.
Eh?
So usually
Oga
people they bring
Oga, please, you have to bring cola nuts and bring palm wine with garden egg and alligator pepper.
Whose bride price are we paying? Or whose
It's not bride
introduction are we
price,
Not
doing?
the bride
it's
price.
village
This
meeting.
is the
Okay,
seed
village
contact
meeting.
Now village
Okay.
meeting now. You don't see your village meeting. They say that person no bring cola nuts.
But the village meeting have started before I joined. So the only thing I can do is first of all to apologize. I saw it at 9 o'clock and it escaped
Oh.
my mind.
Oh,
I was
Oga Paul, no, they do this kind. This now. Good afternoon, wayo. It's like doesn't work like that.
She's
okay.
just
So
messing with you, Mr.
I
Andrew.
I understand.
Welcome, welcome.
Yeah, women getting involved in politics, not just politics in Nigeria, in other sector as well too. It's a bit challenging, challenging thing because of our mentality, and it's a male dominated situation back there. But I think it's left for individuals to pick up the challenge and to go for it. Also, for those that are married, they need the support of their husband so that it does not affect their. That's those that are interested in marriage. I mean, in politics, so that it doesn't affect their marriage. But my issue with that is that the women must have to learn to balance it up. It's usually a problem for some of them to balance it up, to balance the home and politics or any other sector they are involved in. And when this issue comes up, it often affects their relationship because they don't know how to go about it.
Oh, she's still working.
Bibi, your mic is on. No, we can hear you.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, you're forgiven. So it's listen, this I think sorry, my sister, apology again. I didn't come on the platform earlier because I have to attend to other matters. But I think
no worries at all. So to your point, Mr. Andrew, I mean, why do you think that the women have a problem balancing? Why do you think that? Why do you say that?
Listen, it's a good question you're asking me. Like I said, this is a live show, so I have to be careful in what I said so that it's not taken out of context.
Yes, so because as I did so, Oga Paul, I the tie rapper. I am tying my rapper already. Hey.
Okay, why? Okay, listen. Let's be realistic here. Okay, it's how do I like it? Listen, put yourself, Bibi. You put yourself. I'm going to put you on the spot. With your permission, can I put you on the spot, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
I also have to have permission to plead the fifth.
No, we are not in the court of law, so you can't plead the fifth here, please. You cannot plead the fifth. We are not in the court of law. Now, look at it this way: you're married, okay? You have your dreams and ambition. Absolutely nothing wrong with it, okay? you felt you have something in you to contribute to your society. Let's just focus on politics, because even though it affects other aspects, it can be applicable to apply to other aspect of it. You focus on politics. Now, don't forget that first year wife. Now, you may have been into politics before you met your man and before you marry. Now, the question will now be was this matter actually discussed between the both of you? What's the stake? Now, I know a greater understanding is expected from the man. But what happens when you come across a man that does not express that understanding? What do you do? Which do you give up? Do you give up your political career, or you give up your marriage or your relationship? Because you come across men that are not understanding, that they will say, listen, no, you can't do politics, you can't do this, you can't do that. How do you approach that matter? That is where some women got caught in the middle. Don't forget, politics is a temporal thing, okay? It's a temporal thing, and it can be lonely out there in politics if you don't have anybody to discuss this matter with. I just not just any kind of person, somebody close to you, your spouse in particularly. It will be lonely. You will get the hype of the politics, you will get the applaud of the politics, but when you withdraw back into your own shelter, what happens? So you have to learn to balance this. It's hard to draw a balance on it. Very hard. But I would say that it's you have to consider your home first, then you will now have to know what to do. If not, you'll be putting the cart before the horse. And when you put the cart before the horse, it becomes a problem. You're not going to achieve the purpose. I don't know if I'm making sense. I really don't know.
No, you made a lot of sense. You made a lot of sense, because what you're saying is, what do you choose? What becomes more important to you? And what I would say to that is, it depends on what you come to agree. It's either you come to a compromise, what is more prioritized to you, what is more important to the family. Because for me personally, when you come into the union of being a married person, individuality doesn't exist anymore to some extent, because you can't say I'm only doing it for myself. You have to think of the other person, and that would cut across to every conversation, to every decision, to everything everybody is talking about, because you can't do it by yourself. So it would be something you would all sit down as a family to agree on, based on whatever situation or whatever circumstance you find yourself in. That's my opinion on it.
Baby, let's look at the worst scenario. If he becomes adamant and say, no, I don't want you involved in politics, what do you do?
Well, I went into that union for a reason. And so the politics can take a back seat.
Bibi, take a break. Remember, you're on a live show, and anything you say is on record.
Oh, I agree. I agree.
Okay, so all right, go ahead.
Agree.
Thank you.
So I would say, okay, let's put it on pause. Maybe this is not the time. Maybe we have a stronger agenda to face. We'll put it on pause and we continue. But it will not break anything, because like I said, when we came into that union, a little bit of the individuality was kept aside. It wasn't me.
We can't hear you, Bibi.
I want to stay there for a lifetime.
Okay.
And it took a while to make that decision to stay there permanently. I have to now make.
I think we're losing her. I don't know.
Yeah,
Probably.
I think so too. Yeah. So, I mean, okay, let me see what's happening here. Okay, she's on. Yeah, so to your point, Mr. Andrew, um, as human beings coming together as man or woman, everybody comes in, both parties come in with their dreams and what they expect of life. When you say that, oh, the woman has to make the compromise, the woman has to balance.
No, I
If
didn't. I didn't say the woman must make. I said, what if the man becomes adamant? That's what I
no,
said.
you prior to that, prior to said that it's you prior to saying that you did mention that the woman has to balance, because
Yeah,
politics can
yeah,
be
yeah,
lonely, right?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So my point is this: if let's say it was on the flip side, and the woman, right, is not into politics, doesn't like politics, and says, "Hey, Oga, I don't like this politics that you're trying to get into," would we say the same thing to the man?
No, we will not say the same thing to them. I have to be realistic in this. When it comes to this issue of man and woman, I have to be realistic and not beat about the bush, because we've often beat about this bush and we will not say the same thing to the man. Now, why that is the case, I don't know. Let's cite an example here. Okay, let's look at something. I often say that, listen, uh nature, uh life, everything is not fair on the woman, has not been fair on the woman. I would say that to you as a woman, that the odds are stacked against the woman. And whether we want to believe it or not, that is the fact of life. Now, we now need to see how we can change these things and help the woman. Because I look at Jesus Christ, for example, when he was dealing with the woman that committed adultery. Now, that is Christ himself. Now, the man was not brought. Why? Even though the man was involved, only the woman was brought. But Christ did not condemn the woman. So it is that approach everyone has to follow, not to condemn anyone, regardless of it. Because if you have an ambition, it should not be condemned. We should have to find a way to align that ambition properly, so that that ambition can work for you, work for everyone that is involved in it. It's not a fair system. I have to be honest with you. And I'm not in support of it, but you and I cannot change it. We may talk about it. We can argue from now to the kingdom come. It can't be changed.
But I disagree with you, Mr. Andrew, that it can't be changed. The point that you're making, I understand you completely. And this is part of the whole process. That's why we're having this conversation. We cannot say that it cannot be changed because it's not cast in stones. I give you an example. I grew up in a home, right, with a dad that's very traditional. Okay, he believes that the woman doesn't have to work. He believes that he has to provide for the woman and all of that, right? So most of my life growing up, my mom never had a job, but she had her businesses. But guess what though, my dad would cook. There are times when my mom was very busy, my dad would be the one pounding yam in the kitchen. And there are times that the man was low on money. And guess who he went to? It was my mom. He started to understand that really and honestly, in a home, it depends on how you choose to interpret what it is that any party should do. we as human beings, we are the ones who make it difficult because of the set mindsets, because we've been told by culture. Who created culture? Man created culture. And says,
See, sorry for
oh yeah.
interjecting.
So no, I just want to finish my thoughts here, right?
Go ahead.
So when I hear you say it can't or it's difficult, I'm kind of, I want to push back on that a little, because we all have, some of us are parents on here, we have children, men and women, right? We don't want a situation whereby, for instance, now there are, because of the way a lot of men were brought up back home, some of them don't know how to cook. Now they're being forced to learn how to cook because they see that's a different lifestyle. There are men who just marry women because they feel that they're very good cooks, but the women end up, they end up having miserable lives with these women. So I am saying, there's no anybody who does not bend will break in this life, because life is constantly changing. The way we used to live our lives has evolved. Do we not now evolve and just stop evolving and say, no, this has to be, the way it has always been? I kind of push back on that a little.
All right. You say that you narrow it down to individual. You cited your parents as an example. Correct. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct. Yes.
Can you say the same thing of me?
I don't know you yet, so I can't.
No,
yeah.
we just speaking.
I understand.
Yeah. You can't say the same thing of me. So you narrow it down to individual, and that is why I stated earlier that it is an individual thing. You may be fortunate to meet a man that has that understanding, that will work with you. But what if it is a man that will not work with you? What do you do? That is it. That is what I'm saying. That's why I said, yes, you can speak of your parents because it worked for them. But will you agree with me that there are other people you cannot speak of, that you see that it did not work for them? So it has to do with individuals' understanding and mentality on how we see each other, how we support each other. That is why I said it's not that people cannot bend, it's not that people don't change. People do change, but it becomes nearly impossible because you can only speak for yourself in this matter. In the context of what we are discussing, you can't speak for somebody else in this matter. You can only counsel, you can advise, but you can't impose it on them.
I understand.
In the context, you get what I'm saying. That's
I understand what you're saying. So this is where, as men or women, for instance, you understand what it is that your vision or purpose is. You have to find a man or a woman who understands this about you. If, for instance, let's say, and I'm using this as an example, not saying you are, Mr. Andrew, like, okay, you meet someone who has, a vision or a goal of achieving certain things. If that person meets with you, for instance, and you're having a conversation, that person is going to say, hey, guy, my dude, this is the kind of person I am. This is what I want to do. And this is where I'm going to. Are you okay with it? Because these are conversations that are happening now because of what you just explained earlier. Because there are so many men who are, and this is for lack of better words that I'm using this, very easily intimidated by women who have these huge goals. And sometimes, they can't stand having their women being out there in mingling and interacting with other people. And I dare say this, as someone who's spiritual, the spiritual being, all of us, man and woman, have a purpose in this life. If we sit on each other's purposes because we're refusing to, because we have certain beliefs or certain traditions about things, we are shutting down a solution that could literally maybe have saved an entire generation life. Now, somebody posted a comment now that I think is very important that I mentioned. It says politics is temporary for the individual, but it leaves a lasting legacy on our people, the future children and the unborn So it's not just about, when you marry someone, it's not about them saying, no, I don't want you to do this. But what is because your purpose is bigger than you being married or not married. Everybody came with a solution. Right now, as I speak to you, there's a solution that you carry that the world needs. There's a solution I carry that the world needs. What we should be trying to re-educate ourselves about, which you mentioned earlier and you alluded to, we need to start re-educating ourselves and helping each other understand that it's not competition. Me, I get assignment from Baba God. You said get assignment. What will be your assignment? What will be my assignment? And find ways to balance each other when it comes to that, because if we not do like that, the truth be say, this world, whether we like them or not, it is evolving. There's no way it's going to be as it has always been. And this is where the struggle is for some men and some women.
I get what you're saying. Now, here is you stated that you are spiritual. You're a very spiritual person. Is that correct? Please, I just want to be sure that.
Yeah, I am spiritual.
Okay. All right. We're gonna narrow this down to, we're talking politics, and also it's applicable to other area. Okay. Now I'm gonna take you on your spirituality, and probably if it's okay with you, I'll put it to the test. Is that okay with you?
Say that again. Sorry.
I said I'm gonna take you on your spiritual. You say you are very spiritual. Okay.
I try to be. Yeah.
Okay. You try to be spiritual.
It's who I am. It's who I am. Let's just put it that way.
So let's see how we can look at this spirituality and bring it down to earth and apply it into the context of what we are discussing, which is politics. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
Good. Now, what is your responsibility? Do you understand your responsibility towards God and towards your fellow mankind?
Absolutely.
Would you mind explaining that, please, in your own words?
My responsibility to God is to honor and love Him, right? And give Him all the praise that is due Him. My responsibility to man is to love Him and to, as much as possible, live at peace with Him.
Does this man, in the context of man, not generally now, not man and woman, this man in the context of the male man, does this man also means could be your spouse as well?
Absolutely. Man in the context I use is everyone, man or woman, created by God. Absolutely.
Yeah, I understand that, but I narrow it down to the opposite sex, which is man like me. Does it also involve him, concerns him? That means your responsibility that you just explained also concerns him. Is that correct?
I just said that. I just responded. I said, now, yes, of course, because he's part of a creation. Yeah.
As a spiritual person, I think in 1 Peter or 2 Peter, it highlighted the role of the man and the woman, that if they fail to carry out that role, their prayers will be hindered. Have you come across that in the scripture?
Yes, I have come across that in the scripture. Good. But also, let me just let you know that I'm also very, very suspect of the Bible itself. There are a lot of things that are written in that Bible that I think were taken from somewhere else and put in the Bible. I have to let you know that.
Such as, could you cite one, please? You've taken me to another place now. Could you cite one?
No, I don't want to take you to another place. Let's stick with the topic. I just let you know what my thoughts are about it. But that doesn't disregard what you're saying. But go ahead, I'm listening.
You see, I appreciate your answers that you've given, which is okay. Our responsibility to mankind, okay. Sometimes when we get married, okay, or when we get married, we tend to now exclude or think that responsibility towards God and towards man no longer apply to our spouses, and this this is not just the man or the woman, it's either way, because I may think that responsibility no longer applies to you, and she may think that responsibility no longer applies to her. For example, forgiveness. It didn't say that you have to be my spouse before you forgive me, or I have to be your spouse before you forgive me. So whether I am a spouse or not, it is required that we forgive each other. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Now, why is it then it's so difficult for us to forgive each other in a relationship and it ends up breaking up?
I don't. Okay, we are now on a different topic. What you're talking, what we were addressing was the fact that a man and a woman comes to solutions. We're talking about the issue about a woman, right, getting married and saying, okay, these are my goals, this are whatever, and the man saying, no, I don't want you to do this, and all of that, right? And I flipped it and I said, what if it was the man? What if it was a man that had a solution? What if it's the man that says he wants to do politics and, the same scenario plays out? And you said, oh, of course, that's not, summarizing what you said.
Yeah, it will be difficult for
right, will be difficult. So we're not talking about divorce here. That's not the topic at all. I don't want us to deviate from it.
Okay.
So people, let me just quickly address the question you asked. So I just don't want to just throw it away. Here's my thing and my belief about marriage, being married to someone. When I decide to marry someone, I'm not divorcing the person. I would not go into a marriage and say, oh, by the way, I'm divorcing you. A lot of us as African women no woman wants to leave her home. So the question is, what will make the woman, and I'm not saying that there are no women that are terrible out there. Neither am I saying that there are no men, men are perfect. No, I'm saying this is why it takes two. And we cannot use the yardstick for one family to measure another family. If you choose to marry someone, you should have a communication such that you guys are open with each other. That doesn't mean that the woman is going to disrespect you if you're too open with her, or that the man is going to disrespect you because whatever the reasons are, right? It has to come from a place of, to your point, love for each other, wanting to live in peace with each other. What concerns you concerns the woman. What concerns the woman concerns you. If two people come together and make that effort, unless the woman just has a different reason, say, okay, or the man say, okay, you know what? I don't tire. I don't see one girl when they shine my eye right now. I gotta go. Or the woman finds something else. There's no way that marriage will break up, because the truth is everybody is looking for some type of companionship. If you have that with the person you're with and you're living your life according to your rules, you will live a very long and fruitful life with this partner. On the subject of this divorce you're talking about, forgiving the person will not even be demanded. It will be something that will flow from that relationship, because you both have a communication of understanding between you two. There will be even that doesn't mean that you're not, because tongue and teeth, they quarrel. Even as siblings, you fight. That doesn't mean you won't, but you'll be ready to forgive each other really quickly, because you see this person as your own, and the other person sees you as their own. The problem I see is that a lot of times, men and women, mostly the men, if I might say, I might add that, because from everything that I've experienced and I've seen, right, going on, is mostly that the men are unwilling to bend. They don't want to deviate from the old of my mama and they do everything before. And my mama, they do this one. And my mama, they do that one. So when they marry a woman, they're expecting that same role to be played out. And sometimes some of these men keep secrets from their wives. So now they're the problem. If we can both see each other as human beings first, say, okay, Mr. Andrew is a human being, I'm a human being, and we address each other from that point, your respect will come with ease. The love you have for the woman will come with ease. The forgiveness will come with ease. If that work is not done, it will be mechanical. You'll be butting heads every time. butting heads to a point where you will now say, you know what, I'm tired. This is too much. I can't, you know. So that's what I see on the subject that you just brought about unforgiveness and divorces in marriages.
Thank you. First, I must commend your personal decision of when should that time come when you get married. You decided that you ain't going to end up in divorce, and I pray to God that God helps you and enable you to hold on to that decision, because it's a very good one. Also, for whichever man that comes into your life should work with you. However, on the flip side, it's not the same with everybody. To some people, if it doesn't go the way they want or the way they expected it, they will throw in the towel. I'm not here to judge or to condemn anybody. I would never do that, because each knows what is happening to them. And we must also understand that not everyone is as spiritual as you are as well. So we have to look at it from every angle. But in my experience, both personal and having to read and study, and like you rightly pointed out, that I have to see you as a human being, regardless. That is my first responsibility towards you. I have to see you, take you as what? As human being, before any other thing, before emotions comes into it. And that's the only way I can deal with you. And that is the only way we can have a successful relationship. A lot of we failed. I have failed. I must say that in few relationships I have been with, been in, but at the same time, it won't stop me from saying the truth when I come across it. That listen, we have to learn from past mistakes. Can we? Should we? We should learn from it. It's not as easy as we're saying it. I have to be honest, because if other people comes on this platform and express themselves and tell you what they are going through, we will not be saying the same thing, because we will not have to we'll not be looking for solution on how to deal with the matter. So it's not bread and butter, never has been, never will be. Now, forgiveness is very important. And I say that it's easier for the woman to forgive the man than for the man to forgive the woman. I don't know why. In most cases, the woman easily forgive the man rather than, but the men don't. I've never been in support of the superior man. Yeah, everyone has their role. If we respect that role, acknowledge it, and get to understand that role, it's going to reduce conflict. But there'll always be conflict. There'll always be what? Disagreement over certain things. And sometimes people will draw back into their shell if they find that, listen, I'm not getting anywhere with this person. And now, because it's a live broadcast, there are certain things I cannot say openly, except it comes in a form of questions or via interaction, or somebody bring up an issue of that we can address. But we'll just talk on the surface, that with the hope that people will understand that, listen, we are individuals. We are fellow human beings, regardless of race, tribe, religion, whatever it is. And if we don't learn to work with each other as persons, as individuals first, it will be very difficult to work with each other when we now become spouse. It will be hard. And I keep saying this. It's also in politics. But to summarize what I have been saying is that there are some things that, for example, let me focus on Africa, for example, where the man or the men feels superior than the women. Now, I don't know where that ideology came from, that you are more superior than the woman. There's no such thing. Even the Bible does not support it. Yeah, the Bible recognizes that the man is the head. But for crying out loud, the head rests on something. It rests on the rest of the body. So they all work together. And not until we all come to that point, then we'll be running in circles. I hope people get this message and key into it and understand that uh, it's down to communication. The absence of communication often leads to breakdown in relationship, in anything. Where communication is absent, then it's done and dusted. It's not going to happen. That relationship will never work. That is
Absolutely.
so.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Andrew. I agree completely with you. I have to ask you a question. Do you know about Obodoyibo TV on YouTube?
No, I don't. I'm just hearing it from you for the first time.
Okay, so if I would really recommend that you subscribe to her channel. She does a lot of expose on marriages, on relationships, on issues in marriages where women come tell their life stories. Men also come in, tell their life stories to express, what's going on in their marriage, or the types of experiences they've had in their marriage. You would actually get to see that a lot of what you just said, communication is usually the bane of the problem in most of these relationships. Without communication, right, like you rightly just stated, there's no way we're not going to move forward. It's just what it is. That does not mean that of course, for me, the way I look at life, I always expect the best out of life. But if anything happens midway and things happen that I can't explain, well, that's life. I can't do anything about it, right? At the same time, that doesn't mean it will not stop me from always expecting the best out of life, regardless of whatever scenario plays out, and hold myself accountable where I need to hold myself accountable. As men and women, especially from Nigeria, I need to be very emphatic about that. We need to start to think better and understand and love each other better. Love in a general sense, love in the way that the creator expects us to love each other, because it is very difficult when when one person is coming in and saying or expecting that, oh, I expect you to be this, I expect you to be that. I give you a personal example. I meet a Nigerian man, and I have to be specific, right? Because it's usually the issue that I have had with Nigerian men. They'll come, do you know how to cook? That's the first question. Do you know how to cook? What can you cook? Number one. Number two, um, how many degrees do you have? Me, I can't marry someone who's too educated. I've had these questions. I've had people tell me this, and mostly, sadly, it's Nigerians. Now, should I have put myself on hold because I want to marry and not dream and not do anything and be making maybe $5 an hour? Because that's the mindset some of these men come from sometimes. It makes it difficult, even when you want to work with them, even when you want to explain to them that, listen, you cannot approach somebody like that. Cooking, it should not, is that what you're looking for in marriage? Cook, food. Cooking is not everything. My own papa cook, as traditional as the man was, in a clean house. I still can visualize. I have it in my memory where my papa dey clean floor. He go clean am everywhere, go dey shine. He go pound yam, make breakfast. Papa dey baff us that time when we small. Why am I saying all of this? The way you make your home is the way it is going to be. At the end of the day, with all the noise my dad made, oh, I don't want a woman that works. My mom had businesses, man. Now those businesses at the end of the day, now can sustain the home. Why are we kidding ourselves? A woman will respect you easily if you just love her. That's all. Women don't require much. When you just open door for a woman, do the little things to appease a woman. I guarantee you don't even have to toast her. You even have to waste your time saying, yeah, I want to, you will not have to waste your words. Just do the little things. Be mindful, listen to her and all of that. That woman will give you, she'll be eating from your palm, literally. That is a fact. And communication is key, because if the man is communicating his concerns and the woman is listening and the woman is also communicating, you will see that the relationship will blossom. But a lot of times, our men, unfortunately, I have to say that I appreciate our men. I'm not knocking them, but we need to be calling each other out when things are not going well, because now we be the future of the society.
All right,
If you
sorry, let me interject you there because I'm laughing here. I mean, not because of what you are so particular about Nigerian men.
Because
I
it's
know.
only Nigerian men I know that I can speak of. It's not. Let me correct something. I'm not bashing Nigerian men. Understand? I'm
Okay,
from Nigeria. Where else will I
okay.
talk about? I can't talk about a Cameroonian. I can't talk about a South African. I can only talk about what I know and where I grew up. And we have to hold each other accountable. That's all I'm saying. Now, I'm not saying that the men around the world don't have the same issues. Yes, I've heard and I've seen it happen to people I know. I know that for a fact. But we are addressing our own now. We're not addressing the world as a populace. And I think that when we have these conversations, we need to be open minded enough about it so that we can take what we can from it and do better by each other. This is what me I believe in. This is what I anywhere I go to. For instance, the channel I just recommended to you right now. When you go on there, there have been different videos where women will come and the women on the platform will drag the woman and call her out on her BS and say, no, sis, you're wrong. And the person that runs this channel is a very balanced and fair person. She hears all sides. There are times where she's brought men on the show that came to share their horrible experiences, and women are the ones like dragging them, or the supporting the man and say, now true, the woman when you married, hey, which kind of woman be this? So I think that it's an education for all of us. We all just need to learn and unlearn some things. We can't hold on to a certain thing and say, oh, this has to be this way. No, it no will work like that. And to your point, everybody is different. You might meet somebody who is accepting of everything, who will say, yes, I don't mind. I will give up my dreams and stay at home. There are women like that. There are women who believe in stuff like that. But also, you cannot apply that same whatever same tactic with another woman, because the other woman may say, you know what? I beg, Mbanu, I don't want. I want to have my own. I want to do my own. Nobody feel force anybody. So that's why I'm speaking specifically to Nigerians, not because I say all men don't, other men don't have the same issues. Yes, they do. But now Nigeria, I know. I can't talk about where I don't know. Godfrey, if you want to come in now.
May I
He's just
speak
in the
now?
comment section going off. If you want to come in, come in.
I need a bit of clarification from you. You did highlight, you did stated that the approach, the Nigerian men have some approach the women and ask them if they know how to cook, if they have degree. The aspect of the degrees, is there a case that they want them to accumulate degrees or they don't want them to have any
They
degree
don't
at
want
all?
them to have degrees. They don't want you to be well
Well,
studied. Yeah.
I'm not doubting you because you said it has happened to you, so that is certainly true. But it's the first time I'm hearing it. I have to be honest with you, because I mean, I know in the terms of if she knows how to cook or not. I know that comes up in a when the relationship is already ongoing, not at the very onset of asking if she knows how to cook at the very beginning that they started the relationship. Maybe along when it's been on for a while and maybe she has cooked one or two foods and it didn't go well with him and he may now ask that question. Now I don't I don't support men who don't know how to cook. I have to be honest with you. I think every man should at least should know how to make indomie now. I mean noodles, but some men you'll be surprised some men don't know how to make noodles or indomie. they should be able to make it, not rely totally on the woman. Or like you highlighted your father can cook. So men should go to that point to know how to cook so that they can support where possible. And even they don't know where the tide of life may take them to, that they will be alone. And as such, they will now have to cook for themselves. What if they don't know how to cook? That means you have to be eating outside, or you will be at the mercy of someone. So I often encourage men to cook. Now, back to Nigerian men. I I want to be. I don't think. I know we are Nigerians. We are focusing on Nigerian men, but it will be hard for me to just focus it on Nigerian men, because I've often say men are the same thing all over the world. It may be issue of food and degrees with Nigerian men. There may be another issue with the American men. It may be another issue with the Jamaican men. It may be another issue with the Colombian men. It may be another issue with the Englishman. There's always an issue with the man, with the men. So it's for us to now say, oh, because of this, we will now say these Nigerian men that practice it are now different from, or other men from other countries. Uh, I'm not saying you said so, you didn't say so, but I'm just saying it that they are now better than Nigerian men, or the no, because and the
So,
Chinese
Mr.
man.
Andrew, the way
Go
I
ahead.
don't want you to be challenged about this. Here's the
No,
reason
no,
why
no, I'm
I'm
not.
well,
I'm
yeah,
not.
and here's the reason why I'm specific about it, because it is our community and we have to help each other do better. That is why I'm not going to call on an African American man, for instance, because he's not direct. Even though I live here, right? He's not a. Originally a Nigerian, and I'm addressing a Nigerian issue. African American men have their issues. Palm colored people have their issues. Chinese people have their issues. Men all over the world have their issues. But me, I want us to fix our own. It's like the politics that is going on right now. The politics in Nigeria is a mess. We can all agree on that. But is there a problem with politics all over the world? Heck yeah. But we're focusing on Nigeria because we want to fix the country. We want it to be better. That's why we're putting our voice, adding our own opinions, putting our 2 cents to ensure that the citizens hold their leaders accountable. This is where I'm coming from. So I'm not saying that the
I
issues
agree with
Nigerian
you.
men have, other people don't have. No, that's not what I'm saying. And as a
Okay.
person from that place, from Nigeria, I have to be able to call out the ugly, because it's in calling out the ugly and the poison that we can begin to do the necessary work. Will there be people that would disagree? Absolutely.
I agree with you, and thanks for the clarification. Okay, I will say further on holding ourselves accountable. Yes, in terms of politics and the way the situation is in Nigeria, we need to hold our leaders accountable. But somebody, I have to be frank with you. The citizens also have to hold themselves. We have to hold ourselves accountable as well too.
100% agree with you. And this is why we're having this conversation about
so,
men, woman. That's why we had a conversation about
so,
women earlier, and you thought it was a women's show. No, we're all calling each
yeah.
other out. Like, why are the
Uh,
women not? You get the point
Yeah,
now.
I
Yeah.
get the point. Yeah,
Yeah.
you see, it could also be the woman herself, because I think most women just don't like politics, not because anyone is suppressing them or oppressing them, or some just don't like it because of the wrangling and I mean, just naturally, or they just don't like it. And they just say, listen, I can't be bothered with politics and this and that.
I understand that there are those that feel that way. There are
Yeah.
also those that want to be a part of it, but because of the bottlenecks, because of the way they do things, right, it kind of prevents them from getting in the door. That's what happens. It's not because
Yeah.
some people want to be a part of it. Let me quickly acknowledge Mr. Viral.
Oh,
Mr. Viral, hello, can you hear us?
Ma, I can hear you.
Hello.
I can hear you, Mune.
Okay, welcome.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. We can hear you clearly.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome,
Oh,
welcome.
okay, okay. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
good evening.
Okay. I'm kind of I wasn't expecting to that it was a live show. I saw the notification. I was kind of awake. I was like, "What's going on?" So I said, "Let me watch probably the topic I have missed or the show I've missed." And I tapped on your link, and I noticed I was live. That was why I quickly rushed out
Oh,
because I
okay,
wasn't
no
expecting.
worries.
That was why I quickly rushed out. I wasn't expecting that. I thought it was pre-recorded, so I wanted to just listen, and I'm kind of late one, and I know that, and I don't really know the topic you guys have been discussing. Although I heard you say something about you meeting Nigerian men, and the first thing they ask you is if you can cook, and and it was kind of like a turn off for you, and that was why that was why on the chat I said, she'll be now not to say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
Not
Why
be
you
me talk,
people?
Amo.
You people shifting the goalposts now. But it's a common
I not
saying in
talk,
Nigeria.
Amo. No,
It's a
Mbano. I don't know where that one come from. I
oh,
don't follow them
you want
talk
to
that one.
deny that
I'm not
that is
denying
not
it. It's a fact. I wasn't there. I didn't make the comment, so hey,
uh,
it is a
anyway.
fact.
So what
Mhm.
exactly is the topic? So probably I can just join on and then begin
Mr.
to.
Variable, I say you go replay from beginning. We don't do 3 hours of this show. If I start to
Are
dey
you
break am down for
joking?
you, we know we'll come up for
Eh,
you.
Are you
You go.
joking? I
I'm telling you, as we did so now 3 hours. So for me to now break down every hour, no, now
yeah,
you go need to go replay, start from beginning, then add your comment after. Say okay, omo, so now so you talk, okay. You now write an episode for me.
No, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's just,
Mm,
the notification came in late for me. So I think I'm
right.
just seeing it. So,
Okay.
normally I'll be here, but it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. No, I understand. And thanks for joining us. I know say it did late for Nigeria. Isn't it like 11 p.m., right?
No, it's 12. It's 12 already. It's past 12.
12, yeah. I'm sorry, 12. I was looking at the time on my thing. Okay, 12, absolutely. What you they do awake at this time?
Hear me?
Uh-huh.
Basically, I was trading. I was trading. I woke up. I was looking at the
Oh,
market. I
oh,
was looking at the
okay.
market.
How is the market on
So
that side, though?
no, it's the international market now. It's the financial market, not just any market. So I was
Okay,
just
so how is the financial market looking? Global financial market.
basically we are having a kind of sell-off in the market. We're having a sell-off, but it's a
Okay.
sell-off that will bounce off very soon.
Market on a
So
Saturday. I know now the market they open on Saturday, not be Monday through Friday.
it's
I
a
mean a
it's a
crypto
crypto
market you they talk about.
it's a crypto
Okay.
but it's general because what happens when the market closes on Friday, it spills over crypto and every other financial security. So for us that are watching the market today, we are just anticipating what will happen next week.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's
That's
just it.
good. Well done. No, it's not easy to watch the markets. Kudos to you, Omo. I can't. That thing is stressful. Oh my
And
God. Kudos.
it's a skill. It's a skill you learn over time. It's a skill you
Oh
learn
my
over time.
God.
I wasn't born with it. I started 2007. So it's a skill you learn over time, and it's what
Man,
I've been doing since 2007.
good man. Kudos to you. I cannot do it. Mbano. Nothing can make me. You can't pay me enough to do it. I'm sorry.
But,
It's too much. It
but,
is taxing, man. Mm-mm.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's just.
For
It's
you,
just.
virus is for you. For you, it's not taxing. For I'm talking for myself now. It is very taxing. But thank you
It's
very
alright.
much for joining the live. I appreciate. I go
It's
need to dey
alright.
wrap up soon. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Have a great night. Yeah.
Alright. You too. Alright. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye. So
Mm.
this comment, I want to take this comment. If men can't cook, then they should be able to afford a cook. Otherwise, learn to cook. If other men in society have issues, we shouldn't we shouldn't be following bad habits. We should be leading the change for the better. I agree. I mean, this is what we're talking about. We just have to learn, unlearn, relearn. We have to keep, it's like doing the work on yourself. It's like 10 years ago, I'm not the same person I was 10 years ago today. I'm not the same person I was as a child. So if I remained like a child, if I talk, people will say, this person thinks saying a small beginning still be, I'm going to be getting that, So I just feel like we need to be holding ourselves accountable and doing better by each other so that this life go good for all of us. I mean, who likes stress? Who like drama? Nobody. Personally, I don't like drama, but I believe in find. They say water get level, so find your level. If you know as a man or as a woman, you want a man that will provide everything for you. You don't want to work, you don't want to do anything. There are men like that want the same thing. Then find that person. But if you're a woman and okay, you're the driven type, you want to be able to achieve certain things for yourself, then find somebody who aligns with that would, be flexible enough to allow you be all that you want to be, right? So everybody needs to find what suits them. Don't go and squeeze yourself like a square in a round hole. You're trying to squeeze yourself, fit yourself into a situation or with somebody clearly is not in support of your pursuit. You are just wasting your time, you know? So it's the same thing for both parties. Everybody, find your level, find the person that will be good for you, Find that person so that you can have peace with yourself. Because if you go and end up with the wrong person, you will not have peace. And then drama every day, drama, 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 drama. You don't need it. Everybody wants, to have a semblance of peace, health, and enjoyment in their life. There's no need for all the drama. Let's do better by each other, right? Where we know we are not doing it right, let's try to fix the mistake, and move on. If we know that we've had difficulty letting go, let's learn to, let's practice letting go because you cannot live life successfully without forgiveness. Otherwise, you're going to hold grudges forever. From when you're a child, somebody does you something, you'll be adding it inside one suitcase. You go, they add them, they add them, they add them. When that thing will start to affect you, you don't even know. It might be in your adult life and you have a great opportunity, and that unforgiveness just spills right through. And then the person misses out on that opportunity. It's not worth it. There's nothing that we're going to take out of this life. We came empty, we are going to leave empty. So in life, you must learn to throw away those things that are not working for you. The same Bible says, as a child, you did things as a child. When you're an adult, you start to do things like an adult. There's a time you eat milk. You'll be eating milk as a baby. But after you will graduate to mature people food, you'll be eating mashed potatoes, eating all those things because your teeth is getting stronger. It's the same thing with life. Why are we stressing ourselves? As adults, we should make better decisions. Of course, you cannot fully structure life. You cannot say exactly how this life is going to play out for anyone. Nobody knows. But shoot for the best. And after you have given it your best and it doesn't work, hey, it's life. You move on. There are people who've lost spouses today. 20 years. After 20 years, their spouse passes. After 40 years, their spouse passes. Those people are still alive today. They are still thriving. Everything has an expiration date, including you and I. So why we won't make our lives harder when we can see each other? It's pointless. Let's make it easy for each other. Let's do the best we can. Let's give the best we can. You can only do what you can. But when you make a mistake, hey, be quick to admit your mistake. When you have an argument, settle the argument. There's no need keeping malice. When we won't carry the malice go, they only use and buy gari for market. If you go market now, you ask the woman where they sell gari, say, I won't buy gari. Oh. You know, go tell and say, oh, I get malice to pay you. You know, which language be that? You know, they pay. Instead, malice, na sickness they bring come enter person body. A lot of illnesses are directly related to unforgiveness, hypertension, high blood pressure, cancer. Cancer is related to unforgiveness because it be like poison when person they take. How many people? You know? So let's make we learn to love each other better, do better, treat each other like human being. If you see human being for street now, you smile at them, go smile at you. That's how life should be. We should not breeze. This life now breeze. Today the person is here, tomorrow the person is gone. So why are we stressing? What is the stress in this life? If you meet someone, person doesn't love you, if person does not want to be with you, move on. Koleto yen, there'll be a better person, or there'll be someone that's agreeable to you. Life is not life is unpredictable. You know, do what works for you, do what gives you peace of mind, do what is going to um, help you be a better version of yourself so that you can be a better person for whoever is going to be in your life. Let's all learn to work together. We are doing this because we're saying all of this so that somehow maybe somebody would listen and hear and say, okay, you know what, I need to start making some changes in myself. I need to start doing things differently. Maybe this hasn't worked for me. I've been this way for some time and it hasn't worked. Maybe if I change and become like this, it will yield me better results. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with saying I'm sorry when you're wrong. There's nothing about being a man or a woman about it. If you're wrong, you're wrong. You don't have to expect that when you're wrong, somebody will come and beg you all the time. It doesn't work like that. We're human beings. After a while, it a tire person. It a tire. And when they carry things, they bottle them up. Then one day you just show up, I want a divorce. Hey, all those things are not necessary. Life itself is fleeting. Hmm? A friend's wife from Nigeria is in the US. She doesn't work full time. She doesn't work full time housewife. I think she supports uh her 2K a month. I used to wonder she's not bothered at all. There are people who are like that. There are women who are open to these things. There are women. Everybody is not the same. There are women who they don't want this hustle lifestyle. They're not fit. So they say I want to they go school forever. They don't get that stress. They don't want. If not that kind of person, man they find now. He go see that kind of woman, he go happy, you know. But sometimes instead make man go find that kind of woman, he won't marry the one when he head don already dey school. Say, okay, now wetin I want to be this. You won't come force am to become wetin you know. Be they work like that. The same thing, woman too. You know, say the man when you dey marry, you know, say you know go fit. Because the truth is that every woman gets in place for man a house, as in there's every woman for a man. Okay. So, but the problem is that a lot of women are sitting on somebody else's chair. That's part of what's causing the confusion we find ourselves in the world today. Because most women have either they use a manipulation enter or carry belle. They carry belle for the man. They go say now by force you must marry me. The man will marry him. Then go they blow hot and cold every day. You won't have peace because you are sitting on someone else's seat. It's just that simple. But do we want to understand that? No. Some people will say, "Is here, I must remain here forever." No. Find your seat. Find your place of honor. If you don't find it, you won't be suffering unnecessary suffer. As hot as a man is, as temperamental or as difficult as some men or some women are, they have partners that are perfect for them. There are partners that are perfect for such people. Somebody will come and the person will not survive a relationship with a man that everybody thinks is difficult. And he will meet the right person for him. And that man's life will become, it could be like saying, na champagne that they drink every day. The woman will just come, will just get the man momo button, know everything. Why? Because that is her seat to occupy. Let's not fool ourselves. Find your level, find the water you will drink will not pass you. The question is, are you pairing yourself correctly? Not be by rush, I want to marry, vroom. You just marry anyhow, anybody, because they want to marry you. Is the person a fit for you? Do they believe your values? Do they understand where you're coming from? Some people are activists, some women are activists. Now men marry them for house. And they are having a wonderful life. Okay, if those same women go and end up with the wrong person, the man will say it's me or the activism. You choose. So find your level. Every water has its level. Find your level. So there's no need. This life now soft level. Me, I know come this life can suffer. That's one thing. So anybody that hey, the person that I end up with is peace. So I don't want stress in my life. You have a problem, you talk about it. If it's not something we can talk about and you say you want to hold that forever, problem. Because I'm not the kind of person that can I don't know how to keep malice. If I verse this minute, the next minute I don't forget that. If you ask me something make me verse that minute, I no go remember. And that kind of person I be. So I no go fit go marry man when they carry malice, they count am for me. 3, 2, 4, 6, 100. The one day go just blow. I won't survive that kind of thing, So let's learn to love each other better. Let's learn to do better. If you get, if na 10 kobo you get, you want change in your community, in your society, it's up to you and I. How do we treat each other? The person that is selling in a market, how do they treat you? Do they cheat you when you go and buy something? You that is driving somebody's car, are you taking the car to the mechanic intentionally to ruin it so that they will keep giving you money? Those things, it involves all of us. Politics, we say we don't want to be, but politics is our life. Because the things that the politicians, the laws that they put out there is what's affecting us till today. We are suffering as a direct result of the things that they've put in place. So you tell me that politics is, you don't want to be, whether you like it or not, it will touch you indirectly or directly. So who are we fooling? Who are we fooling? Mr. Andrew, please let's have your last thoughts. I don't talk finish, so I can end the show. Thank you very much
Thank you very much. You normally have this show on Saturday, 9 p.m.
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
Yes, village meeting. So I usually have it at 11 a.m., but today I woke up late, so I had to do it at 1 p.m. Yeah.
Okay, so I will prepare my questions. I will have a lot of questions next week.
Okay.
And
hopefully we can answer those questions.
You definitely, I believe you and your team are capable to answer my question. We'll be able to answer my question.
Okay.
Forgiveness is paramount, whether we like it or not. And you've said a lot about it. The problem of unforgiveness is by the time you pile it up and don't let go. If you get opportunity to kill the person, because that unforgiveness is there, you kill the person. That is what we don't understand about. Some of us don't understand about unforgiveness. So I'll prepare next week. I'll look out to the time, and I have my questions. Some of them I have them ready just to put them together. About 100 questions I'll be putting to you next week.
100.
Yes, ma'am.
Bros, 100 questions. You want me to sleep for you?
No, we will not sleep. There are sharp questions.
Okay, sharp. My people will be ready. We'll be ready with ammunition too.
No problem. That is all I have to say. I yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew. Thanks for joining us live today. I really appreciate it. Mr. Paul, Brother
Yeah. When
Paul.
Mr. Andrew say 100 question, I say, is that not too much? 100 question, let it not become a copy and paste.
You know what I mean? I talk to. I say 100 questions. I hear we won't sleep.
I mean, if I join at the time you start, you're very surprised in 1 hour we'll finish probably 80 questions because they're question and answer objective. So that's what.
You know, but in terms of breaking it down, might makes it long. But though the beauty of it is that you might ask 100 questions, maybe you yourself will also have 80 of the answers. So that will make it faster.
Exactly.
All right, thanks very much.
Thank
Hopefully
you very much, Mr.
till next
Andrew. I
week
appreciate
Saturday.
it.
Yeah, God bless
Absolutely. And
you.
please check out that Obodo Yibo TV.
Yeah, I will. I'll check it out. And
Okay.
okay. Let me leave it like that. All right. Till next week
All
Saturday.
right then.
God bless you.
Okay. You too. Thank you.
Yeah,
Brother Paul, welcome.
Sorry, Ja. I was just here, Joe. This weekend where person no get work. So we don't take turn to obedient and Nigerian problem from one corner to the other corner. Yeah. well, you really, really try. I say, let me just join and give my voice a little bit and also celebrate you and tell you thank you for putting these things out there. You're really trying. I know it's not easy. You have other things doing, but just keep doing it. I could remember back in the days when I used to go to Christ Embassy. I like one of their slogans. Pastor Yakilome will say, keep saying it and don't stop saying it. You know, it will make it look like you are just talking in vain, but what you win is one step at a time. You understand? We're going to get there.
Right.
So you are really trying, juggling through two different strong topic by the day. Even though I can see that Omoye, you started bringing 3 because the way you are liking this food and this food thing, I don't understand. And the same you'll be tricking us with food, Omoye, and you will be going to gym. The rest of us will not go to gym. You will go to gym and burn it out.
But point by the time you say gym don't save my life, you know go believe am. I say the way I take like food, it was not they go gym. This my doors not go to contain me. I go down repete, like you know how they take the repete for ground.
And you're also lucky again. You also have another natural fitness training that you give to yourself. You dance a lot.
Yes, I love to. Hey, Brother Paul, I be see you, but you can't disappear. By the time I got to you, I was like, what happened? I won't accept your invite, your request, but you can't disappear from my distance.
Don't mind me.
No wahala, no problem. I just wanted to, yeah. No, thank you very much, Brother Paul. You know, saying now we are all we've got. You know what I mean? Like
right
now if we know start to thank God for the opportunity of social media and all of that, where we feel learn and hear from each other. If we know call out the poison, change our way of doing things when we say normal, how we want to move forward. We know we'll fit. I mean, as it stands now, the kind of work that we need to do in that country not be here. The work plenty. The mindset is one. You're literally having to start from scratch in our society. There are people who be saying that their lifestyle now 100 years ago lifestyle. They believe so you must become like their mama. The women go believe so you must become like their papa. Where do we draw the line? We don't feel continue. Do you understand?
These are our parents. These are our parents that
you feel super chat there. You can use super chat for that. I get PayPal. I get what's it they call them? Cash App. To type them now. Oh, get a CB. Make us see whether I fit type one of them. But
super chat is just there. Only it's so small, people don't see it.
But it's right next to the comments. If you just look like $sign, did you?
Yeah,
if you use the $sign, you know, because we okay now as we they do this one now, they talk, they go back and forth about that. Hopefully, it go reach maybe one person here or somebody go think in life again, say, not true. I be they do things like this, so maybe make a change and like maybe you go see results if you change them.
Oh
Nobody
yeah.
they know and finish.
Yeah, I have a friend, a very good friend, one of my very good friend that is not fake among many of my friends. Like
Mm.
I said the other time, everybody keep laughing. Good percentage of my childhood friends right now, they don't even know my name. In the name of what they call success. So they started calling me chairman, chief, Oga, engineer, senior
Uh-huh.
man. Even my childhood friend will call me senior man, yeah, engineer, Oga. So you can imagine. So I have this friend that we always call, we will argue, we will say things. I like him for the fact that he will argue with me. You understand, and every other thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I I used to tell him, I say, come online, come this program. But I understand that when I send some of these videos, he will say, okay, I know he didn't watch it, from our talk and every other thing. So luckily for him, it started this way. I talked to one of my friends. I say, hey, Leke, can you please give this person your phone? I want him to come online. So I told him. So when I called him, I said, you will join this program. You don't even know how to go. I explained to him. Then I send him data. So I sent data. He came online. This guy was shocked to seeing the way people from America, from UK,
Mm-hmm.
analyzing Nigeria. You understand? So you know the way they quick to
Yeah.
say, "Oh, Nigeria is not like this, so you don't take where you come out, or you don't do this and that." He was shocked
Mm-hmm.
that we cover Nigeria more than him. So I told him, I said, I have an app on my phone that I have over 50,000 radio. So I listen to radio stations in Nigeria, like I watch the so-called Arise, I watch TVC, and I watch channels. If AIT is updated like the rest, probably I will be watching AIT too. He
Mm-hmm.
was shocked. So I said, so if you pride yourself that you live in Nigeria, but I can tell you I cover Nigeria better than you because you are just in your own cocoon in Lagos,
Mm-hmm.
probably in your small Festac. But I cover what is going on in VI. I cover what is going on in other places. When news break, we cover it first. For example, I read newspaper ahead of every Nigeria. You and I that live in the West Coast, you understand? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
look at time now. It's 4:30. That is 12:30. By 12 a.m., all the newspaper will release their paper. Nigeria is still sleeping. We now we
Mm.
can read Punch, we can read Vanguard,
Right.
we can read Guardian, we read all the newspaper. So by the time we wake up in the morning, somebody want to take one clip and share to you that you are still sleeping. Doesn't understand that you've already read it. So sometimes when I
Yes.
did all these things, I will send it to some people. They'll be shocked. Say, how do you guys have all these things? I said, newspaper come outside 12 a.m. the next day, and you are still sleeping, but I'm still awake. You understand? It's still 4 p.m. here. You understand? So I cover
Mm-hmm.
Nigeria better than you. It's not like pride thing where you might tell me one of my classmates get pregnant to somebody else in the street. Yeah, those ones you can feed me on those ones. But we are talking about our country. News that
Yes.
breaks out. We cover the news very well because we have the data to do all those things. You understand? Even though how many Nigerians have the data to use to watch channels, to watch TVC, they won't do that. You understand? They
Exactly.
might they
Yeah.
might use it to do gist lover and the likes, but not for stuff like that. You
Mm-hmm.
know. So we are giving our own best. He was shocked, and when he said the narrative that very many Nigerians is going, I say, you see, you people that are supposed to change the country, you are the people that is even more gullible. You understand? So
Yes.
that helps me. He started changing his own opinion. Started changing his own opinion. I said, look, pick anything you want to pick from this video and sell to other people. You understand? If you don't have the privilege
Mm-hmm.
to live outside the shores of Nigeria, you might think the way they are doing things in Nigeria, that's how they do things everywhere. You get it all wrong. Just relocate from Ibadan to Lagos and see the great change in your life. Talk less to go far. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? So you just understand what you think the government is really doing well. They are not doing anything. For example, everybody will say Obi don't have structure. This one have structure. What structure did they have?
Exactly.
What structure? The structure that didn't deliver anything. They've been building Lagos Ibadan Expressway before we left Nigeria, and they are still
Ah.
building it now. You understand? Obasanjo spent
Mm-hmm.
8 good years, $16.3 billion. They don't
Mm-hmm.
have light. And California is crying that they have 57,000 megawatts. They are begging you people to off AC, off TV, off this, off that.
I'm telling you.
Nigeria as a country. And Nigeria is bigger than California.
Yep.
You
Are you
understand?
kidding me? Yeah.
Yeah, Nigeria is bigger than California. Yeah,
Of
because
course.
Nigeria is in the size of around Texas. So California is, Texas is a little bit bigger than California. But Nigeria have 4,000 megawatts. Meanwhile, California,
imagine?
57,000.
Yes.
For them, and no more, for California to beg this year, I stand to be corrected. Come next year, they will upgrade that thing from 57, they'll be looking to 65.
Absolutely, I have no doubt, because they begged that we should be turning off energy, turn off
They
this one,
begged.
turn off that one, just to
You-
conserve energy.
Just imagine. And even though when the people did, they even come back and thank the people again. You know,
Oh
like they're
yeah,
not looking for money. They came
Oh,
back
yeah.
again and thanked the people that they did.
yep.
You know,
Absolutely.
so when I think about it, I say, God, 57,000 megawatts, a state that is smaller than the whole Nigeria, and
Oh,
Nigeria
yeah.
have 4,000.
Yep.
You understand? And somebody will tell me, Atiku have experience. This one have experience. This other one don't have experience. What
You know,
did your
it's funny
experience
when they
achieve?
start. Yeah, well, it's funny to me. That's why sometimes I'm like, it's like a brain fog when I hear them say he has experience. I'm like, in what exactly? Is it what we are looking? Is it the country we are looking at? Are we in the same? Because I don't understand. Experience in putting money in the pockets of his friends. Experience in building houses in Dubai. What experience exactly? Experience in marrying from different places in Nigeria? I don't understand. What
Wazobia.
experience? You understand what I'm
He
saying?
brought Wazobia in real time, not in paper. In real time, he got married to the old Wazobia. You understand?
Exactly.
In real time. Just imagine, Omoye, just imagine somebody who have a university. Well, I'm not expecting him to go to his own university. You understand? But how come you say you are doing your master degree, then you went to another country to do your master degree? Which means you did not even
Exactly.
believe the country that you ruled
Thank
for 8
you.
years. You couldn't find UI, you couldn't find UNN, you couldn't find Ahmadu Bello University to go do your
Hey,
master degree.
your head, they dear. Oh yeah, they your head. I'm telling you, brother
Just
Paul.
think about it. You know, we
Hmm?
that come from the Niger Delta, we understand the particular work that we say. People will say, I am going to offshore. You go work 1 month off. You
Yeah.
understand? Omoye, these guys, Nigeria is their offshore. They just come to work and
Yes.
make money and go back. Nigeria is not their
That's
country.
mm-mm.
That's why they don't have investment there. Their kids don't
You
live there. They don't do
you really
anything there. They can only
really
marry our
talk on
beautiful
well.
women. You understand?
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
that they don't live there.
Yes.
You understand? When you go
Mhm.
offshore, what do? You see beautiful girls around and you have money, and the girls to also know that you are rich. They run after you.
Oh yeah.
That's just the same thing. You
Absolutely.
understand? They don't have any sympathy for the country. The
Mm-mm.
country is just their own offshore. You how do you tell me, like, when people argue this article thing that is a successful businessman? I said that may be true, but because of you have very shallow thinking. You know,
Yes.
if my mother sell business, my mother was doing trade. It was very, very, when my mother relocated to Delta, she started selling petty trade just to keep her going.
Yeah.
You know, at the time, my mother started complaining that there's a young girl, her business is growing and everything. We started laughing. We said, Mom, you don't need to take this market to that level, because if you take the market to that level, you're going to stress yourself. You need to go market to go buy this. Just sell petty trade, sell water, sell things just to exercise your body. You understand?
Exactly.
My mother started complaining. So I told my mother, I said, Mom, you live in a free house. You collect rent. You have children that will send you money. If you have doctor's appointments, somebody will pay for it. This girl that is still training little kids, can that girl compete with you?
Hmm.
You understand?
Mm.
Then my mother
Yeah.
will sell bread that you buy 10, one is profit out of the 10. You know, then in the evening, you see people will come say, Mile, Mile, my mama say, whether you go fit give me bread, he go give you money tomorrow. My mother go say, hey, agree, don't catch them. My mother would dash them bread. I say, now like this, you want to do business, make succeed. But truth be told, behind the scene, that's exactly what we want our mother to do. Just to be exercising herself.
Right.
You understand? Because when my mother started going to church too much, staying at church, and I don't really like it. I started becoming rebel. I started convincing my elder sister because my mother started doing very well going to church, and that makes some other women don't want to go to church because some other women of our age grade, you understand, feel some type of way. You understand? Because they raise kids like my mother raised kids. Today, our own is doing very well. You understand? So before they ask this thing in church, my mother don't pay. Before they ask this thing, they don't give my mother deaconess. Before they ask this thing, my mother don't pay. Before they do this thing, my mother dress well, come out all shining and everything. I say, you are using it to work against other people that really want to serve God because they feel like God even failed them.
Right.
You understand? So sometimes your success can be punishment to other people. So I just told her, I said, Mom, tone it down a little bit. So we engage her in all those little activity here and there.
Right.
Now, at a time when my mother keep pushing pressure, my younger brother, who don't understand, who started making money newly, so like we that are doing very well. So now there's a new sheriff in town. My younger brother started making money. So to him, he want to prove like it's a competition thing. I want to prove us wrong that, okay, if you send mommy 20,000, I go tell you I can do well. You send mommy 50,000. Come and see my mother business. The business was packed everywhere. But we all know that this woman is not making any profit. She dash people bread, she dash people geisha, she dash people this, dash people that. She don't even know how they even buy this market. You understand? People will just come, they just come, drive down, they supply. My mom said, Mile, 7,600. My mother will count money and pay to them. She didn't even understand 7,600 that, okay, I will sell this thing for like 10,000. She just understand that, okay, this person sell milk for 18 naira. She has said she sell milk for 18 naira. She didn't even know whether they sell the milk or whether the milk, they even sell that milk for her for 81 naira. And she's selling for 18 naira. But her business is doing well. All because of her kids. That's the same way Atiku is running business. They bring new money into the business. Like I asked Moye, why didn't he put his business in the Nigerian Stock Exchange?
So, make we know.
Yeah, so that you can put your books in public.
Thank you.
Put your book in public, where people will see your first quarter report, your second quarter report, your third quarter report.
And question it.
Where you do your annual general meeting. You understand? Where external auditors will come in. You understand? Not only internal auditor that apply for a job and they find one and they want to keep their job because there is no job.
Exactly.
So where is the successful business? And I ask people. Like I fondly said the other day when we started laughing, if this so-called Atiku and the Dangote, like we say, they are successful businessmen, why are we still eating this mortuary yam? Why they not come buy land for America, come start farm? Must only America set up business in Nigeria?
Not true.
Come set up now. Must we die follow Mexican store, Asian store?
Now
African food one chop. What would they go find for Asian and Mexican store?
Attire, we go they give money to our community. Background.
We go they give money, set up farm so that we make we eat fresh food, not be mortuary food inside freezer. You don't see any Nigeria where no get 2 freezer for America.
My brother, are you telling me some guy reach 3, 4? Hey, I get friend when I get 4. 1 day upstairs, 2 day downstairs, plus free the regular refrigerator when they come with the house. I beg you, to matter. Not today.
None of them. So we need to do things the right way. These guys are not doing well, and you say, oh, they are successful, they are doing that. You understand? If Tinubu denied he didn't own anything, you deny you don't own anything, how come he can't even push for us to know who own Alpha Beta?
Thank you. Or Mikano. Make you come tell us who get me Kano, who get
Yeah,
Alpha
because they
Beta. The
accuse
houses
you of
when they
it.
did Dubai now lie that they I did a video and I said, why are the APC and PD people not talking to us? You see, you will come out with your full chest, defend yourself. You say, na lie they talk, oh, na lie they talk, oh, I not get this thing, oh, not be my house, oh. You go say, see, I'm oh, not the only house when I get be this, so they go they lie for my head, oh, na lie you shut, come out. You person they lie for your head now, brother Paul. You go come out vehemently. You go say, lie, make the person show where your name dey. Not be so you go do. No. Instead, they go send proxy. Proxy go come talk. I'm telling you, this person Atiku is a very business acumen, or they use BB grammar. Till they talk, his business acumen, he this under, he this da. They go speak BB English. All hot air. The other one go come, Amoda. When they use a deleted Pikin name, he go come. The people proxy they come through and they go tell and they go say, oh, he did this. He's a power this thing. He's a this and that. They speak grammar. In news they all over the platform. This lover they pieces the news up and down. Why they never come out and say? He's a liar, my name is this one, see certificate, oh, they laugh me, say no primary school, see amo, see the people when I go school with, oh, you see, debunk them for where they don't have anything to say. Now the same way we go fold hand, make those same people enter again, Kojo,
That's
God
why
forbid.
that's why I thank God to some extent with social media. Though I know social media can do almost little to nothing, but it's still a plus because it will keep
Little to
improving.
nothing. Brother Paul, you say little now lie you. Social media is doing majorly many things to shift.
Omoye is doing very, very well, but you know, the people who really need the voice more are those local people in Nigeria.
And
you
they
understand?
they are moving
And
because
those are the people that really vote, because the bad part of Nigeria is that the so-called educated people on election day, these are the people that stay on radio and TV analyzing.
Exactly.
They don't vote. That's another crazy thing with my Nigerians.
No, guess what though?
People don't
it's
vote.
Changing, but guess what? It's changing because they know that this time around is critical.
No, it's affecting everybody.
It's affecting you. When people know they feel weak, you go sleep with one eye. Do you know what sleep deprivation does to people? You go they sleep with one eye because you don't know who want break into your house. Even your megad now you can't trust. Your security at your gate, you cannot trust them because they might just be a plant to use to gain access to your house.
Omoye, I have somebody that the kids school year, the daughter, she's doing a doctorate degree. This same year, I started sending money from 450 to 700.
Mm-hmm.
Even when that person is doing well, just imagine the way it's affecting the person from 450 to 700.
Exactly.
You understand?
Uh-huh.
Just imagine only the girl, her school fees, her apartment, she's paying 1,200 on her apartment. So every month they need at least 1,200. You understand? Not counting school fees every month. So just imagine $1,000. This person give me 450. You understand? From 450 to 700. How many of their businesses is growing or their company increase salary that way? You understand? No matter how you say you claim you love Tinubu, if you love Tinubu, you are just an accomplice that benefits.
Exactly.
Or you are completely ignorant or just being novice. You understand?
Yes.
So just imagine the struggle. You know, sometimes when I said, so how much do you want to give me? The man will laugh. You understand? Because he knows I know the price. And then, but I said, no, just tell me how much you want to give me because now I'm the one that want to give you discount. He will just laugh and said, you know, he will just laugh. So this is how the country. So even though the elite in Nigeria, they are also feeling the pain. They are feeling the pain. They don't have peace of mind. They don't have anything. You know, everything is going down. Everything.
Of course. Why won't everything go down when people are complacent in the eye of eye of evil? This is what happens. People are, because this whole issue when they go through, right? I'm not just blaming only the leaders. It's not just the leaders because now the people now they give the leaders the permission. If the leaders they do something way wrong and the people rise up with anger and push against it, do you think that they will be able to continue? No. But because they know that the people will not do anything, no matter where you push them, no matter how much you push them, even if you push them against a wall, they will stay in that wall and remain there.
Moye,
That
just
is why it has
imagine
continued.
today, Dr. Damages asked talk about OITF. So when I give the analysis, that's why I couldn't come on your show for so long. I was just watching it in TV. Just say I list it here and there. When I give the analysis, I have like 4 people that keep calling me on phone. We keep talking. That's why I couldn't come on time. If not, I put my notification on.
Right.
You know?
No worries.
So if you see what we are going through in the Niger Delta, I just look at them when people talk. I said, "Oh, you would not understand." The Niger Delta is like what I call 3 tiers of government. 3 tiers of government. The so-called government officials, they steal this oil. The so-called military and the civil defense that also protect as the security, they steal. Then the so-called traditional rulers also use their own youth to take their own rights. You understand? So the few times that they have a little bit problem is just a little bit what Nigeria will use that funny English, say miscrime, tout. You understand? That will just make trouble since they don't want to carry them along.
Right.
You know? So what they do, the pipe, they know when the pipe is not pumping. They open this pipe, they put a valve and run it just like the way NNPC group managing director said. They run this pipe, they pump this thing neat. Omoye, crude is liquid. They pump it in ship. It's not cocaine that you put inside your armpit. You will swallow. You understand? We are talking about crude that they put in a jumbo super tanker ship and they will carry. But nobody can find these people. You understand? So because the Niger Delta has been bastardized, it become a trade in the Niger Delta. Some of us don't even understand that Nigeria have a lot of gold in Zamfara. Even Buhari this year put a no-flight zone in Zamfara. Do you know they use private jets to come and carry gold in Zamfara? And immediately Wike started talking about it, that you people do your own, you people want to talk oil. The governor threatened that he's going to leave the party. You understand? And he left. You understand? He left for APC. So you see the menace that is going on. And we say that country is broke when the country have all it takes to take the country. Like Showore will say, Omoye, how come this country is so broke, but every politician that leave power, they become successful people? Dino Melaye own 6 McDonald's. Dino Melaye owns 6 McDonald's. This is somebody who read geography. You understand? We don't even know where he has worked.
Where you take get the 6 McDonald's? I bet where? I don't know that one. No. Where?
Oh yeah. No, officially, if you want me to send you video, I will send a video that he said it in. He said that they interviewed him in BBC. You understand? He said he bought one from 1 to 2. You're 6 McDonald's in America, yeah.
I bet me, brother Paul, wait first. I bet I need to thank Ade. Hey, Ade, oh, Ade, thank you. Ade, you do this one, oh, I beg, your pocket no go ever run dry. See support, my people. Hey, I bet more na help me thank Ade. More na first they thank her first. They thank her. More na help me thank Ade. Oh, Ade. Hell, see Ade. See support.
Make we greet a Niger Delta greeting.
I beg, Mona, I beg, greet her for me, I beg.
Ade Wale, Ade Omoba, Ade. Sure, whether you like it or not, God will bless you.
Amen.
Whether you like it or not, God will bless you.
Hey, my
Ade,
people.
You know go get 2,000 Nigeria go hungry you to go. You go carry better credit card go Nigeria.
Amen.
Not be people like us. When we get 800, we go say Nigeria they hungry us. When we say Nigeria for 3 days, we go say without me my company cannot move. So they ask me to come back because 800 don't finish. Ade, God go bless you.
I'm telling you. Are they
God
send me
will bless you.
$100? Oh my God.
Are they
Hey,
$100 shoe? You don't know what you said so.
now bees.
Are they
Hey, I they roll for ground.
your
I never
dollar
see money
your
before.
dollar go dey plenty like Mugu Naira. Your dollar go dey plenty like Mugu Naira.
Amen.
You know say Naira for Nigeria now na Mugu, so e dey full everywhere nyaku nyaku. Now say your dollar go dey plenty.
Amen. Me. Hey, Ade, thank you so much. Oh. I don't know what to say. All my people, they thank you. On behalf of all of us, village meeting people, our village brothers and sisters, we say thank you from the bottom of our heart. Make us send you champagne. Hey!
Now
Yeah.
Omoyewe won't go eat pizza before. Now Omoye go Brazilian store, go
I
eat fugu
don't
di chow.
upgrade though.
You go
I
fugu
don't
di chow.
upgrade. Exact. How you say no, brother Paul? Your head dey there. Full go they shout straight up. I never cook this today. So I go just go.
Omoye, make you can't do big girl with a day money. Make you can't chop, you can't give tip. They go say big girl.
How you say no? It be like say you brother Paul. It be like say you know. In fact, big girl. Now big girl moves. Oh, this after this show, so now big girl moves. People know hear word for the restaurant when they go. They wonder say, what is going on? They no go know. Yeah. Hey,
you don't start this your own video
thank
thing
you.
again.
No, I have to drop it. No. This na support now. Easy to get support. Yeah, I really appreciate them. Ade. God will bless you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. All our village, all my village people, we say thank you. Thank you so much. God
No,
will bless you.
that's understatement, Omoye. You know when they do village feast. You get one way they do we say they go bring audio village, come do am for the town.
Exactly.
So now all the whole town now and I bless you.
Naimo, in fact,
don't carry your case, go give the town. The town don't bless you.
The Bale of the town, and they don't bless. He don't bless me. Oh, see as I they scream. Hey, thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. Honestly, thank you so much.
And
as
also,
Brother Paul talk, and now see my shoulder don't high. Now Yanga say they waka now. We follow you.
And also others that is watching, please like this video and share. Please.
Yes.
So
please.
that make our gossip they go far where we want upgrade from village go town meeting.
Exactly, we want upgrade though. Serious upgrade. Thank you very much, Brother Paul. I better continue that your gist, Jare. Sorry, I had to interject.
Oh yeah, Dino Melaye said it himself. BBC Nigeria, that BBC Pidgin interviewing. Yeah. So it's not something that gist lover. He said it himself.
Wow.
You know, so you can imagine every one of them when they leave, they become successful. You understand? Even the local government chairman will leave, send their kids to abroad. You understand? When me, I cannot send my kid to out of state school.
Imagine.
You understand? We calculate every figure. We remember that we start liking maths that we don't like in school in Nigeria. We start calculating. You understand? And then everybody will go into government, they make money. This is not how we'll grow our country. One ideology with America that makes America work. Some of us will be very strong supporter of Democrats. Some of us will be strong supporter of Republicans. But Omoye, I can tell you, I live in a Republican state. You live in the home of Democrats. But guess what? My state is doing well, like your state is doing well.
Absolutely. Because they have the people's interest at heart.
That is the first thing. No matter how they talk politics, first of all, they don't play with their people.
Yes.
They don't play with their people. I could remember during the pandemic when they started giving stimulus. Do you know I have so many of my friends that relocated from Arizona to California?
Wow.
Because of the high stimulus that California is giving. You understand?
Yes.
You know, because sometimes people don't understand the way American politics work, and it balances itself. That's why you can even see the way the politics work. You hardly see Democrat will rule 8, Republican will rule 8, or Democrat will rule 4, Republican will rule 4.
Yes.
And they have their strategy, and their strategy work for them. In as much as they themselves will play politics with it. What is Republican strategy? Republican strategy is completely different from Democrat. Democrats follow the biblical way.
Yes.
Democrats follow Bible way. Don't forget the poor among you. So Democrats will tax the rich to give the poor.
Yes.
That's why they tax you more in California like crazy to give the poor. Then you, when you start making money in California, you complain that the poor people are so lazy. The poor people are so lazy.
Yes.
They follow the Bible way. Don't forget the poor people.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Republicans have their own strategy. Give the rich more because they are the one that creates job, because government don't have any business doing business. So government does not tax the rich so that the rich can create more job. You understand? That's why if you want to go get unemployment and the likes, you understand, to get good money, you go to Democrat states. You come Republican state, they give you next to nothing.
Yes.
Go get a job. There's job for you. We've created job. You understand? Go get a job. But at the end of the day, when you really look at it, it balances itself. And the Republican that cry and cry and cry, the question we are asking, all of them that cry on tax, why did Amazon keep doing business in California? You for say you don't want to do business there now because you don't want to pay high tax.
Exactly.
You still have business to do. You understand? And they also understand, if you have too many poor people around you, how do you enjoy your wealth?
You can't.
You can't enjoy your wealth.
You need to see how they're complaining now. You know, they have homeless shelters in Oakland, in like certain places around Sacramento, you know, in LA. You know, if you go downtown LA, man, it's just a travesty, the homeless community, right? So people have been coming up with ideas on how to provide for the homeless people. Now, these homeless people, mind you, it's not like they don't have the help, they don't have government aid. Some of them don't like to go for that government aid. Some of them will rather go to what's the name of this place? This gym that's for everybody. What's the name of this place? So they'll go there, take their showers, and leave. They don't go to the homeless shelters that they provide for them.
Yeah, no, because there's one clause to it. When you go to shelter, you want to live there. If you go to shelter to live there, you must not do drugs. So they prefer that drug.
So they prefer,
that's just because of that. You understand?
Yes, so they'll remain on the street.
Yes, some of them abuse it. You know, another thing that I tell people when I was talking to forefather there, I said, look, you come to California, you see certain things, you'll be so shocked. Do you know even the governor give undocumented immigrant stimulus?
Oh, yeah.
Some people complain and every other thing.
Governor Garson did, yes. But Newsom, he did it.
Newsom, but what people don't understand is that California, because when people talk about California, all they talk is San Jose, high tech.
Exactly.
California is feeding the whole 50 states. Number one in farming. People don't understand that one. People don't know how much
California.
People don't know how much California is making in farming. And when they make all this money in farming, who are the one in the farm? Is it not undocumented? Now, me and you did here. You see one black man there. I mean, you see white man there. They for better truck inside AC. The other. You understand? So they understand. That's why they give back. You understand? The hand that fed you. Sometimes when some of us Christians, when we talk, we don't understand the preaching and the time of Christ. He preaches love. He does not preach religion. That's why Christ did not ask that thief to confess your sin before Christ said, you will join me in my Father's house. You understand? So this is the thing. They give undocumented. You don't treat undocumented. I was in Auckland this year. I went to Auckland March. I was in San Francisco. I was shocked in San Francisco downtown when I saw homeless people by the side of police station.
Oh, yeah.
The homeless people. I said, so why would people call 911 and said, one person is coming close to my property when the same people is by the police station?
Yes.
You understand? So everywhere have their own flocks. People go to abuse privilege everywhere. But the beauty of it is that the system is still structured. You can't balance everything. You understand? So the Republican states are still doing well in their own way. During NSAS, the George Floyd thing, when people complain, oh, defund police, the Republican people are complaining. I look at them, I laugh. I just laugh. Because why I laugh? Republican states still send their cops for training. Omoye, which police department is the best even in the world today? Is it not the NYPD and LAPD? Two
Absolutely.
Democrat
Till
states.
forever. Yep, till forever.
Two
NYPD,
Democrat states.
LAPD. The most
LAPD.
populous and the most, yes, common.
They
Yep. They are them.
invested heavily. And when we
Yes,
call police, we are talking about technology, the things they do with technology when it comes to
absolutely.
police. You'll be so shocked.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be
Oh,
so
yeah.
shocked. So I don't understand. But in our own case, we will go back to our country. They don't have money, they don't have anything, but all politicians come back successful and the
Thank you.
system is dying.
Exactly. And then you said you have one below. The richest black man is Nigerian. The richest. How are you rich in the midst of poverty-stricken people? Please, how do you define? How did you get your wealth? Can you show us? Can you prove it? It boggles my mind because when I look at everything that's going on, it is so clear that the interest of the people is not there. Is zero. They all go there to just enrich themselves and leave the coffers of the office empty, unapologetically. And we, the people, are the ones responsible because guess what? We don't hold them accountable.
We
Look
don't.
at this election year, for instance. Now, people are still coming out and supporting the same criminals, the same evil, wicked, demonic parties to come back into office. Isn't that madness? Isn't that madness? If we don't speak up, when we speak up? Is it when somebody is in the ground? Who know they again no get hope? Oh.
My
Do you
sister,
understand?
Abacha
What
talked
role?
something. When Abacha kicked I forget his name, I forgot how they call it. The Emir of Sokoto, I forgot the name, Dazuki. Then
Dasuki, yeah.
Abacha say your throne is floating. Abacha kick and come out.
Mm-hmm.
You will see Gandola. This one again, he kicks Sanusi come out. Nothing happened. These men are not as powerful as we think. Now they give them power where they don't get
Now
to.
they give exactly.
Omoya, when you talk, some people go say Tinubu don't chop this one don't chop this one. If they don't chop all this one, they don't chop all this one, they chop all this to finish. Why they not go chop and make them call Obi, make the person buy?
Exactly.
Now so easy.
Exactly.
They don't get power. When we see all these fake pastor like my bishop Suleiman and Odumeje, they say I will pray you will die, we will condemn them. Omoya, you know when I for don't die? Since we don't define this fake pastor. You know when I for don't die?
Exactly.
Or is it that the time when they say, may God kill me, God they leave, God go vacation for Dubai?
No, you go vacation, no. You go vacation for Dubai.
So we make these people too powerful. They are not as powerful as you think.
Yes.
We are just the ones. So the problem is the follower. You understand this? Back then, when I was working in airport in Nigeria, you'll be so shocked that inside airport, international airports, local airports, the number one pickpocket, they inside airport.
Can you? Yes, I'm not shocked.
You'll be so shocked when this unnecessary big man you see one Hausa man does dress Hausa, see a big man carry that their purse, say ranka they give him purse. By the time that will fall and hit the foot of the aircraft, give him when he reach the other side, his money don't go inside airport.
Yeah, I'm not surprised because even that time when if they pass through airport, I remember that time as they pass, they would say anything for us, sis, now beg inside airport. So now tell me, if person get bad intention, he say okay, he mean us now. He just carry all the explosives when they this world enter airplane. Now so he go give them 20,000 naira. Or the whole country wo you know kwa, aki wo you know kwa with on top 20,000 naira. There'll be nobody left. I mean, as a people, we have to hold ourselves accountable. We have to call ourselves to order. We cannot keep saying, oh, it's the leaders. Are you not the ones voting them in? Look at now, election year. There are people that are having sleepless nights, pursuing and crying for the same old dogs. For lack of better words, to come back and scavenge and take everything that you have.
I'm convincing my siblings right now to do the right thing. Do you know what they tell me? My brother, two of my brother, my elder brother, my younger brother, I said, I don't want to vote with this person, but I don't want to vote something my vote will not count. I say, what about if your vote
Oh
happen to be, say, you vote for this person, and the person lost the election. But maybe the person lost the election based on one vote, or one vote make the person didn't win because of
my
you didn't
God.
vote for the person. How will you feel? I said, but do you know if very many of you that also feel that you don't want to vote because of you felt your vote will not go anywhere, this person will not win. That's why you don't want to vote for the person. But you give the person that facelift to even contest again. Just imagine that Atiku will get a 20 million vote, Tinubu will get a 14 million vote, and Obi get a 19 million vote. Don't you think Obi will definitely contest again come 2027?
Of
But
course.
just imagine if after all this thing that we did, then Obi end up get 400 votes. Do you think he's going to contest again? He will say, oh, Nigeria does not worth fighting for.
At all. He go give up katapata, he go change the name,
So
he go
even though if
relocate, he
it's
go
not,
tear the passport, he go come out, and I
even
go
though
give
if
him.
he's not going to win, we need to push him where we'll give him the courage.
Exactly.
You understand? We need to. So don't think. I will tell you that if your vote must be on the winning party. Does that mean if your vote be on the winning party, they will give you appointments, you'll be
For
part of the
we
government, or you'll be a true citizen of the government, then those that didn't vote for the winning party fail the country? It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Say, no, my vote no go count, Obi no go anywhere. I like him, Monobisa, I don't like him, but he no go anywhere. Guy, don't worry,
exact
I beg, I don't want to waste my vote.
self-sabotage. You're
Why?
self-sabotaging, talking yourself out of the good that should come to you.
I try to analyze. They talk structure, they talk this, and I say, hey, that's structure. That's true. You talk structure. What structure Barack Obama have as a
So
black man?
now let people know. I remember when Barack Obama came to talk to the black caucus people in LA. At the LA that time, all of us go, we gather, we look and we say, this guy skinny man. Well, may we support him, may not be like say we not support him. People say, which kind name be Barack? I say you just the bear Barack. Barack not be where they put people when they lock up for jail. Now so me and my colleagues from office, now we go that time for Inglewood. Now we sit down, we they look the man, they talk. We say, English, they speak well. He be like say this man, you know what they do? Everybody call they talk their own. But there were people who left there saying, well, we'll give him the support that he deserves because he seems to know what he's doing and he knows his heart is in the right place. Like joke. Now Obama enter. Like play. Now
Obama use only one thing. He's the first black man to
That's
review
it.
Harvard law book review. That is the thing Obama used in winning senator. And
yes,
he didn't even stay in the yellow chamber for so long. He was there for only 6 months before he became president.
Exactly.
So what structure did he have? He only convinced people that I'm the first black man to review law book in Harvard. Which the same thing Gani Fayoemi do and started spending his own money in Nigeria. He contested in Nigeria. He didn't go anywhere.
Nowhere. Gani Fayoemi law books full everywhere now. We see now we read when we they go school that time. Gani Fayoemi law book review.
You see, you can imagine. So our biggest problem right now is not the leader, it's the follower.
It's not. It is us. That's what I'm saying. It is us. So if we don't change the mindset, if you don't
go against your wish for once.
Yes.
Go against your wish for once. I don't understand the way my people do things,
Well, you know what? I'm encouraged because the reason why I say I'm encouraged is because a lot is going on ground. And people are starting to see things for themselves. Why? Because they cannot sleep at night.
Oh,
there's no hope for them. So they have to. They know what they are faced with. Now me and you, they suffer the Boko Haram now. No, now they went they ground. So they are being forced to now make a decision. That's why you see all these rallies when they see million people they come out. It is an indirect way of letting the so-called powers on top there to let them know.
That's a statement. You are making a statement.
Loud statement saying that it is no longer politics like usual. You need to go to Twitter. If you go Twitter, you go know it happen for Nigeria. What is going on ground there is massive. So that's why I'm encouraged. For me, this is what's giving me courage. That it's not just only social media banter. It's not just Twitter banter. It's not just us doing this here. There are people on ground that are pushing, using their money, using their houses, their resources to make sure, gas we no go take win this one. No. I don't see any reason why we no go win this one. If we win this one, then we cannot. Peter Obi go don set high standard for anybody coming in. If you know
exactly, like I tell people, Obi will go there, and even though if he failed us there, but guess what? We don't set a standard that what America have today. You see, there's something that America have today that I like so much. I like that thing called midterm election. Prime Minister and heads, and you don't deliver, midterm election will pay you for it. We'll turn you to lame dog president.
Exactly.
We'll turn you because you're going to lose the house.
Exactly.
You can achieve nothing. You're going to lose the house. So the way the system is going, if Obi didn't do well, guess what? Another person will come up again. You understand? And I like the American way. America will say, you try, let somebody else to try.
That's it. So now the same angle now we go use. The people on ground are already calling for it. It's not even now the people on ground and they ginger me, to be honest. So I go look all these videos when they circulate. Twitter, go Twitter, I not they Twitter, but I just use the hashtag to find out what they go on.
Twitter.
Okay, so you can speak to it. A lot of people is not the same anymore. Everybody's tired. Everybody's tired every day. Person, you want sleep now, you go use one eye sleep. No light, nothing is working in the country. It's like let's say grind to a halt. It's not normal. School day, children day house, you go feed them. People when they suppose day school, they feed them 20. You know how expensive it is?
My sister, my daughter, she's in the senior year. So she's gonna go to school next year. She's gonna go to college next year. As I'm telling you right now, I have siblings that are my daughter with them, their age grade. So they already graduate from high school, but my daughter, she's still in senior year because my daughter, she's November. So that November really affects her age, this American thing, don't just jump. That November, you can't start school because of you've not gotten to the age. So she had to roll over because of her age. But what am I saying? Right now, as I'm telling you, my daughter already have 7 schools that are giving her admission for fall of 2023. Meanwhile, my people who don't finish school, they call everybody. You know any vice chancellor, you know any chancellor, you know any provost, any prof for this school, they define connection after the hard work to get to school. And the university itself is already in strike. So even though those people that already graduated last year that couldn't come in, so those that are graduating now, they're going to wait behind. So when I was talking to my brother, I said, even though your daughter that graduate this year and my daughter going to graduate next year, my daughter has already gotten an admission. Your daughter don't even know. Still they go slow, still they mole don't full. What kind of country is that? You can't plan anything. You can't plan. You can't do anything. And just imagine the pain, the everything. And even though that same child that is graduating now, if I don't have money, student loan, all type of aid and everything is lined up for the child without we finding any big man that we want to call. So how long must we be living life like this? Yeah, then we'll just look at our hope now. What God cannot do does not exist. You understand? My sister, you don't need to pray to blink your eye. If my hand is coming close to your eye, it blinks natural. You don't tell your eyes to blink. You understand? Something coming close, it just blink natural.
Exactly.
Exactly. It's just natural. You understand? That child now can get everything. Will say, okay, you know what? I want to defer my school 1 more year. Who does that in Nigeria? You will not find connection tire. You would rather just cry that you don't have money to go to school.
There
You
was
know?
one story one of my siblings shared with me. Said this guy graduated. He don't almost graduate. Now this election, now this strike, now he can't hold the guy. Now the guy after one day just sit down, you carry all the remaining papers, everything, carry and go school. He say he go meet them for school. He say waiting. Since he never graduate, no problem. He no follow the quarrel. All the money they go again, make they even keep the last certificate wey dem suppose give am, make dem keep am, make dem no worry, say make dem refund am all the money wey take go school because he wan go start business.
You know, see the other guy too. That one already graduated. He went back to his school that they should refund his money since he has not used the certificate to get any job in Nigeria.
Exactly.
He said he failed his father. His father keep telling him. Omoye, do you know that parents right now, when we're growing up, there are two celebrities in Nigeria when we're growing up. Those that play football, what Americans will call soccer, and those that are very brilliant. You understand? Everybody celebrates them in our neighborhood, in our community. You know that guy with no book where, or you know that guy with no book. Everybody started seeing their future, that their future is bright, or that one that has gone to Europe to go play professional football.
Yes.
You know, but Omoye, now, the only professional we'll get for Nigeria na Yahoo boy. They need
Of course. Like they're from leadership, from head, from top to bottom.
If you gossip Yahoo boy, Yahoo. No, I'm talking about street now. If you gossip Yahoo boy, now you be gossiper. Now you be enemy of progress. Now them be role model. They help people. They come back and feed people to take care of the community.
Can you imagine?
This is when I went to Warri, my brother was telling me, he said, bros, if you want to get better phone, you want to steal better phone, go to this select church. It was so funny. He said, you go there, you see iPhones everywhere. People put their iPhone to do prayer on the phone, to talk to their maga in abroad.
Wow.
You can imagine. Even the church does not even, they say the church does not attend to all these mama, all these mother that keep running to spiritual home for anything that makes sense and things that don't make sense. That my child don't know book. Father, prophet, pray for me. When they do that one again, we'll get so much clients what they deal with. Yahoo boy don't engage all the old pastors. You can imagine where things that would have been shame. You understand? You still in school those days. You brought shame to your family. In fact, let me put it the right way. You still at home. Your parents will go report you in school.
I'm telling you.
That is how I grew up. We have a name. I don't know where you school. When we're growing up in Lagos, anybody that's still at home, the parent will come report in school. We have song that will sing for you. Ajubole, ole, ajubole, ole, 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 ole. And the teacher will make you be dancing to the song, you that still. You understand?
Public embarrassment. Yes, I remember.
But just imagine now we celebrate people who steal. And Omoye, do you know those people that do Yahoo boys? Sometimes some of the things you and I suffer here in America, you understand? It's transfer aggression.
Of course.
You understand? You don't know. Somebody just asks you in public, where are you from? Sometimes I just feel that, hey, I don't want to call Nigeria now because I don't want to know my brother now ain't taking grandmama pension.
Exactly.
I don't know whether I should say Nigeria or I should just simply call one name where they don't know, Mozambique. You understand? Some of these people just hate us because of what our people have done to them. You understand? But guess what? It takes you to be very smart to even swindle people in the West. If we do the right thing, Omoye, look at the money boys are making now in tech in America. Is it not the same tech format if we create our country where? How many times we make phone calls? Where do you get those phone calls? You understand? They rather those things go to Sabian, Indian, and the likes. But they cannot give Nigeria those type of job. When you call customer service sometimes, when you hear those crazy accents, where do you think it's coming from? They outsource the thing. America is cutting costs. India, Sabia, other countries.
Of course.
So pick your call. That's why they tell you, let me put you on hold. when what you are asking, they needed to dig into your file more. They put you on hold so that they link it to the right source to cut costs, but they can't. Okay, look at America today. America take their recycled plastics and the likes. If China bring goods, the vessel will be empty after all. Nothing really much is going to China. America give China their recycles and the likes. They pay China up to $1.3 billion to take these plastic recycles and the likes. China stopped taking it. America started giving to Philippines. Philippines, the president started acting like Trump. Stop taking it. And I'm asking, do you know that same plastic, people are picking those bottled waters and in Nigeria to sell? So which means they recycle in Nigeria. Omoye, what is your government waiting to go tell America, say, bring the plastic now free? They will still pay you to take it. My sister, we need to think business. Is that not what Obi said?
Of course.
You understand? It's going to create job.
Of course.
Those
Look at
plastic
all
without-
these outsourced jobs that they have. People calling from India, tech work, sometimes customer service. You call is an Indian person that's responding to you. We have potential in Africa. We have
But they
potential in
closed
Nigeria.
us.
So many opportunities for people. They talk about tech. Some of the smartest tech people in the world are Nigerians. Some of these people making the apps that we're using are Nigerians. They behind them. We go day here. We're just complacent. And
My
I like
sister,
what Ade
you
said.
know they see the
Our
way
problems.
they see the
Wait,
way somebody
brother
will work for
Paul.
bank don't take.
Wait, brother Paul. May I address this comment? Ade say our problems didn't start today. Fact. We're all culpable. That's a fact. We know one talk sense to power. It is fact. Fela don already sing am. We no wan die. Papa dey house, mama dey house. Still katakata don pass our garri. That's exactly what we're going through right now.
100%.
And inside this, if we know, that may be this, I thank God for the voice God has given me. I know not be everybody fit talk as I dey talk. Not be everybody. And the Marriott made a comment earlier that I wanted to address, but she had left already. That sometimes I think that, or I'm trying to get people, or I think that people are thinking like me. I'm not here to impose my idea or the way I process things on anyone. That's not my duty. That's not my job. I don't do that. I speak my own truth. Whoever wants to take it, you take it. If you don't want to take it, no problem. The voice when I get, not be me give myself. Now as I see myself be that. And if I see something where no good, I go talk calm. I don't care how you feel. I don't care whether you're offended or not. I'm not here to come and give you sugar to add to the bitter. Mbano. If that's what you're looking for, you're not going to find it with me. I will tell you the truth. Our problem is us. The leaders that are there, who they vote them, now us. As they drag this matter now, like Nama meet, we never done. There are people that are still clamoring for the same old guards that have not done anything. Are we now going, those of us when we get sense, are we now going to fold our hand and say, yes, leave now so it be? May we just leave them,
They don't
now so it
understand.
just be.
Omoye,
We can't.
Omoye, we are
can't.
privileged. We are privileged. I use the word privilege, and I'm being careful with it. We are privileged to find ourselves in the West. So we have the opportunity, you understand, to balance our opinion. We have the opportunity in the sense that we've seen the way government work in Nigeria, and we've seen the way government work here. We know this place is also not perfect, but we know certain things that they can do. So we have opportunity to pick the good side. You understand?
Yeah.
We like our culture and our traditions. They are very, very good. They also have their own flaws. You understand? We have the opportunity to pick. Like I keep telling people, if my father used to be very, very disciplined, if I didn't take time and understand things very well, I would think because of my father is disciplined, that was why I become somebody great today. Then I will be so disciplined to my kids. But it has nothing to do. Like I tell people, is it that Buhari parents is not disciplined before they make the country the way they come? Is it that Tinubu parents were not disciplined? Is it that those people that find themselves in prison, is it that their parents were not disciplined? Or is it that the people that are misbehaving here in America, they don't have what the opportunity called American dream before they misbehave, before some of them become homeless, begging in the street? You understand? So sometimes you need to retrain your mind. You need to work on yourself, and you don't expect me if if I'm to be a little bit partisan and every other thing, if I'm supporting Obi, you don't expect me to come here and talk all against Obi. But does that make Obi perfect or not perfect? Obi is far from being perfect. Like I tell people sometimes, I said Obi did well. We all agree. But I don't think Obi make any exception like Aisha Yusuf will say. Because if Obi really do well, very well, like he will say it and the likes, how come everybody didn't move out from Enugu, Ebonyi, River State, Kanu, Anambra, Lagos, run to Anambra? Like as
So,
everybody is running to Lagos. You
yeah.
understand? But guess what? Obi is still better than the rest that we are saying right now. You understand? And so it's still better than the rest, but you don't expect me. So if you yourself too also have points to support your Tinumbu, your Atiku, come outside and convince us. You're more than welcome. Don't stay behind. You understand? You're more than welcome.
Exactly. You know, here's the thing. Sebi Aisha is in Nigeria. The voice that woman has, she's a lone voice, right? And there are few other women like her that are in Nigeria. What stops more voices to come up like that? You know, because we cannot be shouting, oh, problem here, problem there, and you are not saying anything. You're not playing any role in it. You have to add your own 2 cents. Whatever it is that you have, add to it. That's what's going to make this a reality. And to your point, Brother Paul, absolutely, Obi is not. I'm not voting for Obi. I am not voting for Obi. I am voting for a movement. It is in the person of Obi. He's just a representative of that movement. And because has common sense and he's been able to express in a commonsensical way what he wants to do, in a way that the market woman go hear and he go understand them. The driver go hear and he go understand. Person wey no go school at all when they on that bridge go hear and he go understand. That is why I'm voting for. I'm not voting for Peter. Peter Obi is a human being. He is prone to errors. He will make mistakes. But this is more than Peter Obi. It is bigger than him. You know, at the end of the day, when he gets in and he makes a mistake, are we not going to fold our hand and say because we elected him, we voted for him, so also because of that, we are not going to talk to him? Hello, I'll be the first on this table to call him out. Because why? We have set a standard that is higher than usual for these people to come in. So if you're coming in and we voted you in, we have to call you out on your BS. If you do anyhow, you see anyhow. So that anybody, so that he can put things in place and structures in place, so that anybody that is coming in, if you don't meet up to that standard, you will not smell the corridor, even the bathroom of a power, you don't go smell them ever in your life. All those evil people, we need to chase them into the hole where they come from. That's what needs to happen. And as it seems, he's the only one that has the capacity to do that right now. All those other people forget. They are all there. They are all deleted and buried forever. They will not resurrect again. But it is up to you and I to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm going to be wrapping up soon. Man, I don't intend to do
We have to take our country back. Like I fondly tell people all the time. Let me not even use the word fondly, like I tell people all the time. This country that I am, it is those that have not been here that is happy for me. Omoye, let's tell ourselves the truth. We don't like this place. So.
Of course
now,
not.
the few comfort and that little money that we use in touching life that is keeping us here. If not, my father try you. He built small house. Even though I get rent where they collect, where they take the subsidy. So if it was worse to the worst, I can still go back. You understand? We don't really like this place. It's just the money. There's nowhere like home. And if they think we like this place so much, then we don't have any business doing it. This is weekend. We have 1 billion and 1 movies to watch in Netflix, Hulu, and the likes. We have other things to do on our phone. You understand? We have other things to do in our phone before we are here. So that tells you that we still mean well at home. Like I tell people all the time these few days, I am training my siblings' kids to school. I am pushing my own to go get scholarship because I don't want to spend. Does that normal? It is completely abnormal. You
Yeah.
understand? Just imagine the responsibility that they give me that I never signed contract to, all because of I find myself in the West.
Right.
You understand? If I go
Yeah.
back home and I live with them, play draft with them, follow them, eat agonyewa, then they will tell me, say, I can't pay picking school fees. I'm telling you,
This
they
is
won't
true.
tell me that.
Yeah,
You understand?
let me address Ade's comment. So to me, I think Nigeria requires radical approach. Thus, I would prefer Showore, but unfortunately, Nigeria is not ready for him. You know what,
Good talk.
Ade, I completely understand what you're saying, but I'm sorry, Showore is really disappointing me on so many levels right now. If Showore really, really wants to see this radical change, right now, the wind, the force of nature is not behind him. I think that even as activists, as people, we need to recognize when we need to take the back seat sometimes. Showere has a huge potential, or should I say had. But lately, I have been seeing audios and videos of him just doing anyhow. I don't know if he has anybody talking to him. We cannot move the wind that is behind one man. It is not possible, and put it behind him. If it were possible, perhaps we could have. But it's beyond us as a people. If Showore cannot see that, I question his activism. Because as an activist, you should be able to see and say, okay, what is the best for the people? And when you see one man come out and it is apparent that this man seems to be garnering, you should join your forces with him, because the opportunity is going to present itself where he has the foundation to leap from. But right now, he's not doing that. And I'm sorry to say, I've lost my respect for Showore. It's very painful for me to say, because
Moye,
Showore has been such a great activist, sensitizing the young people. But what I've been seeing lately, it really, really breaks my heart. It really
Omoye,
does.
Omoye, don't take it too personal. I understand your part
I'm
because you
not
just want
taking
to
it
achieve.
personal, though. Now,
But
waiting
but
blame my
you
me
see,
not take nothing personal, nothing personal at all.
Showore is my guy. I like Showore to die. But you see something, Omoye. You see somebody like Showore, because people keep accusing Showore. That's the same thing I said with Obi the other day. I argue over this money thing, this US and Canada, North America, $250 to $10,000 table like AY show. I don't really buy it, and I kicked against it. But you see, the Showore thing, Showore have gone so far where he feel within himself that if he go back and join force with the other party, it will look like he's using that platform to gain himself. Because if Showore would have seek an appointment, he would have already got it in Jonathan time. Very many of us don't really know that Showore is from Ondo State, from Ibokoda. You know, Showore is an Ijaw man like Jonathan, and Showore single-handedly fought very well for Jonathan to become president. You understand? But many people remember Showore, that Showore make Buhari become president. But Showore actually, it was only Showore, Sarah Reporter, and late Dora Kuyili. These are the people that speak out, that helped Jonathan. Jonathan couldn't even speak out for himself. You know, so some of us didn't really follow the history very well. It was Sarah Reporter, the so-called Punch champion, call out the newspaper, the TV. Nobody report anything. Then it was Sarah Reporter. So Showore did well, and even though Jonathan even called him, you understand? But that was the peak of Sarah. Showore did not take it. That shows his activism. And he did the same thing when Jonathan also failed the country. He did the same thing to Jonathan over Yaradua. Buhari. You know, not like he was in the payroll. So Showore, let's not lose hope with Showore. Showore is somebody that we can say, if tomorrow Obi win, we can push Obi to put Showore in that place that will fit Showore very well.
Well, on that note, Mr. Paul, I agree with everything you have said about Showore. I totally, like I said, I've been a huge supporter of Showore myself.
I'm aware of his activism and all that. I'm aware of how he celebrated when Buhari won. And I'm aware of his statement that Buhari won on his back. He said it is not, I'm not quoting him, it's a fact. Now, my point is this. When two people stand, you go look which person breathes, they back pass. If you truly are interested in you have the interest of the people at heart, you go ask yourself, which person breeze they in back? This breeze that is behind Obi is not be we give am the breeze. I don't know Peter Obi before. I don't know anything about the man. I didn't even know he was a PDP before. I had no clue about him.
Yeah, he joined PDP.
Everybody, most people did not know him. But isn't it weird? This man is garnering such a following. You think it's man-made? It is not. This is my point. I am not taking away from Showore's work. I cannot do that. The man has done well, right, in activism. He should stick with that. But now to come out and start trying to bring down, instead of him to focus on the people, the heavy hitters, the ones that have really brought us to where we are, he is always picking on Peter Obi and trying to wait now, brother Paul. I know so you be sure, man, but let me land that beg, no verse.
Right.
He is now coming out, and the way he's talking about Peter Obi, referring to him as a boy of the PDP, is very degrading and insulting. He shouldn't do that. If Showore came out today and he had this fire behind him, trust me, I will be here on this live and pushing for Showore. If you have the interest of the people at heart, join forces with Peter Obi. Peter Obi does not need to go to him for nothing. I beg you. He should join, recognize. Oh, look at now. Kwakwaso is regretting. Kwa is regretting now because they not join. Yes. There's no sentiment here. I don't know Peter Obi. I don't send them. I don't care. I just want to see Nigeria move forward and walk. That's all I care about. But for you to now come and be degrading another man like you, first of all, Peter Obi is older than him. If you want to talk about mates, as Nigerians, we know what it means when somebody is older to refer to him as a boy. That is degrading and dismissive. I'm sorry. The Peter Obi has not called you out. He has not said anything negative about you. He doesn't go about saying anything negative about people. See, all of these things, I have no dog in it too. Nobody's paying me to do all of this. I just want to see Nigeria walk, for crying out loud. Why? There are so many children right now that are suffering and being taken advantage of. There's a lot of harvesting going on in Nigeria as we speak. It is not normal. It is not. Anybody that can put that aside, anybody that can overlook that and start saying no, trying to pull the person whose force wind is behind him right now, I question such a person's interest. There's nothing anybody can tell me now, because it's obvious. It's all out there in videos. It's not right. Anybody that is close to him, I think they need to talk to him. He's losing followers. He's losing people who believe in him as we speak.
So,
but that's all I'm going to say, and I'm going to be wrapping this up. I beg.
Okay.
I don't tire.
So Omoye, let me say something quickly. So now, understand something. Like Arizona today that I live is swing state, turning purple. So we have governorship election. Trump is supporting one of the party in the primaries, the same Republican. Mike Pence is supporting another person to become the governor, the candidate. Mike Pence came to Arizona 2 times. Trump came to Arizona 3 times. They come and campaign. Omoye, everything Obi is achieving today, the strategy, even though this coming to America, travel here and there, these are the things Showore did. Showore has started understanding politics. You have to take it or you leave it. Good percentage of the people that run after Showore in 2019, all these people are the ones that run to Obi. So Showore is doing everything possible to win back his follower. It's called politics.
He's doing a very poor job of it. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah,
very poor.
No, Omoye, yeah, when it didn't work well, we'll call it for. I understand. You know, you and I understand the game, but as politicians, they would not want to see it there. This shine right now is for Obi. There's nothing. Come on, Omoye. Mogalu did not rest. But we were shocked that Mogalu did not even win primaries in this party. Didn't it shock you? Somebody like me, I even believe that Mogalu, the Igbo people supposed to rally around Mogalu. But Mogalu lost primaries. It was very shocking to us. You understand? So this is the thing. So many of Showore followers today are the obedient followers. Don't get me wrong, not all of them. You understand? So what Showore is doing, first of all, the people that believed me yesterday that are left me, I need to do everything to convince them back. But where you don't understand how to play politics, playing this American politics in Nigeria. Nigeria bring this culture, respect thing in politics a lot. Elderly, I am your senior, I am your this, I am your that. You know, Omoye, I don't know your age. You don't know my age. This gray hair that you are seeing on my face, you don't know whether I don't get as is primary 4. You don't know. You understand? But I can say, listen. Remember that APC pastor do anti-B the other day? You understand?
Yeah.
You know, so it's like that. You know, so the way it's going, and also you remember when you are drowning, you don't remember your swimming class. All you think of, you don't want to drown. You understand? So a good swimmer, if somebody hits you little thing and you fall in the water, you might lose conscious. You understand? That's how swimming is from my knowledge about swimming. So he's drowning right now. So to some extent, he's going to get confused. You understand? He's going to fight. What is a good potential? Showore is somebody that some of us will put good pressure. And I can tell you that because of many of Obi people today are people that cross from Showore to Obi.
I was an avid supporter of Showore, even when he came out.
I can tell you, if Obi wins, some of us will push Obi to put Showore in somewhere, and I can tell you, it will not end there. They will even put pressure on Showore. You have to take this.
So right now, you guys should go and be talking to him. All that talk that is going around and talking and calling him boy, he's no longer in America. He should remember where he's coming from. Because guess what? If there are certain cultures I will go to in Nigeria, the way I talk, once I remember, I'm in Nigeria and forget to, I need to respect to, I go immediately, the thing will come back to my memory. I go give the respect. You say, give to Caesar what is due to Caesar. You don't just say, okay. Not be so that they do something. So as soon as I'm not gonna go back, go they tell and say, guy, this.
Now that you say so, you make me laugh. Now I went to African store and bought a milk. Go buy picnic. The thing don't expire. Now I go back, they go vibrate. The old mama where they said it, they say, I think you don't do for America. You know, I don't take passive for America. Close your grandmama store down now. Say because this is America. We will never see that in Walmart. Now you don't go buy it for Walmart. They tell you they say milk will expire. No, I never old. I never old. Don't be as them. They bring pick me come for me and I not quick buy. Right, the thing expire for my stuff. I was laughing. The woman use African way break me down. I couldn't do nothing. Did I say I will not take the milk? Don't come here and make noise and everything. So sometimes I just give the woman that leeway because we are Africans, the way we do things. But if it is Walmart, I don't even know whether I want to go there 2 times before I will say, I will open the milk since I know I bought it there. You understand?
Yeah, but you will use the opportunity also to let the woman know, no, you cannot be going around carrying expired stuff. You correct her. You let her know because somebody else can go into that store.
She made me understand. She tried to use, but I tried to educate her. I said, Mommy, when you buy all these things, you need to plug all these things into a system so that system will remind you. You don't go to your store, everything to go look the expiration date. If you put this thing in system, it will remind you that this one is expiring. Then you take them off the shelf. You don't even wait for the last day of expire. So 2 months, 3 months, you start knowing that these things, you start taking them off the shelf. But what am I saying? She still use the African way that your grandmama we don't stay here, they suffer, they sell this thing for now. You won't drive me out of business because you won't say milk expire. You know, but I still have a way of, she still bend me with the African thing. you know. But the beauty of it, she takes it back, you understand, and right there she called the Ghanaian guy that was working with her, you understand, to look everything. They started taking them out, you know, because I myself too, I didn't know. I had to go home after 2 days before I see the milk, you know. And funny enough, I am lactose intolerant. I don't even drink milk. I don't drink that pig milk, you know. But it was funny for me to see it.
Well, anyway, that being said, I think I have to draw the curtain. Jesus is Lord. I never thought that I would make a life this long. My goodness, village people. Hey!
Yeah, Mirabel don't remind you 4 hours ago.
Oh my God, my goodness, my goodness. In fact, where I won't start to the thank all of now when it show up. Me now only 1 hour I can't do. I be say I can't do. Only 1 hour because I wanted my Saturday to myself. But hey, you now drag me, put me
Oh,
for
yeah.
here
You
for
go,
over
you wait
4
they go
hours.
for good chow now. That's why you want close meeting.
You say it.
You wait they go for good chow now. Eh?
I'm telling you,
You-
in fact, when I don't that forgo the shower, when I don't let me they think am twice now. So okay, maybe I should just chill today. Eh? When I do well for my body, oh, in fact, but you know it go better. Me no
Yes, sir.
say
No, you can only get better.
na Peter Obi na him go win, and we go all ensure we ourselves we get work to do. Everybody for home plus ourselves, but we need to start unlearning and changing our mindset
Yes.
because e never work for us. E no go work. We need to move forward. We need to
Omo,
start
yeah,
changing.
we don't have option. When I see the
We
things
don't.
that happen with the death of the late queen, the way some of my Nigerians talk, the way some of my Nigerians do, you just know that we really have a long way. But we need to take the country to the next level because sometimes, like I tell people, Nigeria is still growing because if you take it or not, you see an Agbero conductor will send their kids to private school to tell you that even though the life they are living, you understand, they don't like it. You understand? But that's just the only source they have for now. You know, so we don't have option not to make that country great so that we all can go back in peace and harmony. You understand?
Right.
Enjoy our hard work and also live long. You
Yeah.
understand? What keeps
Yeah.
Come on here.
Ade, I just shared the link, so that we can hear from you before I leave. I
Come
just
here.
shared
What?
the link.
Okay, sorry.
So,
What keeps
go
America
ahead.
live long? When I saw this, the record and everything, places like Japan and the likes, they live long. What keeps America long? It is the power of technology. Their healthcare, they invest a lot in their healthcare. Not that they eat good food. You understand? So if we make our country great, the better for every one of us.
Right.
The better
Right.
for every one of us.
Exactly. You know, so I mean, I know, right, Mirabel, you are shocked to see that we're still here. Even me, I'm shocked myself. Almost 5 hours on a live. I can't remember the last. I don't think I've ever done a 5 hour live.
My sister, this will be come make us now for weekend now. We'll not get work again. We'll go
I'm
from life
telling
to
you,
life to life to life
I'm
to life.
from
When I
life
can't
to. I'm
sleep now,
telling you.
I go sleep like newborn baby. We cry for 2 hours before they put her to bed. I
I
go
said
sleep. Then go they
before
shout,
I,
say, you on your vibrator.
you know waiting, I said before, yes, this morning. Now even Celine, now make me book this one. Now make me schedule this one. The kind sleep when I sleep, to come out for bed today hard. Celine can send me message, can say, sis, how far? I'm waiting, no village meeting, unko. Hey, I can't respond. I say, my sister, I am tired. Half sleep, half awake, half asleep. Now they respond. I can't sit. After when I wake up, I don't go gym, do everything. I can't get energy. I can't say, you know, to make I just do life for 1 hour only. That the rest is history. Here we are, still talking blah 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 blah.
Well,
Yeah?
just prepare. Remember, Andrew is coming up with 100 questions for you.
Una go dey here now to respond on his behalf. Una go
That-
dey, all of us go dey here to answer the question. So, you see now, let me go dey answer the 100 questions.
That's why I tell
mute.
her. That's why I tell her. Say, I go answer 80.
Exactly. Everybody else go dey drag am with am, dey follow am argue, dey give am their own response. Nobody me. I fit no even answer sef. I go just bring all of una come, make una come dey answer. So make una mark the date o. Next village meeting na question and answer session. So all of una gather come answer Mr. Andrew question. So they use style to wait for you, but at this point, be like say we go dey draw the curtain. I never see you, so we go dey draw the curtain. So I want to use the opportunity to thank everybody. Brother Paul, give us your final thoughts, and then I go close out.
My sister, I still remain the same. This is the thing that keep me awake at night. We have to make that country great. We cannot be finding all the strategy to take our best brain and bring them here. It worries me every day. All
Yeah.
my friends, my colleague back then, people that I know, hey, my son just graduated, how can you help? And I will be finding all the strategy to bring our best brain here. And at the end of the day, we'll still become second fiddle, no matter how it is.
No matter.
You understand?
Yep.
So this is not what we want. These things keep me awake. We have to make our country great. Like I said, if we all can do well here in America today, what stops me to also send my daughter to go to college in Nigeria? What
Yep.
stops me? After all,
Facts.
Clinton at the time did one of his degree in England. Bill Clinton. You understand? He went to England at school. What stops us? You know? Yeah.
Exactly.
So let me let
So
Ade
we
also
have,
speak.
yeah, Brother Paul, we have
Thank you.
Ade, welcome. Oh, thank you very much for the support. I really appreciate that.
Hey, hi guys, you're very welcome. And I will say a big thank you to you too, because when it comes to platforms and, due to different topics that are being taught and being treated, people are learning and all that, it goes a very long way. Thank you so much for your efforts
Thank
and all your
you.
work you do.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Nigerian politics. Actually, left for me, I've already given up on all of them. I won't lie to you. But you see, that Sowore of a person, why I kind of like incline towards him is just because of like his antecedents, right? So I'm like, if only, and I don't even think Nigeria is even ready for someone like him, because one, they see him as a radical person that would never ever listen. Even the Nigerian people, right? They are like, they have known the likes of the so-called Tinubus, Atikus, and all that, and guess what? They are all brainwashed. Those are the only ways at which they can reach their promised land, whatever. And it has been there for decades. Now, comes to something like Peter Obi. Peter Obi also is a great guy, but to me, he's still part and parcel of them. Hobnobbing with who's this president? What was it? Obasanjo and all that. Babangida and all of them. I'm like, am I going to see a difference in this Obi of a person? Well, you never can tell. Maybe yes, maybe no. What about this guy that is just ruthless and he doesn't even give a BS about any one of them, which is sure. And that's why I just, incline towards him.
Right. I mean,
making any sense.
No, I understand what you're saying. And like I said earlier, I've been a huge supporter of Sowore. Very huge supporter. I appreciate his work. His activism speaks for itself. I appreciate all the efforts he's put in, radicalizing and educating the people. Absolutely. Support him on that. But you see, we are in a place now in Nigeria, right? Where Nigeria is in the gutter right now, for lack of better words. Let me just put it that way. Right now, when you put everybody down that we're looking at, mind you, Peter Obi, yes, he used to be in PDP, but he left, right? And that was a risk in and of itself because everybody thought that was the end of it. When we are all fighting for one thing and we all want better lives for ourselves and to make our communities better, when you look around and you put all these people down and you see that there's a wind behind one person, and everybody is clamoring for that one person because of what he has said, not because he gave anybody money, not because he put anybody in any type of strategic position to speak for him. Peter Obi doesn't know me. I don't know him. You know what I mean? But people are just clamoring for him. And there's a saying that says the voice of the people are the voice of God. So sometimes you want to look and weigh all your options and look at it and say, okay, there's wind behind this person, and it's not something that is man-made. It was not generated out of selfish desire or people putting money in people's pockets. Well,
Mm-hmm.
since I am fighting because it's all about the people and I want them to be in a better place, why don't I join and help this movement become all that it is? Guess what? Showore stands a very, very strong, stands a very strong place to become president. I'm telling you the fact. But you see what he's doing now in recent times, going from a news place and podcast to podcast and
Mm-hmm.
belittling and talking down on Peter Obi is making him look bad. Even his
Oh, you
supporters,
mean
a
he
lot
talks
of
down on
people.
Peter Obi? When was that?
Yes, there was a video that came out. There was an interview he did yesterday on a podcast, and they were
Okay.
asking him directly about Peter Obi. And I'm summarizing, and please, you can go and find the video. It's on YouTube. It's a podcast he was on, and he was saying, "Oh, Peter Obi is a PDP boy. He doesn't seem as any different. You can't castigate someone like that when he obviously, the man has put himself out there. He has asked you to go and verify. Now, if you're criticizing him based on, huh, we don't know. We don't know. We hope he does what he wants to do. Or based on your own understanding and knowledge and activism, go and ask him questions. Go and book and say, hey, dude, I see that there's wind behind you. What are you giving the people? I want to hear because I am for the people. This is an opportunity for him to ask him questions. Now, I understand you're also running to be president of the country. But it is obvious the wind is not behind you. And we cannot move this wind now from one person's back because it's not up to us to move the wind now and put it behind you. It's not possible. This is where I'm having a problem. And it's not just that one video. There's another video where when Buhari won, he was celebrating. And he said with his own mouth that Buhari and them came on his back. I mean,
Good
when
on
you
his
say
back.
things like, yes, when you say stuff like that, right? Now, again, like I said, I've been an avid supporter of Showore. But with the things that he's doing lately, he's dampening his popularity without it. He doesn't even know the damage he's doing for his own future ambition if he wants to be a president. To be honest with you, a lot of people are losing interest in him because of that. There's pride in it with the way he talks. There's pride emanating from the way he talks. The way he's putting down this man is condescending. And we're Africans. Let's not get it twisted. You're a Yoruba man. Mr. Showore is a Yoruba man. There's such a thing as respect, right? When you're talking to someone and you're telling them they're a boy, and this man is clearly older than you, I just feel like he's taking it too far. You're trying to, in a bid to try to climb, you're trying to pull the person down. It doesn't work like that. And people can see through that because people's eyes are opened now. This is my problem with him. And I'm saying, anybody that knows Showore, that has at least his ear, you people talk to him and say, guy, we understand that you are for the people and we stand with you. We will always stand with you. But you know what? Go about it a different way. This is not the time. Nigeria is at a dangerous place. Do we want to see Nigeria at war? At the rate we are going, if we are not careful and these old guards get hands again, get a chance to enter, we are in trouble. Oh. We should just forget that country completely. It is not a curse, it's a fact. There are people literally dying of hunger every day in Nigeria as we speak. When was the last time you heard that somebody was deleting because of hunger? It has never happened. There's been farms. When people don't have money, at least they have farm to go and harvest cocoa, yam, cassava, and eat. But now people can't even go to their farms because of what is going on. So it saddens me that with all this insecurity that is going on and all the troubles that Nigeria is facing, instead of you to say, okay, let's do this. Let's put our powerhouse behind this person. Put him there. If you don't, here is a golden opportunity. If the man now gets in and he's not doing what you ring him like you've been ringing other people. This is my concern about Sowore.
Okay.
This is why I'm losing my support. He's losing my support. You
Okay,
can't do that.
you want me to come in?
Come in, oh.
You see, Sowore, like for example, in Occupy Nigeria, right? I could remember vividly, I came all the way from Chicago to New York City. Then, I have no idea who he is. I just usually to read, Sarah reporters and all that. But that very day that we were in New York at the Nigerian house, I know you know the very street in New York City there. This guy was like confronting this government official, da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, wow, who is this guy? Then a friend of mine was like, you don't know him. He used to be a SUG boy, this and this in Nigeria. I'm like, oh, okay. I won't lie to you, since that time, I've been following every bit of his actions and what have you. Now, when it comes to Nigerian elites, so to say, if you really see the way he talks to most of them, I think as a Yoruba boy that knows what is, when it comes to respecting and what have you, maybe elders and, call it, whatever names. I think when it comes to the fact that these so-called elders have messed us up, right? And we get to a situation whereby we cannot even ask them or tell them, no, this is wrong because they are elders. He was, I think, coming from a background like, look, why could you be a leader or an elder and you take what is, what belongs to all of us? Or in the name of you are the one that is leading us, you are the leader or you are an elder. So coming from that, school of thought, it just sees them like, no, there's no way I'm going to give you any respect because you immersing yourself with, people's commonwealth. That is what I could say in that aspect of disrespecting, quote and unquote, because a Nigerian leader that has messed up the country deserves no respect to me. Like for example, when he says he calls Peter Obi his boy, I mean a PDP boy or something like that. Well, it could be derogatory saying something like that, but at the same time, Peter Obi himself, I think to some extent, would say maybe it was time a VP to Atiku or something. Whether he did say it was his boy. So
no, he
his
said
boy
Atiku
in that
is his
time,
mentor.
huh?
He said
His
Atiku
mentor,
is
right?
his mentor.
Okay, it's Atiku his mentor. By him now saying, oh, it's PDP boy. Of course, whoever does not like Sowore will say, come on, listen to what you just said. Now, that's how you disrespect all the elders. To me, Sowore is such a ruthless fellow that he just say it the way it is. As long as people are being, are not going through the difficulties we are into now, he just say it the way it is to the power. He doesn't care who you are, whether you hold young, whatever. He just tells you, look, we try to fix this country. We can't continue like this. And that's the way me I see him, that he's just blunt. And all this while, like you see most of my comments, all of us are just like in the sideline. We don't want to come out just because one is afraid or that is afraid and what have you. But this is a guy that is just like, his family is in New York there for days. I mean, for how many years now? I mean, to me, but unfortunately, as I wrote in the comments, Nigerians are not ready for him. And it's quite unfortunate. Peter Obi left for me is still part and parcel of the hold. I won't be surprised if he does anything different when he comes there, if at all he wins. If he wins, I could bet. That is just me, you understand? Like, for example, I'm telling some of people back home in Nigeria, look, this is the person I think you guys could vote for, this and that. They say, brother, okay, we don't even know him, this and that. I try to tell him one or two things I know about him. But guess what? If they think I'm one way or the other responsible for some of what they do and they tell me they're going to vote for him and they don't vote for him, of course, who am I to call them to say, no, why did you collect my money up of top my support and all that? You didn't vote for the person I think would put the country on the right path. Overall, left for me, Peter Obi gets there. I will be surprised if he does anything, different from this old set of cargoes of politicians. That is just me. But for me, Sowore is going to get there. Nigerians are not ready. That is the question mark that is right there.
So the same question, how are we sure that when Sowore gets there, he will do what he says? He's very active now because we've had people who are active. That's how the Buhari thing came. Oh, he
yes,
was
corner.
a soldier.
Sowore, if
Wait
you look
now,
okay.
Ogade, please let me just put this one in. Why are we so sure? Buhari is a disciplinarian. He was in the army. Oh, he said no nonsense, man. It was this. I personally was against Buhari. I wasn't so active about it. I had somebody I went to school with. Then I was on Facebook. I was very active. He even changed his last name to Buhari. I personally had a phone call with him, and I said, "Listen, why are you clamoring for this man? Because I don't see anything that this man is coming to do." I was like, he used to be a military man. Have you forgotten? During Nigeria got time. Sing, very disciplined, very this. Look, none of us can see the mind of anybody. The only person that can see the mind of a person is the creator himself. As it stands, who has the wind behind him? Out of all of them, Peter Obi. I am going with the people. Is that what they want? Let's get him there. If he not can't do, because when the people get somebody in there, it is easy for the same people to bring the person down. So yes, let's get him there. Let us see. Let's prove it wrong and say, okay, Shebi, we told you people. Shebi, we talked.
You won't bet on this. If he gets there, you won't bet on this. If he gets there, Obi will not do anything different.
That's not true. I beg to differ very strongly on that.
Peter I can bet on this because to me it's part and parcel of them. The same whole politicians. No, it's not.
The same way I can say Sowore is part and parcel of them.
Yes,
because he supported Buhari. I can say that too.
Yes, hold on. No, let's correct one part. Sowore never support Buhari.
That is correct. He never support Buhari.
Let's correct one part. He said that, Brother Paul.
What he said was that Buhari rode on his back. What he meant was that in journalism,
Sarah Reporter was the one that marketed Buhari.
He was celebrating when Buhari won. He's on video. Abemo will leave that one. If now that one, sorry.
Omoye, can you hold on? Hold on. Omoye,
let's move away from that one because there is a video to back it up.
Omoye, that's true. It's just like the way you also have so many facts and figures that you quote from Gistlover. Are you telling me tomorrow?
I don't follow Gistlover. The only reason why I'm following Gistlover is because of her mother. Nothing else. I don't follow that's exactly
what we're saying. See,
it's not exactly. You said we quote facts and figure. There's a huge difference. I only started following. I only started following Gistlover because of her mother. So it's not quoting fact. I never quote fact and figure. I don't bring. I'm not a gossip blog. I don't blog.
No. From Gistlover, I'm just using it as a phrase. Now, what do I mean by that? That's the same way the media will not report anything because of the way Nigerian politics is. So because of that, everybody keep quoting Sarah Reporter. Just like I said, the way you quote Gistlover, everybody keep. So Sarah Reporter was the one that is bringing out all this information about Jonathan. Just like Sarah Reporter bringing all the things about Yaradua. When Yaradua was incapacitated, he was the one that brought everything. And let me correct one part. Maybe you don't know. Omoyele Sowore is from Ondo State. He's an Ijaw man. He's not a Yoruba man. Ijaw from mother side.
I don't care where he comes from, Brother Paul. There's no point in that. I don't care where Mr. Sowore comes from. It's not my problem. Here's the thing.
Just for the record,
I just want because I'm tired and I don't want to start yelling. I don't start yelling. Please.
Okay, children.
Yes, mommy.
Thank you.
Yes, mommy.
Okay, children. Children. I have brought the Ekpan, the granotes. You can stop fighting.
I beg, I won't go more than leave me.
Yes, the Ekpan granotes. Please.
Okay, we share the B11. Take one B, ma. Take one B.
We don't understand.
I would have thought that the heat in Arizona will be making you calm down. Apparently, that heat never reached your body yet.
Now why get heat now?
The heat where they Arizona never begin to pepper you for body. That make you still get out and they talk like this.
I'm telling you. 5 hours. Kilo day.
I 5 hours. I come late. I came in a little bit late.
Excuse me, Ejo. The weather is cool. Please let us appreciate the cool weather. It's rained in California yesterday. Allow us to enjoy the cool weather.
It
Enjoy
rained in
the weather.
Arizona yesterday. Oh,
Just
better rain, no. Not be the one with dirty cow.
no,
Good
I
rain.
see this one, it just, as far as I'm concerned, the thing just they drop one by one. Now you know how California be. Oh, it rained so heavily. Now I look ground, I don't see the water for ground. Now they wonder, say, where did it rain heavy? You know, the city, oh, it's raining so badly. We just need our umbrella, says it. But I don't know it. Have you heard what is called 7 days rain? Stop making noise. This is not rain. This is it just wet floor. But to end on a good note, let us look for correct Gary Jebu. But look, granules don't make sense. And if you can summer it with pepper goat's meat, all goes, everything goes well.
I bet make I send you my address. Make I send you my address.
Oh my God.
Address for which one? Make I send the goat. I mean, make I send the granules. Which one make I send?
The Gary and the granules.
The Gary and the granules. that kind of Gary, maybe say when you go put that for mouth, you go slap your tongue. Where you go say,
Gary Jebu na.
Okay,
Gary Jebu.
seriously. Yes, so.
Okoro.
Oh yes, Okoro, seriously. Then we need that. Please, people should not worry about Ati Showere, Ati Lokan, Ati brother obedient, Ati brother Atiku. We don't drop all our money, finish the building. Where I hear say no black man. Now only Abu Dhabi people now they live for that. Make on leave them. They will, when the time is right, the right person will enter. None of us will enjoy it. Shikena.
Amen to that. That's true. You're right. Thank you very much. We don't close the case.
Yes, so and Oga Paul, as they talk, you like it or not, all of us shall be blessed.
Amen. Amen.
Make I talk like Muslim people. Amina.
Oh my God.
We don't let's close the case.
Sister Deb say you don't need to demean another person to get your point across. So I leave it there too. Yes, thank you very much, brother Paul.
Now you do well. You gave us 5 hours of your of your time. With good solid content. Solid content.
Remember saying I saw Auntie B they talk. Say, make a call they go. I don't tire 1 hour. They will go to see 3 hours there. Now you don't do today. So
this one now, if this was a TV show, we don't chop a lot of adverts with plenty money inside. So
in fact,
you did super excellently well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Go and sleep and chop all the heat in Arizona.
I don't know the meat with for Arizona. They don't get chinko for you.
All right, guys. Thank you so much, brother Paul. Thank you, Bibi. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
I love you guys, but I gotta go. I don't be American and small. This native farm.
That's so yeah.
We don't jump fake chicken where. We don't speak like America, small.
You're not drinking bottled water. You're not drinking pure water anymore.
That's so.
All right, bye.
Thank you so much, brother Paul. You really try for my body, not be small. In fact, una do well. So una do well. Now try so now even stick them out with me. So Naim, I really appreciate you guys a lot, So I really appreciate all the contributions. Oga Ade. No love lost too. I mean, we're still in the fight together, whether we like it or not. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling in. I appreciate your support. Thank you very much for your support. I don't take it for granted. So I really appreciate every contribution. Mirabel, thank you very much. Marriott, Celine, Obiajulu K, Obiajulu O, thank you so much. Thank you all so much. Graciousness, thank you very much. I go drink gari and milk. I know we should say I get her for house if I don't have any of that, sadly, but I go try find something when will help us. But anyway, thank you very much. And Mirabel, yes, I do get your point, but while we are here, before we get there, we have to make it work for ourselves. We must learn to live in peace and make things work for us. That's why we are here. We are not just here to come and suffer and go. No, we are here to try and leave it better than we found it. So
that's to that. But thank you very much for joining. I appreciate it. Thank you all so much. I'll see you again. Have a wonderful rest of the weekend. Love you all. Thank you. Bye.